And why not? We know the Scorpion middle order so far this season haven't been kicking, apart
Yeah.
from Romain Morris in the middle, who's doing a fantastic job so far for the Scorpions as well.
Shane Thomas, of course, their quickest bowler, so they are 3 slips waiting. Salmon is a bit of a half stride into the ball and opens it up. It goes down to third man. There's a third man. There is a point. There is a long leg. There's a mid on, mid off, and well, now the left-hander comes in to strike. The mid-wicket goes to extra cover.
Quite a sedate start so far by these two teams.
Just 2 slips for Kurt McKenzie with the mid-on and mid-off. There's a man in front of square on the leg side. There is a fine leg, and there's a deep backward point as well on the boundary. Of course, McKenzie generally very strong square of the wicket.
But of course, late yesterday evening, Shane Thomas had some good deliveries to Kurt McKenzie. He was just flirting outside the off stump with danger, but lucky enough and good for the Scorpions, he's still at the wicket.
What do you make of that fielder there, right at a short, straightish mid-on, mid-off?
Well, Kurt McKenzie tends to drive the ball aerial through that region, hence why Captain put the tall fella indoor and there.
Yeah, some of the time it doesn't quite get to the pitch, does McKenzie, but still goes through with the shot. Let's see if O'Shane Thomas can draw the arrow. Solid in defence.
So far this morning, Thomas has been on the back of the lens side so far, Chris.
Started this season, Kurt McKenzie batting at 3, and with Chadwick Walton going overseas to play in the Masters tournament, McKenzie now has been asked to open, which is where he played majority of his schoolboy career, coming up through the ranks. Kurt McKenzie as an opener. Of course, his time with in the Headley Weeks team and so on, and the West Indies team, he was asked to bat at 3.
Clipped away towards the backward square. Why knees a single. The strain on the line of leg stump this time was Thomas. Leg by the signal.
So McKenzie still awaits his first run
this morning.
Yeah.
But of course, the Hurricanes so far doing a fantastic job, and hence why they are second this year in the West Indies Regional Championship for 2024. If you look at the batters for the Hurricanes so far, Kieran Powell scored 100, Mikhail Lewis scored 100 as well, a back-to-back century in both innings as well. So this goes to show the fight that has been put in by the Hurricanes so far.
Yeah, good to see Kieran Powell back amongst the runs. Did go through quite a bit of a lean period, especially in the 4-day competition. Well, he was scoring centuries regularly in the 50 over competition, the Super 50.
Well, of course, he looks very good yesterday until Ramon Lewis produced a special delivery to dismiss him yesterday.
Made 41 from 48 deliveries, as someone doesn't really time that.
So the 28 overs completed at 62 for a loss of 4. And a local
just a single and a leg by off that over from O'Shane Thomas. Pretty good start, good pace. Apart from the 5th delivery, generally on and around the off stump.
Look at
very important when you start a new day as well, from the batting perspective, that you're locked in early. No matter what you would have come in from overnight, it's almost as if you're starting at 0. You would appreciate that as well as a batsman yourself.
Yeah, and it's good to see Pete Salmon trying to build an innings. First innings he was playing loosely outside the off stump, away from his body, and hence he was caught behind. So this time around he's playing within his eye line, and that is good for the Scorpions as well.
Of course, the captain, Rakeem Cornwall, with the ball, doesn't give you many bad deliveries. So,
and hence why Rakeem Cornwall is so dominant in regional cricket. So far, over 407 first-class wickets.
yeah, have to be looking to turn over the strike then. So, for example, that ball short and outside the off stump, that's one that you want to find the gap, get the single, rotate the strike, force Cornwall to have to bowl to the right and left-handers, and he will just plug away. Rakeem Cornwall gets through his overs in no more than 2 minutes generally. So he's good for the over 8.
Well, if you look at where he's bowling from, just walking in from 2 steps. So that shows it all. Before you think the over is finished. Pleasant drive.
Flights that a little bit more though. Slowed up that one just a bit, bringing Mackenzie onto the front foot. They still have employed that fielder short on the offside, almost like a short mid-off. You can just see the slowness in the wicket there. That ball just stopping and gripping as Mackenzie doesn't time it well, and already the over is finished. 62 for 4 after 21.
Excellent over by Rakeem Cornwall. Mixing up the deliveries, veering in space as well. And this is where it can be very dangerous to the Scorpion batters. So far so good. Kurt Mackenzie and Pete Salmon looking to build a partnership, and that is needed, and needed badly by the Scorpions. Shane Thomas will be continuing to Pete Salmon.
In the air again, the slowness of the surface. Salmon into the shot early. Opens the face though. There is a deep backward point, so there was no chance really. And had there been a regular backward point, they would have been in business on that occasion, because it travelled maybe half the way down to the boundary in the air. Only a single though for Salmon.
And if you realize Pete Salmon still pushing away from his body, hence why that ball was in the air for a time. But as I said, Chris, lucky enough that man was on the boundary.
There's 2 slips for Mackenzie. They have opted for the extra fielder on the offside. One on the line of the leg, so short of a length, and lots of space on the leg side as well, because it's just that man in front of square and the mid-on. Nobody. It's almost, you would say, almost a squarish mid-wicket.
Acres of spaces on the onside, Chris.
So had he turned that, let's say, to the left of the umpire, there certainly would have been 2 for Mackenzie.
So for a fighting knock from Kurt Mackenzie, is there from the start yesterday evening. Faced the 67 deliveries so far.
And now he'll get his first run of the morning. Just opens the face. They have employed a deep backward point to him as well. And then he's the single.
Yesterday, Carlos Brown got a brilliant delivery from Jeremiah Louis. Was dismissed without scoring. First innings, Carlos Brown just missed out on a mid-first class century when he was dismissed for 80. Batted very well up to that time, Chris.
Yeah, patient knock from Carlos Brown. And he would be disappointed to follow it up with a duck.
Cricket is a glorious game of uncertainty.
6 deliveries he faced, and a little bit undone by the moving ball of Jeremiah Louis. Trapped in front was Brown.
Look at that Jermaine Blackwood
In the first over
Jermaine
of the
Blackwood.
innings as well. Jermaine Blackwood, yeah, continuing to struggle. Yet another low score for him. Started the season batting at 5, had the captaincy. Has since given it up, has moved to his number 3 position, where he's been more successful for the Scorpions. over his career, as that one comes off the outside edge and down into the boundary for 4. Loose shot outside the off stump, you would have to say, from Pete Salmon, and they took out the third slip. And well, I think O'Shane Thomas, realizing that probably it should have stayed.
So just a loose shot outside the off stump, just the bat. As I can see, no foot movement coming in from Pete Salmon, and lucky enough for him. And good for the Scorpions though, 4 runs to his credit.
Yeah, not sure if that would have carried to third slip. Might have been slightly wide of him, but I'm a bit surprised with your fastest bowler on, Salmon, new to the crease, that they wouldn't have kept it at least for a few overs. Salmon will say thank you and picks up his first boundary of the morning, moves to 9, 25 to Mackenzie, and now 68 for 4.
Delivery from Raheem Cornwall. Asking questions this morning so far is Raheem Cornwall.
Yeah, I think they were just stretching their vocal cords there. That one obviously continuing with the arm comfortably down the leg side. And that one will find the boundary for Mackenzie. A little bit too straight from Raheem Cornwall. Swept well by Mackenzie, sweeping off length.
And of course that's his first boundary of the morning as well.
Moves him up to 29. Nobody deep on the onside. And that one was swept back with a square. Let's see where the fielder returns. Nice shot though from Mackenzie.
Good timing as well.
Has good variations, Raheem Cornwall, so that's one thing Mackenzie will have to look for. And there you see an example of it as well. Drawing him forward, it was clear that the length wasn't really there. Slowed it up and beaten in flight, Mackenzie.
Yeah, spinning away from the left-handed Mackenzie as well. See a lot of deliveries from the off spinners in this game so far. Spinning. So it seems like this wicket here, Chris, getting a lot of spin.
Yeah, good to see Mackenzie as well, looking to play with a bat and not necessarily the bat beside the pad, to bring the bat pad into play. We'll just have to be careful not to screw up. That one actually came on with the arm. No real turn in that. But still gets the single. Mackenzie will take him up to 30 now.
Still haven't seen Colin Archibald in this innings so far. He was excellent in the first innings for the Hurricanes. Picked up 2 wickets as well. And 2 very important wickets.
Yeah, only 4 bowlers employed by Captain Cornwall so far. Himself, Louis, who opened the attack, then O'Shane Thomas, and Daniel Doran bowled 2 overs for 7 runs. Had a maiden as well. As you can see, the scorecard there. Carlos Brown top scoring for the Jamaica Scorpions with 80. Morris with 42 in the first innings. And now a bit of a repair job. Scorpions losing their 4th wicket at 54. Brandon King's dismissal, the captain. So since then, a 19-run partnership between these two.
And they definitely need a partnership here.
Yeah, 14 runs so far for the morning. They started the day at 59 for 4, the Scorpions, with Salmon on 2 and Mackenzie on 24.
Still Abhijay Mansingh and Morris, you know, can bat as well. Turfel Green.
Yeah, a very deep batting lineup for the Scorpions. That one comes off the outer half of the bat. It will just be a single though to Mackenzie.
Kieran Powell coming off the boundary to prevent any chance of a second run there.
Yeah, nice delivery from O'Shane Thomas as well.
So
But yeah, pretty deep. You don't want to say O.J. Shields, the only man in the lineup you don't really expect much runs from. However, Derval, Green, Ramal, Lewis, Abhijay Mansingh, and Romain Morrison, very capable with the bat, have had good scores, all of them this season.
Well, of
But
course,
consistency, something that you need more of from the, and I'm sure the Scorpions management will look at that as well and think more runs needed there,
and if you look
consistently.
indeed, they're all getting starts, but not capitalizing on the start and getting 3 figures. ball was spotted.
Main Morris, of course, if you're going back to the local competition, the Senior Cup in Jamaica, most consistent of the play. I think he scored 3 or 4 centuries, including one in the final, even though it was in a losing cause, Morris. And in the first couple of games, looked the best of the Scorpion batsmen.
I'm really
Hasn't
impressed.
really continued in the same vein yet. Had a 97 not out as well.
Had some starts, but just not making full use of it as well.
He's due in next. Of course, the Scorpions will hope it's not for now. Salmon calls for a single. That's a sharp one, and well, not so sure if Louis had picked that up, if it would have been so easy. A bit of hesitation from Salmon initially as well. Tucked into the leg side, and mid-wicket just coming around to that square leg region. A one-time pickup. I think Salmon thought it was squarer than it really was.
And had he picked up that ball, it would have been mighty
I think
close.
Mackenzie could have been exposed there. Luckily for the Scorpions, it was a missed opportunity for the Leeward Islands.
The lead extend to 66 this morning. No further loss. That is good for the Scorpions as well. Just flirting this time outside the off stump was Kurt Mackenzie. And O'Shane Thomas so far. Just a wicket in this game, and a very important wicket to him as well. That of the Jamaica Scorpions captain Brandon King.
Yeah, and of course, King would have been coming off a pair of half centuries in the last match, 77 and 61.
65. But if you look
Solid he looked in both those knocks, so he would have been disappointed not to carry on from where he left off in that game. 2 disappointing scores for the captain in this one.
16th first class half century as well to him. But if you look around the region for this year's West Indies Regional Championship, some youngsters coming through from the West Indies under 19s and doing a fabulous job in this regional championship so far. You look at Jonathan Jake so far, 3 half centuries and a century as well. Look at Kishan Matara, career base here at Sabina Park.
Well, Matara actually playing for the combined colleges and campuses. Drake's playing for Barbados. But I thought you were mentioning the West Indies Academy. I actually think they have shown some good performances, the youngsters as well. And that's the next gen, if you'd like to call it. I agree, Matara is young, just 17 years of age. Matara scored a half century in this game against the West Indies Academy team. Was run out eventually for 55. Matara batting actually at number 4, I think. 3, yeah. And that was an impressive player. But even in the 3 rounds in Jamaica here, he looked pretty good, Matara. I mean, separate and apart from his leg spin, and we know that's his real talent. Picked up, a 7-wicket haul.
7/408 career best as well.
Right, well, definitely a career best. He made his debut here in Jamaica. But yeah, that 7-wicket haul, really impressive from the youngster. But he has shown that he has the ability with the bat as well. Nice time of the ball, willing to play shots, and likes it when it's short, especially through the onside. Does like his pull shot, Matara. But impressive to see it batting at 3, that he had the capability as well, and he's certainly one for the future. But from the West Indies Academy standpoint, that obviously they are the next gen, it's good to see a lot of those players competing well. Yes, they only sit 7th in the table out of 8. 1 win from the 4 rounds, but nevertheless, it's good to see them competing, building totals of 300 plus as well. So that's the kind of things you want to see.
And they look at our own Jordan Johnson, look very well.
Scored a half century against the Jamaicans last time out, the Johnson. Just think maybe from a coaching perspective, you'd think with Johnson you want him to put a higher price on his wicket at times.
Definitely.
Outs in too much of a loose manner, Johnson. So that's something I know that he will be looking at to improve as he goes along.
And if you look at the young West Indies academy team, they're all shot players. You don't find anybody trying to rotate the strike, looking to bat time.
Score very quickly. In fact,
Indeed.
against the Jamaica Scorpions last time out, I think there was only one session that they didn't manage to score 100 runs in, which is impressive if you look at how Test cricket is being played nowadays. Teams are scoring 300 to 400 runs in a day, so easily. So again, loud appeal, but umpire Dayton Butler says not out. That one actually gripped quite a bit from Cornwall. I think there was too much bounce though on that delivery. And Salmon is pretty tall. You make Salmon about 6'4".
And as well as Raheem Cornwall.
Yeah, true.
So he's getting the ball to bounce a lot as well.
Very tall as well, Cornwall. In fact, I'd love to see him stand up beside Salmon. Pretty close, I would think, in terms of who would win the battle there. 76 for 4, 25 overs. Tight bowling, it must be said, from the Leeward Islands team thus far to start the morning. Run rate of just over 3. But the Scorpions will be happy that they haven't lost a wicket at times. At times losing wickets too early or in regular succession. So they'll be happy with the start in the first few overs.
Yeah, so
consolidating and looking to rebuild.
Well, so far this morning, haven't seen any low shot from the Scorpions. They're desperate for a peak partnership in this innings. 4 wickets fell yesterday afternoon in quick succession.
Shot outside the off stump from O'Shane Thomas. Of course, second versus third here at Sabina Park. The Leeward Islands in second. 3 wins from their 4 matches. Just the 1 loss. Jamaica Scorpions, 2 wins and 2 losses from their 4 games. They sit in 3rd position, but 14 points below the Leeward Islands. Of course, the Windwards top the championship so far, and they are struggling in their match at present, the Windward Islands.
Definitely they are struggling.
So they might have to do a lot of work to prevent a loss there. That could be their second loss. But so far, 3 wins from 4 matches, just the 1 loss. They have 67.4 points.
But if you look at the Windward Island Volcanoes this season, all 3 games here in Jamaica, they registered wins. So they love here in Jamaica as well. They enjoy playing here in Jamaica. 3 wins to them. From they left Jamaica, Chris.
Windwards, it's been a struggle. They like the land of wood and water.
Indeed.
Slight issues with the ball there. Umpire Patrick Gustard just bringing out the scissors or the clipper. Both himself and Dayton Butler have done 2 rounds in a row here at Sabina Park, round 4 and 5. So they're building a partnership themselves.
Well, I was impressed with you doing your first 2 runs at Jamaica as well.
Oh. Yeah, I was locked in here as well. It's a lovely shot there from Salmon. Off the back foot. Really went after that aggressively. Not timed as well as he probably would have wanted off the toe end of the bat, it seems. Still picked up a couple. Probably the loosest of deliveries we've seen so far from O'Shane Thomas. That one short and wide outside the off stump.
A lot of room here to beat someone. So I was mentioned earlier, Chris, you did your first round at Shedwin Park. And of course you came here at Sabina Park for your second.
And then went back to Shedwin Park for the third.
Yes,
but
indeed.
Yeah, it's a long time that first 4-day or first class cricket hadn't been played at Shedwin Park, so I know they certainly welcomed that opportunity, getting 2 of the 3 rounds.
And of course in round 6 they were going to get a next 2 as well.
pulled away in the air, but there's no one deep on the onside, and that will trickle away. Will it get to the boundary? There's a long chase. It will get to the boundary now, and that's 4 runs to Pete Salmon. Again, not the best of timing. Was in the air for some time, but with only one fielder on the leg side, which was a mid-wicket, it was always going to be a safe shot.
Didn't control it as was expected, but nonetheless,
Takes
4
him up to
runs
16.
to Pete Salmon, and his second boundary of the morning as well.
Yes. Score now up to 83 for 4, and Jamaica's lead building now at 73 runs.
I had a talk with Blackwood this morning. We were saying anything over 180 would be a plus for them.
In the air, and well, they had brought in the man at backward point. He's pretty short as well, but that just went to his left. It was in the air. Loud shouts to catch it.
Just a loose shot outside the off stump by Beast. Someone lucky enough just to the left at that fielder as the third partnership comes up between Pete Salmon and of course Kurt McKenzie.
And we've seen that quite a bit from Salmon so far this morning, willing to drive. He's already edged one through the third slip region for 4. This one he got a little bit more bat on it, but nearly brought the man at backward point into play. They've utilized the backward point now for Salmon because they realize he plays the ball in the air there, and they still have the deep point as well, or the wide third man. 2 slips for McKenzie there. Still that short fielder on the offside, but this one is short outside the off stump, and he steers it easily for a single.
Well controlled as well.
Not sure that Rakeem Cornwall will be happy with that length to McKenzie. I think he wants O'Shane Thomas to be a bit fuller. McKenzie has shown so far this season that he is vulnerable on a good length outside the off stump. Likes to field bat and ball, and especially with that fielder short on the offside, obviously they want a fuller length to McKenzie.
Definitely. So far, McKenzie looks very good at the wicket for the Scorpions. Getting start for his 5th time this season. But he'll want to make a mark here in this 5th round action from Sabina Park.
Rakeem Cornwall to continue. Kurt McKenzie just taking a while to get his gloves ready. It was a 9:30 start this morning. 98 overs planned for the day. Still trying to make up time from day 1, where there was torrential rain for quite a bit of the late morning and early afternoon. Turn there again for Rakeem Cornwall, far away from the bat though, and McKenzie just plays the line.
Was on the back foot this time, McKenzie.
I can understand why Blackwood would have said as well, there's a loud appeal, he's out. This time McKenzie going for the sweep shot yet again. Probably misjudging the length a little bit too full, and he misses. Rakeem Cornwall very accurate, and the Scorpions lose yet another wicket now. 85 for 5, and McKenzie again gets a start and doesn't go on. He's gone leg before for 33, and that's a big blow.
Looks very close.
Very full delivery there, and
umpire Butler
yeah, I don't think
shredded finger.
Yeah, I think that's plumb in front there, hitting the bended left leg in front. That would have probably hit halfway up middle stump, midland leg.
It was a disappointing Kurt McKenzie, as you mentioned, Chris.
Too
yet
full.
Another start, but not carrying on.
Yeah, 33, and that would be very disappointing for the Scorpions. After getting that solid start, Cornwall has struck, and as we said, Cornwall builds a lot of pressure, doesn't bowl many bad deliveries, and is always asking the question on that off stump. McKenzie with the vacancies on the leg side trying to force the issue, and he'll be replaced by Romain Morris, another left-hander. Very aggressive player too, Morris.
And look at Raheem Cornwall's figures so far, 2 for 25 into his 11th over. Very economical so far in this innings for the Hurricanes. So just a slim lead of 75 runs. You'd see 75 for 5, Chris.
You wouldn't be wrong to say that. Of course, Morris, the leading run scorer for the Jamaican Scorpions. From his 5 games, he's amassed 279 runs so far at an average of 39.85. Morris, highest score of 97 not out, which we said earlier. 2 half centuries to his name this season. And batting at number 7, the Scorpions will be hoping that this is another talented knock from him.
Highest score of 97 not out against the Barbados Pride as well here at Sabina Park.
8 innings he's batted in, Morris. Sits 9th in terms of the leaderboard for runs scored this season. At the top of it, no surprise, Kevin Sinclair from Guyana, and scored a half century in his last innings in their match as well.
Well, Kevin
Sinclair,
Sinclair,
412 runs to his name.
Kevin Sinclair showing that he's all around as well.
Very good off spinner.
On debut for the West Indies, he scored an half century as well. And then came back and scored a brilliant 160 something in that game for the Guyana Apple Eagles. Getting wickets as well. That goes to show his performance. Stamping his class, showing why he wants to play for the West Indies.
Yeah.
Chop in front, a load appeal. That must have been close there, Chris.
Wow. Dayton Butler says not out.
Wow, let's turn our attention to the replay here, Chris.
Leg by signaled. Yeah, going down with the arm from Raheem Cornwall. Wide of the crease from Cornwall. Didn't look to straighten that one. Went on with the arm, and that would have missed the leg stump.
Excellent
Good decision
by umpire Butler.
Dayton Butler, of course, recently returned from the Bangladesh Premier League. Good exposure for him overseas. Dayton Butler.
Indeed.
And coming right back into the 4-day championship, of course, a different format.
And so far doing an outstanding job in the middle as well.
Patrick Gustad was at the Under-19 World Cup as well, himself and Nigel Dougie. There's a loud appeal again, but that's comfortably outside the off stump.
Raheem Cornwall.
Bit surprised at the appeal at that, but this Leeward Islands team love an appeal. Jamar Hamilton always chirpy behind the stumps. Look at him there. I mean, a lot of dramatics there from Hamilton, but it was clear that that was outside the off stump, and Salmon was playing a shot. And this is hoiked around to the leg side, just in front of square. Salmon wants 2, well, Morris wanted 2, but it was never on.
That shot seemed to be a rush of blood there coming in from Pete Salmon.
Yeah, didn't like the pressure being employed by Raheem Cornwall. And he will certainly test the patience, as he's shown so far with the dismissal of Kurt McKenzie. Leg before for 33.
So a pack offside field for Raheem Cornwall as well.
Won't get many boundary balls from Cornwall, and that's the thing. You need to turn over the strike so to release the pressure.
Just 3 fielders on the onside. At the completion of another over 87 for a loss of 5.
So success for the Leeward Islands this morning, dismissing Kurt McKenzie. Leg before to Raheem Cornwall for 33. And the score has now moved on to 87 for 5. Pete Salmon still there on 18 from 33 deliveries. Started the day on 2 Salmon, so he's added 16 runs. And Jamaica's leading run scorer now joining him in Romain Morris.
Very positive young batter is Romain Morris. Getting his chance at the regional level, Chris, this season, and making full use of it as well. O'Shane Thomas so far
Well, he's removed now. It's Jeremiah Louis who is going to take over proceedings. And of course, Louis so far 2 wickets for 11 runs from his 5 overs. Good start to the game. Opened the bowling, Jeremiah Louis, and his stock delivery, the in-swinger, and does swing the ball quite a bit. Can move the ball away as well, but his stock delivery always into the right-hander. Jeremiah Louis.
And of course, 2 wickets to him yesterday. 2 very important wickets as well.
One in the first over of the innings as well. Carlos Brown was the first innings highest scorer for the Scorpions.
And then Blackwood soon after.
Jermaine Blackwood continues to struggle.
Indeed. Just
The number 3 position for Jermaine Blackwood is one where he's had a lot of success for the Scorpions over the years. Has averaged over 40, and in fact all his centuries have come at that position, as we see Louis' first delivery. And that's poor fielding there by
Durham.
Yeah, Daniel Durham, and it goes into the boundary, so he's given away 4 runs. That should have been stopped easily. Went right through him, and Salmon benefits from his 3rd boundary of the day, and he moves up to 22.
Just a loose nadir coming in from Jeremiah Louis. And Durham at that backward point region was a bit sloppy on this occasion.
Archibald was on the boundary but couldn't get around to his left, and the Scorpions now move up to 91 for 5, a lead of 81. And as I said, the thinking of the Jamaican Scorpions is anything over 180. Well, both totals so far in this match have been around the 220, between 220 and 240. So for 4th innings, I can understand why you would say anywhere around 180. 200 might be psychologically a big difference. Far away from there now is the Scorpions, with half the team dismissed and only a lead of 81. Essentially 81 for 5.
Indeed. Actually, it's a beautiful morning so far here at Sabina Park. All blue skies here at Sabina Park, Chris. No threat of any showers this morning.
Which means all heat.
Very humid out there, you could see.
Yeah, pretty humid as well. It's quite humid in here as well.
Definitely.
Yeah, not many clouds in the sky. And you can see the few feather banners around. There's a gentle, well, maybe even gentle is being generous, but not much of a breeze. Very slight at the moment. Oh, well, he's bowled him. Middle stump out of the ground. Jeremiah Louis strikes again. Another loose shot, this time from Pete Salmon. Playing away from his body. He's been guilty of that right throughout this innings. And he loses his middle stump. He goes. And the Jamaica Scorpions now 91 for 6. Jeremiah Louis picks up his 3rd wicket. And that's a big blow, Marlon Pinnock.
As you can see on the replay here, full delivery there, Chris. He was looking to hit that ball aerial. That ball was full. Just need to come on the front foot and that stroke that ball threw me off. This is poor cricket being shown here by the Scorpions.
Off the inside edge of Pete Salmon's bat. The shot was on, but I think he went for too much power, Pete Salmon, instead of looking to just time that ball through the offside. And big gap between bat and pad, came off the inside edge and cannoned into the middle stump. And that's a big wicket.
And hence why you have figures of 3 for 15 to his name so far. 6 wickets for him in the match as well. Excellent performance here by Jeremiah Louis.
Brings Abhijay Mansingh to the crease. And the Scorpions, well, they need to go through yet another rebuilding process here. Mansingh will join Morris. Morris still not yet off the mark. And with just 4 second wickets in hand and a lead of just over 80, Leeward Island certainly in the driver's seat here.
They are definitely in the driver's seat. They are driving well here at Sabina Park. Just a lead of 81 runs. The Scorpions.
Abhijay Mansingh, 8 innings from the 5 matches. He has 164 runs with a highest score of 54, just 1 half century so far this season. And averages just about 20.5. The average, that is. Has batted a lot of balls though so far this season.
Well, of
Even
course,
though he doesn't score quickly generally, Mansing, but what he does is he builds partnerships.
occupies the crease as well.
Yeah. This one outside the off stump, and well, that could have been a run-out opportunity there. Indecision between Mansing. Mansing made the call right away. It was pretty obvious. Morris didn't like it. And was it Carty diving away to his right-hand side?
No, seemed to be the youngster in Andrew.
Andrew, yeah, Jewel Andrew. Didn't stop it cleanly, but had he stopped that cleanly, Mansing had basically paused in the middle of the pitch.
Indeed. So let's see the battle here between Romain Morris and Jeremiah Louis. Louis in this game so far, 6 wickets. So far in the competition, have 29 wickets. Excellent achievement for the young man in Jeremiah Louis.
Yeah, Louis doing well. Has been a part of the A-team setup as well for some time. Jeremiah Louis. Pretty consistent at this level. This one is driven by Morris, but they have left that fielder who is Jewel Andrew at the short mid-off position.
And a successful over comes to an end by Jeremiah Louis, picking up the wicket of Pete Summon, who was bowled for 22.
Other matches going on around the region as well. The Guyana Harpy Eagles leading, you would have to say, against the Windward Islands Volcanoes. Guyana 308 in their first innings. The Windward Island Volcanoes 113, and in their second innings, the Harpy Eagles 185 for 1. Tajnarain Chandapal not out on 82, and Tevin Imlak not out on 99, looking to bring up a century. Tevin Imlak.
And it's good to see Tajnarain Chandapal getting among the runs.
Yeah, has gotten a few starts, Chandapal, and not gone on. But he's not out on 83, has faced 200 deliveries already. Imlak 222 deliveries for his 99. And what a chance it is for Imlak to bring up 100. Matthew Nandu, the batsman, dismissed without scoring.
So far here at Spina Park, the Scorpions 92 for 6, a lead of 82. Rakim Jimbo Cornwall bowling a wonderful spell here at Spina Park.
Mansing facing him for the first time.
2 for 26 so far into his 12th over. And he's bowling with a lot of variation here, Chris.
Not a bad player of spin bowling, Abhijay Mansing. Cornwall will be on lots of turn there. Beats everything, and that will be 4 byes, I'm sure. Yeah, didn't get anything on it. Jamar Hamilton couldn't get across in time either. Lots of turn for Hakeem Cornwall. I think Mansing was surprised how much turn that got as well. Look at how he came across to his off stump there. Ooh, the leg stump was exposed, but way too much turn for Cornwall.
And hence why there's a leg slip in place as well. Rakim Cornwall getting the ball to spin into the right-handers. And spin away from the left-hander. So 2 wickets to fall this morning for the Scorpions. 2 overnight batters went this morning. Craig McKenzie went for 33. So there's a quick single, there's a chance. Big fast bowler, I know Shane Thomas.
Not the quickest, Thomas. And I think Abhijay Mansing knew that as well.
And that completes another over with the Scorpions. 97 for the loss of 6. Lead
Yeah,
of
97 for 6. Bit of a struggle. Started well, the Scorpions, in the first few overs, but 2 quick wickets. First Kirk McKenzie for 33, and then Pete Salmon shortly after.
And if you realize the 2 batters that got out for the Scorpions, loose shots, and hence why they are back in the pavilion with the Scorpions at 97 for 6.
Disappointing for them.
Jeremiah Louis continues to ask questions of the Scorpion battle so far in this fifth round contest here at Spina Park.
Barbados Pride just about to complete a victory over the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. In fact, I think victory complete now. Trinidad and Tobago 172 and 124, capitulating in their second innings. Barbados Pride 279 and 7 for 2. So that would give Barbados Pride their third win in 5 matches, 3 wins and 2 losses. Big win for them against Trinidad and Tobago, who would have sat below them coming into this round in 5th position, the Red Force. That match, of course, being played at the Queen's Park Oval. So at home, the Red Force, and losing to the Pride.
Of course, it's good to see the Pride coming back in this competition. They lost their first game against the Windward Island Volcanoes as well.
Yeah, Jason Holder coming back into the side. Of course, he was playing T20 cricket, wasn't it? Jason Holder. And he came back into the starting 11. So to Raymond Reefer.
Manson came back and punched that one out to the man at the cover region. Seemed to be Daniel Durham. No run.
Yeah.
So a steady start so far this morning. Of course, by the Leeward Highlands Hurricane. Of course, the Scorpions just lost 2 wickets in quick succession this morning.
The word coming in is that the Pride actually still have 11 runs to complete the victory, with 8 wickets in hand, 7 for 2 currently. But I think that's a foregone conclusion for the Barbados Pride. They will execute that win. Just 18 needed overall.
As we approach the first hour of play this morning, 2 wickets to the Hurricanes.
Jeremiah Lou already 3 for 16. Last delivery for the 8th over, that's right on the line of Midland leg stump. And that will be the first drinks break of the day. Rakeem Cornwall completing his 8th over, 3 for 16. Cornwall 2 for 27. And the Jamaica Scorpions 97 for 6 with an overall lead of 87 with 4 second innings wickets in hand. Morris not out on 0 and Abhijay Mansingh not out on 2.
So we'll be back shortly after the drinks break.
Back here at Sabina Park, the drinks break is complete. Raheem Cornell will continue, but Marlon Pinnock won't. I'm joined by Kim Forbes in the commentary box, and Kim, first couple overs pretty good, and he's out. They've lost a wicket right away, the Jamaica Scorpions. Romain Morris, the single was never on, and he's been run out. Jamaica's leading run scorer heads back to the pavilion, and the Scorpions now 97 for 7. That's a big loss, Kim.
Indeed it is. That was an outcall at a suicidal run. It went straight to the fielder, and that's a good throw from Louis.
Yeah, well done, Jeremiah Louis. He had been tested a few overs ago, didn't pick up the ball cleanly when fielding at square leg, and on this occasion, excellent pick up and throw, and a direct hit was always going to be difficult for Romain Morris, and that's a huge blow. As I said, Jamaica's leading run scorer. You'd have been hoping to build a partnership with Abhijay Mansingh. It's not to be. Derval Green comes to the crease, and lots of work for the Jamaica Scorpions to do.
Indeed, the Hurricanes, they're in the neck of the Scorpions here at Sabina Park. They lost 4 quick wickets, and it's not looking good at all for them. That run was never on there. The communication should have been a no. It went directly to the fielder. Three quick wickets down already. Raheem is pleased with what is happening with the bowlers and the fielders. Disappointed Morris walks back to the dressing room. Derval Green, the new batter, to the crease. He has bowled exceptionally well yesterday. He saved them last week, Friday.
What can he do this time out?
Well, they need runs.
Solid start for the Leeward Island Hurricanes. They have picked up 3 wickets. The Jamaica Scorpions started the day on 59 for 4. Again, there's a chance. A chance for a run out yet again. Not sure what's going on with the communication. Derval Green would have been the batsman to make the call there because it had gone behind Abhijay Mansingh, and there was hesitation yet again. Do remember that Abhijay Mansingh's first scoring shot made the call. Morris didn't like it, and he stopped in the middle of the pitch. Did Abhijay Mansingh. On that occasion, young Jewel Andrew didn't pick it up cleanly.
But my question to you, though, Chris, is what is the urgency? What is the rush? We have another day to come tomorrow. They don't have enough runs on the board. 7 wickets down already. What is the rush to get in those singles?
Well, there should be no rush. But obviously, batting at the crease, you play a ball, you obviously, the thought would obviously have been that a run was on. Again, Green looking to get down the wicket. Was in the air for some time. But I agree with you that patience is a needed asset in the 4-day arena. And the Scorpions this morning started the day in a patient manner, but since then, the shot selection has not been the best. And it's seen the demise of both Mackenzie and Salmon. And now a poor call resulting in the wicket of Romain Morris.
Yes, and after that run out, you would want to go for another run. It's luckily for them that the fielder had made that fumble.
That comes off the outside edge of Derval Green's bat. And it will be a couple. So the 100 up for the Scorpions. 100 now for 7, a lead of 90.
They would need more than that 90. Mansingh, we know that both of them at the crease, they can bat. They will have to be the one to build that partnership. And in the first innings, we saw where both teams restricted each other from getting that batting point. And at the end of the over, the 31st over comes to an end. The score is 100 for 7.
Yeah, Derval Green seeing that one out for the Jamaicans. Derval Green has played 4 games so far, 7 innings, 3 not outs, 135 runs, a highest score of 48 not out, and averaging 33.75 this season. Derval Green.
But the energy here for the Leeward Hurricanes, they are really, really energized. They're energetic in the field. The momentum is very high.
Jeremiah Louis continuing yet again in, and Mansing is solid. Coming forward. Defensively strokes it out to cover. But yeah, Mansing 3 from 16 deliveries. Green 2 from 4.
It's all happening here in Kingston. Well, Chris, if you can hear on the outside, the Vuvuzelas coming up, marching after Kingston College.
Ooh, fishing outside the off stump was Mansing. Yeah,
And they're heading to
champs going on as well. The athletic championships at the high school level in Jamaica.
marching up
Biggest
to the
age
stadium.
group athletic championship in the world,
Mhm.
actually. And going into day 2 from the boys' side, Kingston College with a slight advantage over Jamaica College.
It's a ding-dong battle between those two.
I think it was an 8-point lead overnight for Kingston College. Edwin Allen in charge on the girls' side of things as usual, and that's going towards the boundary. Yes, it will be the first boundary for Abhijay Mansing. Tucked away, he will move to 7. Badly lined delivery from Jeremiah Louis on the leg stump, and Mansing making full use of it.
And the communication continues between these two at the crease. And guess it, they're saying to each other, just bat on and see if we can get enough runs on the board. That is always going to be the conversation there, Chris, the bat on.
Well, of course, partnerships are needed. The lead is not even 100 as yet. As that stroked away, that would be back-to-back boundaries for Mansing. He likes that shot. Does play the late cut, late dab very well, Mansing. That was outside the off stump from Louis. Too much room, too much width. And placed it to the left of the man at wide third man, almost like a deep backward point.
Yeah, and he also used the pace of that delivery as well. That's 8 runs from this over. Could hear the applaud from the dugout. 98 runs is the lead now.
Yeah, continues to grow. Good delivery. That's more like it from Jeremiah Louis. Abhijay Mansing, now 26 years of age. Will be celebrating his 27th birthday on the 17th of April, not far from now. Coming into this game, 10 first-class matches. So even though he's 27 years of age, has not played a lot of first-class cricket. Played initially for the combined colleges and campuses, did Abhijay Mansing, as he fishes outside the off-stump. But 10 matches, 416 runs, a highest score of 62 not out, 4 half centuries at an average of just over 23.
32 overs gone. The Scorpions, they're 108 for 7. Mackenzie's gone for 33. Petey's gone for 22. The top scorers there for the Jamaica Scorpion team. We saw where Mansing got a 52 when he was playing against the Academy. Well, they will need that 52
or more.
Yeah.
Lots of time left in this one, Kim. Just day 3, of course, day 4 to come. But based on where you see things now and what has been happening on the 4-day arena, Jamaica would really have to bat well to push this game into a 4th day with the lead, as you said, just 100. Well, in fact, 98.
But with the way that the Hurricanes are bowling, well, they will really have to remain focused and be mindful, be in the now moment to see what they want to do and get those runs to stay alive. Concentration is the big key here to get that partnership.
Derval Green down the pitch, strokes that well, will only get a single, should only get a single, as Kieran Powell on the long on boundary comes across. Did time that very well, Derval Green. Aggressive player by nature.
Yeah, and from yesterday, well, the first innings, he has been dancing down the wicket to Cornwall.
Oh, that's well bowled by Raheem Cornwall. That one, not much turn in it and beating the outside edge of Mansing's bat. Yeah, Derval Green has been around for a long time. He's now 35 years of age. Born in the parish of Trelawney, so
Where
the
you saying
northwestern
Wolves is from?
side of the island. Derval Green has actually played 40 first-class matches as Mansing comes forward yet again. Been around somewhere. Made his debut back in 2016 at the first-class level, Derval Green, so it's been some 8 years now. Debuted against Guyana, averaging just about 20 with the bat. 5 half centuries, highest score of 86 from his 71 innings. Again, both himself and Abhijay Mansingh would love to get that average a bit high. More capable, I think, than the eras or the number in the batting order that he usually is asked to bat, Derval Green. In fact, for much of his local career, he was a batsman that bowled. But since he's been picked for Jamaica, he's a bowler that bats down the road. In fact, there's been situations where Derval Green has even batted at 11 for Jamaica. But I would like to say that he would be one of the most accomplished number 11s around the world.
Yes. 33 overs gone, 109 for 7. Well, you said his highest score is 86. They need that 86 here today, or even more as well. Conversation between them continues, is to see how they can get around Louis and Raheem.
Seems as if there'll be another bowling change for the Leeward Islands from the Michael Holding end, and young Daniel Durham will come into the attack.
Yeah, Durham been bowling pretty well yesterday. He bowled well yesterday.
2 overs he bowled for 7 runs and a maiden involved as well. Durham.
Might not get a wicket yet, but he's really been consistent with the line and length. And consistency is the key. It's a nice delivery there from him through to the keeper. It is Green who is on strike. He walks away.
Daniel Durham, 26 years of age, left arm orthodox. Born in St. Martin, Durham has actually represented the Netherlands at all the youth levels. Daniel Durham, under 15, under 17 and under 19, has represented the senior team as well.
That's lots of cricket for a youngster.
Yeah, well, he's 26 now, so he's been around a while.
Yeah.
Only played 9 first-class matches though before this. Has taken some 31 wickets. Best bowling performance of 5 for 82. An average of just 19. Not bad for a left-arm orthodox, it must be said. It's a pretty good start to his first-class career from that perspective. A strike rate of 43.7 for a left-arm orthodox. That's impressive. So the Scorpions, I must say the Tallowas, the Scorpions will have to be very careful.
You're thinking about the Tallowas there, Chris. Just a run from the over so far. He's in his 3rd over, 8 runs from it.
Played in all 4 games for the Leeward Islands thus far in this competition. Durham, this being the 5th. picked up 6 wickets against Guyana, 4 for 40 and 2 for 48. Has been his best haul in a match in this year's championship. Picked up 5 against Trinidad and Tobago, and then had 4 for 37 against the combined campuses and colleges last time out.
Well, no, they're leading. They have a lead of 100 runs. Is it we're seeing here on our screen the Kingston Public Hospital there, Chris?
Yeah. We'll hope that no one involved here has to visit there for now, or any at all.
Right.
Cornwall, and again Green is down the wicket, and well, it was in the air, bounced just short of Powell. Flirting with danger there. Derval Green likes to be aggressive. I think he was trying to go straighter on that occasion. Green and Cornwall just getting a little bit of turn. The back face closing from Derval Green.
Got to be mindful of the way how he danced down the wicket, because Cornwall can push it a little wider from him to the keeper where he can actually get a stump. So it has to be mindful of that.
Not only that, pretty quick through the air as well at times, Rakeem Cornwall. So can deceive you in terms of flight. And I actually think that one came through a bit quicker, which is what had Derval Green just a little bit late on the shot. This one is short, and Mansing doesn't time it very well. Lots of hand action from Mansing. A real flurry with the bat, but not well timed, and it just trickles out onto the offside.
So you can hear the communication now. Earlier they had a run out and almost had a second one. The over comes to an end. 35 overs gone. It is 111 for 7. So now you can hear them saying yes, no, if they want to go for the run, which is good now because they don't want to get another run out.
Well, yeah. But the communication, I think all along there was shouts of yes and no. However, there was indecision. So even though they were voicing something, there was still indecision. And I think the clearer communication is what is needed for these two for sure. Even that opportunity that we spoke about as Green punches that down the ground for a single, where Mansing played it out onto the offside, played it towards, I think, backward point. He said yes. Not sure if there was a lot of response from Morris, but then, as I said, Morris said yes at first, and then there was a no, and so communication definitely has to be clear. And that's in the air, and that's a drop chance. Wow. Big chance for Durham and the Leeward Islands. Caught and bowled opportunity. Mansing looking to punch that down the ground. Didn't get to the pitch of it. And it just slid off the face of the bat back to the bowler. That was a comfortable height. That should have been taken by Durham. Not a lot of power behind it as well. And Mansing gets a life.
A life that is needed.
On 11, it's 112 for 7. What a chance for the Hurricanes.
In the first innings, we saw where Carlos Brown, he was put down twice. And he went on to get a half century. Let's see if Mansing can capitalize on this chance.
On the money, as they would say, yet again, is Daniel Durham. He'll be very disappointed that he put that down looking for his first wicket of the innings.
It's a lead of 102 runs. This partnership consists of 15 runs from 34 deliveries.
Yeah, does bat a lot of balls generally, Mansing. It's 37 deliveries he's now faced, just has 11 runs. In the first innings, he made 15, faced 60 deliveries. Mansing, and had 2 fours in that. So if you take those out, he had 8 runs from 7 runs from 58 deliveries, a strike rate of 25. But as I said, Derval Green batting with him. Derval Green tends to be a lot more aggressive. Morris before that too, a very aggressive player, so it can work in terms of the blend. Derval Green was not out on 20 in the first innings from 40 deliveries.
Yeah, so knowing
Ran out of partners.
Yeah, so knowing that Derval is the aggressor, and Mansing, he'll play and block and pick up 1s and 2s. Well, if Derval get the chance of those bad deliveries, we know that he will put it away, but don't try to force those shots.
He's down the pitch on this occasion as well. Plays it back to Cornwell. Yeah, Mansing more of an accumulator.
Yes.
Certainly not going to hit you out of the attack, Abhijay Mansing. Great powers of concentration, generally Mansing. As I said, important for Green to show a level of patience here as well, especially against Cornwall, who, as we said, doesn't give you many bad deliveries, always on the mark. That's in the air. Powell getting around, can't get there, clears the boundary, 6 runs, Derval Green. Well, he attempted that in the previous over from Rakeem Cornwall. This was not the cleanest strike, but he got enough elevation and enough to the right of Kieran Powell. And yeah, 6 takes Green now up to 12, doubles his tally, and the Scorpions up to 118 for 7. Good enough from Derval Green.
Yeah, that's what. 108 now. That's the lead. That's good cricket there from Derval. He got that 6. Didn't attempt to go over the top again. We saw where Rama Lewis, he hit a boundary and wanted to attack Cornwall again. And knowing that Cornwall, he bowled straight. He was bowled by Lewis, got bowled there. What good cricket from Derval.
Single down the ground for Green. That was a slower delivery from Cornwall. So Green up to 13. And instead, it's important in the partnerships, as I say, Mansing would turn over the strike, probably look to give Green majority of the strike, but Green needs to certainly pick his deliveries well, as Mansing will get a single of his own to take him up to 12.
Yeah, and a single to end the over. 37 overs gone. It is 120 for 7. So far, the Hurricanes bowlers, they've really bowled well before the first drinks break. Picked up some important wickets. Daniel is going to continue.
Played by Mansing. Durham into his 5th over now, none for 9.
So Mansing, he knows that Durham is bowling full line and length. And he's batting him pretty well. Very watchful too. So this partnership is building a little bit here, Chris, and they would want to continue on that. It's very important.
Durham accurate again, over the top from Mansing, gets enough on it, and it goes over mid-on and into the boundary for 4. Aggressive shot from Abhijay Mansing. timed it well and will push him up to 16. Flighted by Durham, who picked up 2 wickets in the first innings. Durham 2 for 27 from his 13.2 overs, and that was a good shot from Mansingh on this occasion.
Yeah, it was there to hit, and he really make use of that delivery.
Not a lot of turn for Durham. Will get quite a bit of bounce as he's a very tall 26-year-old.
Maybe about 5'7"
5'7".
or 5'9".
Ah,
I think he's a 6.
I thought you were going to say 6'7". Definitely not 5'7", Kim. 5'7" might be. Well, I was going to say might be about your height, but you might actually be a little bit shorter than
Yeah,
that.
I'm a 5'5".
Okay, yeah. No, Durham, I think, is probably more around 6'4".
Wow, could be
Yeah,
a basketball
6'3",
player.
6'4". Yeah, he certainly could be. But 5'7", I think you might be robbing him of some inches there. 125 for 7 after 38 overs, as the Scorpions look to post a total that they can defend. 115 is the lead currently, and you'd like to think that based on the form of the Leeward Islands Hurricanes so far, that's just not enough on a pitch that is giving some assistance but by no means deteriorated.
Right.
Still pretty even bounce. Yes, there is gentle turn, but turn that can be negotiated. Something in there for the fast bowlers, but also if you apply yourself as a batsman, you can score runs on this wicket.
Indeed.
And as I said, what has been lacking from a lot of the Scorpions batsmen so far in this innings and before is patience. Certainly against an attack so far that has been pretty potent. This Leeward Islands attack. They've had a good season. Cornwall, 3rd on the list of bowlers. Jeremiah Louis at the top in terms of wicket takers in the championship. Cornwall has 25 wickets from his 5 games at an average of 20.56. Has taken 1 5-wicket haul, 6.61, 6 for 61 his best figures. Took 3 in the first innings here, and that's nudged away past the slip. And will probably pick up just 2 runs here, Mansingh. Will they come back for a 3rd? Stop just inside the boundary, and yeah, Mansingh will get 3. That was well played, just using the pace of the delivery and opening the face of the bat for 3. But yet Rakeem Cornwall has been right up there. Jeremiah Louis, 28 wickets. So, yeah. So the Leeward Islands doing well in the bowling department right through. So not an easy attack to negotiate, and hence, as you say, the Scorpions will need to take their time and build the innings. They'll not get a lot of bad deliveries, but they'll have to dig in.
Yeah, 39 overs gone, 128 for 7. 15 extras from the bowlers of the Hurricanes. Just 3 runs coming from that over. Durham bowled 5 overs. 3 overs from Cornwall. Durham approaching his 6th over. They have a lead of 118. And just need to continue on the path that they're on now.
Three other matches going on as well. West Indies Academy taking on the combined colleges and campuses at the Sir Frank Worrell Memorial Ground, St. Augustine, the UE ground. West Indies Academy batted first, made 300 in their first innings. The combined campuses replied with 231. And West Indies Academy are now 130 for 4 with an overall lead of 199 in their second innings. Teddy Bishop not out on 45. And Carlon took it. Not out on 4. Batsman dismissed Worrell for 15, Elaine for 32, Dorn for 5, and Jordan Johnson, for 22.
That's a strong no from Derval Green to Mansingh.
Barbados Pride have completed their victory over the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force, so 3 wins in 5 for the Barbados Pride. Couple players coming in back into the fold for last couple of rounds. Jason Holder and Raymond Reefer.
And that's a maiden over there. 40 overs gone, 128 for 7.
Second maiden for Durham. 28 for 7. Not a bad run rate, just about 3.2. I think they'll take that for now. It's the regularity of the wickets is a problem for the Jamaica Scorpions, losing wickets too regularly for their liking, and needless ones as well. A game like this, you just can't afford runouts for sure.
Can't.
Rakeem Cornwall 2 for 43, as I said, sits 3rd on the list this season. And has been known to bowl right through innings. Rakeem Cornwall doesn't come from many steps. Marlon Pinnock did say just about 2.
Well, I'll say 3.
3.
Yeah.
Fair enough. Get through his overs very quickly. I don't think the Leeward Islands will have a problem in terms of the over rate, especially with Cornwall and Durham bowling a lot of overs. Shane Thomas isn't the quickest.
Yeah.
In terms of the length of his over. Might be the quickest in terms of his ball release. But yeah, with these spinners in action, it will certainly balance the over rate well. Green is down, driving that towards mid-off, and Thomas stops it but can't prevent the single. Knocks it down. That was firmly hit by Green. Didn't find the gap though. And Cornwall encouraging him somewhat, leaving the man at mid-off instead of putting him down to a long-off position to entice Green to go over the top and play against the turn. That time he played it well.
He's setting up Green for something.
2.5 hour session, of course, because we started at 9:30, 98 overs in the day. So the drinks breaks will actually be 50 minutes apart. Hence why it seemed like it came so quickly. Last one.
Yes.
We're probably just about 10 or 11 minutes away from the second. And you just wonder if the Scorpions will be aware of that, taking it mini session by mini session in terms of building the partnerships. The Leewards will certainly hope that they can take these 3 wickets by lunchtime, which is 12 o'clock, and get on with it. Of course, if they are dismissed by then, you'd like to think that barring an interruption due to weather and based on the blue skies don't show that there will be any disruption, that this match would finish today if that's the case.
Yes. Well, it's 12 o'clock local time is lunchtime here. I think it's lunchtime in Trinidad now. It's 12 o'clock there.
Yeah. 11 o'clock, we're just going into lunch now. Seconds away. Of course, that wouldn't concern the Pride because they have already completed victory against the Red Force at Queen's Park Oval.
It can be a chill day for them.
The other match going on is the Guyana Harpy Eagles against the Windward Island Volcanoes, and the Guyana Harpy Eagles 209 for 2, an overall lead of 404 over the Windward Island Volcanoes. And you'd like to think that a declaration is probably not far away for the Guyana Harpy Eagles. Tevin Imlach was eventually dismissed for 107, bringing up a century. And Tajnarine Chandapal is not out on 95. I think that's why they're still batting the guy in the Harpy Eagles. I suspect that when Chandapal, if he brings up the 100, they will probably declare and give themselves enough time to dismiss the Windward Island Volcanoes, who coming into this game were at the top of the table, the Volcanoes.
Yeah, they just only lost a game.
Points, yeah. One loss from, well, it was only one loss for the, it's only one loss for the Leeward Island Hurricanes as well. But of course you get points, batting points, and so on as well. There's a loud appeal. Patrick Gustard says not out. You could tell that he thought about that one, Patrick Gustard. Wonder if there was a bit of bat involved here from Derval Green. Ooh, pretty close.
Yeah, and you talk
Not
about
clear as to whether that hit the bat. There was a bit of bounce as well. But I'm wondering if there was just a double sound there, and that's what Patrick Gustard was going with.
you're talking about batting point. You mentioned the batting point. Leeward and Jamaica did not get the batting point in the first innings. They got bowling points though.
Right. And all those points make a difference at the end of the table. So hence 3 wins and a loss. The same for both the Windward Island Volcanoes and the Leeward Island Hurricanes. But yet, there's a differential in terms of, as you said, overall points because of that. And in that situation, that loud appeal, wasn't a lot, you would say, from Durham. There was a lot from, especially Jamar Hamilton, but that's a regular thing with Hamilton, even when it comes off in the middle of the bat sometimes. But Rakeem Cornwall was very interested as well.
Yeah, with Hamilton, he's known for character. He's a good character behind the stump, very energized and
very lively player,
yeah.
Jamar Hamilton. From an officiating perspective, I can tell you it's a joy to have players like him on the field because you're always engaged. He's always willing to have a conversation. And happy player, happy individual. Hails from Anguilla. Does Jamar Hamilton.
Yeah, I heard Pinnock mention yesterday that they had an encounter in some under-19 competition in Antigua some years ago, I think in 2006. That's what he said. And Hamilton had got best wicket keeper in that series. But 130 runs on the board, 7 wickets down. They have a lead of 120 runs. They'd want to get past that, even get to at least 230 or more.
230. Well,
Yeah.
that would be. That's quite ambitious. Well, obviously, I think at this point, if the Scorpions were to get a lead of 230, they would certainly take that. I think they earmarked as Marlon Pinnock was saying that they earmarked about 180, anything above 180, but 230 you think would be a challenging total for the Hurricanes on a fourth innings on this pitch.
Yeah, and why I said 230, the Scorpions, they had bowled them on for 231, and the bowlers, it will be up to the bowlers though if they can continue to be consistent and the way how they perform on the first in the first innings. But 230 thereabout will be a challenge for the Hurricanes.
For sure, they only managed 231
Right.
in the first innings, and obviously this is not a high-scoring wicket from what we have seen, and lots of purchase for the spinners. The Jamaican spinners took 9 out of the 10 wickets.
Yeah, and 230 would not be impossible if these two can continue.
Yeah, Mansingh took 5 and Ramal Lewis 4
Yes.
in that first innings. Green is down the wicket again, and well, one bounce into the boundary. Powell was a bit straight, and he dragged that wide. Pete Salmon, actually, sorry, by the way, took 5 wickets, and Ramal Lewis 4, not Abhijay Mansingh. But yeah, Green just pulling that wide of the long-on fielder. Powell couldn't get around in time. one bounce into the boundary, 4 runs. And Derval Green now moving up to 19 from 29. And useful runs here for the Scorpions. The lead is now 124. Green is down, it's in the air again. Powell comes around and this time it's easy. Derval Green trying to clear the boundary yet again. Went straight on this occasion but didn't get the elevation or the timing. And Powell makes no mistake. Raheem Cornwall has another wicket, his 3rd of the innings, his 6th of the match. And the Scorpions in further trouble. They give away a wicket needlessly. Green goes for 19. It's 134 now for 8.
Didn't need to go back for that big shot again, Chris. He just got a boundary, and Raheem had been setting him up from pretty early, and that is the result. Well, the 230 won't be possible anymore.
Are you saying you have no faith in Mansing, Lewis, and Shields to come? Ramal Lewis did play for a few seasons with the Guyana Harpy Eagles. Joins Mansing. Lewis needs to dig in here. Didn't really get many in the first innings. Ramal Lewis, in fact, just managed 6 from 9 deliveries.
And be mindful that he was bowled by Raheem Cornwall after hitting him out of the park for that 6. But many would thought that Derval Green and Mansing would at least got another 50 runs or more to get them pretty close to 230. But
Ramal
his
Lewis,
intention was to attack Cornwall from the get-go.
yeah, disappointment for the Scorpions. 27 years of age now, Ramal Lewis. Captain the West Indies under 19. It seems like eons ago. The West Indies under 19, the Jamaica under 19 as well. Pretty good leader, Ramal Lewis. Hails from Westmoreland in Jamaica. Surprisingly, just in his 4th first-class game, Ramal Lewis, even though he's been around for some time. In fact, made his debut in 2015, Ramal Lewis, and has yet only played 4 matches. Used a lot more in the List A format.
Yeah, he bowled well in the first innings.
Picked up 4 wickets,
Yeah.
Ramal Lewis. But a very useful batsman, yet to, I mean, only 3 innings at the first class level before this match. High score of 11. But in local cricket in Jamaica, very useful. Bats generally around, in local cricket, I would say around 6 or 7. But also when he was playing at the youth level, the West Indies under 19 had very important knocks throughout that period. Very gritty kind of batsman, and he will need to dig in here and build a partnership with Mansing.
Yeah, I remember him.
Mansing driving straight to Louis again, who doesn't pick up cleanly. And Louis has already executed a run out. He had the doing of Romain Morris. I won't say that Mansing is the quickest across the 22 yards. No Usain Bolt, and that, had it been picked up cleanly from Louis, could have been problematic for the Jamaican all-rounder.
Yeah, Ramal Lewis, he had represented the Jamaica Tallowers as well.
Yeah, T20 cricket, Ramal Lewis, because he bowls a very mean off break. There's Ramal Lewis, very tidy spinner.
Yeah,
And
watch
his
him.
style of game, he's an excellent fielder as well, so suited for those shorter formats, especially T20. Outstanding fielder, I should say. And as I said, very economical off-spin bowler. Useful batsman, but I don't think he gets many opportunities in that format too. really show his batting talents.
Well, he gets the opportunity here today with 8 wickets down, 137 runs on the board. This is a good chance for him to show his class here. With Mansingh at the other end, who is holding things down. The thing is, the over comes to an end. 44 gone, 137 for 8. A lead of 127 runs. The thing here, looking at the current run rate, they have been maintaining that run rate of 3 point something. But the problem is that they are losing wickets too quickly.
Yeah, they have lost 4 wickets this morning already. Started the day at 59 for 4, the Scorpions. Now 137 for 8. So they've added what? That makes it some 78 runs for the day. And lost 4 more wickets. Cornwall will continue. 3 for 48.
Mansingh and Lewis will just have to try and build something, at least a 50 runs partnership. They're leading by 127. That single takes the score up to 138 for 8. As I said yesterday, that before the close of play, they would have wanted to get 4 wickets. They got King just before the close of play.
That's shipped in the air, but yeah, just be a single from Lewis again. I just wonder if there's really a need for that kind of shot. That was outside the off stump and looking to hoik that to the leg side. Gets away with it, but dangerous.
Mansingh will have to be careful how he goes back on the back foot. So Cornwall, maybe can trap him in front. A dot to end the over, just 2 runs coming from it. Cornwall picked up 3 wickets for 50 runs from 20 overs. The Scorpions, they're at 139 for 8, 45 overs completed. Mansingh, he's on 22. Ramal Lewis, he's on 3. And it's drinks. We'll take a break.
Alright, welcome back to the West Indies Regional Championship. Day 3 action from Sabina Park. The Scorpions 1-9 for the loss of 8. This ball is cracked out to the extra cover region by Rama Lewis. Sunny morning here at Sabina Park so far, Kimmy.
Yes, it is. If you can take a look to your left, you hear those vuvuzelas outside of Sabina Park. Kingston College, they're making their way to the National Stadium. It's a grand event here in Kingston, Jamaica, the boys and girls champs.
I definitely want to be there tomorrow, Kimmy. Exciting day tomorrow.
Indeed. Well, South Camp Road is very, very festive at the moment.
So far, Abhijit Mansingh spending time at the wicket as well. 22 from 70 deliveries. Scorpions this morning lose 4 wickets, Kimmy. Excellent stroke. They are coming in from Abhijit Mansingh. Over wide. Long off this time. Brilliant timing here by Abhijit Mansingh. Such a classy player is Abhijit Mansingh. And he continues to punch upon here at Sabina Park. Flighted delivery this time by Daniel Durham. He got the treatment he deserved. Excellent. And
our videographer catching the excitement on the outside.
Excellent work by our cameraman as well.
That's Gordon Pear.
Excellent batting performance as well by Abhijit Mansingh to complete over number 46 at 144 for the loss of 8.
And I admire the way how Mansingh bats here, Pinnock. He's very patient. He's going to be watchful, and he will make use of those bat deliveries and put them away to the boundary. He's on 26 from 72 deliveries, yes, but he's not going to throw away his wicket carelessly.
And so far in this year's championship, he has shown great potential with the bat, but in a lot of deliveries, batting time. This is what the Scorpions need. Pleasant looking drive down to mid-on this time by Rama Lewis. Rama Lewis playing his first game for the season for the Scorpions. Picked up 4 very important wickets to his name in the first innings. This time he's hitting the ball. Oh, for mid-wicket it goes into the Kingston Cricket Club for 6. What a way to unleash here at Sabina Park by Rama Lewis. He's up to 10. And the Scorpions up to 150, Kimmy. 150 for loss of 8.
Yeah, that was a good stroke from Lewis.
Very positive cricketer is Rama Lewis. So the lead of 140 now, Kimmy. Earlier spoke with Blackwood, he said he want a lead of over 180 to 200. But if Rama Lewis and Abhijit Mansingh can put on 50 or 60 run partnership, Kimmy, it would be reachable for the Scorpions. So far, Abhijit Mansingh is very good at the wicket.
Yeah, as I had said to Chris, if they can get to 230 or more, of a 230 lead or more, that would be good for them. Currently they're at 140 now. This is a 16 runs partnership between Lewis and Mansingh.
So at the completion of another over, 150 for the loss 8. The Scorpions at Sabina Park. This 5th round encounter. Leeward Islands in second in this West Indies Regional Championship. Of course, the Scorpions just behind will want to get maximum points out of this game. So for the batting of the Scorpions, haven't been firing together. See runs been scored by the Scorpion in Patty Skimmy. Carlos Brown looks very good in the first innings. He got his career best of 80. After that, haven't seen anybody putting up their hands and getting big scores. Chadwick Walton scored the only century for the Scorpion this season.
Yeah, that was
a big century as well.
Yeah, 163.
And that was in the second round as well. So just Ramin Morris and Carlos Brown getting half centuries. Abby J got in one as well.
Yeah.
So I think the batters from the Scorpions need to get some hundreds.
And they can get it, you know, but the thing is they just need to apply themselves. And if Mansing here, we know his potential. We know that Lewis can bat as well. They have a day and a half to go.
Well, Mansing goes over mid-off this time. Picks up yet another boundary. Good batting here by Abhijay Mansing. He's up to 30. 154 for loss of 8, the Scorpions. Good timing. Doran on this occasion was giving the ball too much here, and Mansing was quick to pounce upon us. Just came on the front foot and elevate that ball over mid-off.
Yeah,
one bounce into the mid-off boundary for 4.
He played it well. The elbow was up. He was in total control of that shot. And that's good cricket. Not trying to go for the big shot again. It's good cricket there from Mansing.
This is why spending time at the wicket is very crucial. Abhijay Mansing spending time at the wicket, and once a bad ball presents itself, Kimmy, he's quick to pounce upon it, and this is good for the Scorpions. This one was slower through the air. Spin very sharply away from Mansing to complete over number 48 at 154 for the loss of 8.
Just 15 extras from the bowlers though.
Well, Scorpion inching closer to a 150 lead, just 6 runs away, Kimmy.
Indeed.
But if you look at the Barbados Pride batters so far, Craig Bradley scoring 100. You have Jonathan Jake score 100 as well.
Yep.
And the Centurion in the first round, Kevin Wickham getting 100 as well. So it goes to show over the region, players getting centuries. You look at our Leeward Island Hurricane. Mikhail Lewis scoring 100 in both innings in round 3. And of course, Kieran Powell as well.
Got 114.
So it goes to show.
You can even mention Kevin Sinclair. He did well, Pinnock.
Good. And Kevin Sinclair scored 100 on debut for the West Indies in Test cricket. So there are some youngsters out there, but he's performing.
It is Colin Archibald who has been introduced in the attack here.
Colin Archibald picked up 2 wickets in the first innings as well. 2 important wickets it was as well. I think yesterday Andrew Chang was saying, I think Archibald was the man that should be bowling in front of Osheen Thomas, because he's bowled pretty well in the first innings to restrict the Scorpions as well.
Yeah, he had picked up the wickets of Brandon King and Pete Salmon.
2 important wickets was that, Kimmy.
Yes.
Of course, So for getting the ball to shape back into the right-handed Ramal Lewis. And Ramal Lewis playing his first game for the season. Looks totally in command at the moment, Kimmy.
Yes.
Why not when you picked up 4 wickets?
Yeah, for 80 runs from 17.3 overs. If you work out that, it would be at least 4.57 runs and over. So good figure there, Pinnock, in a regional game.
Excellent figures. So far, Colin Archibald, bang on target first 3 deliveries to Ramal Lewis. If these 2 batters from the Scorpions can form a partnership here, get the lead over 200-220, would be a game on here at Sabina Park, entering day 4.
Yes, definitely.
Another thing that to Ramal Lewis, take him up to 11 and take the Scorpions up to 155 for a loss of 8 here at Sabina Park.
And that is what is needed, though. The partnerships is very important. It is really needed for them.
If in an innings you can get, if it's even now, 1 partnership over 100 Kimmy, but we're very important for that batting unit as well.
Mansing, he's well set at the crease now. He's on 30 from 78 deliveries. Lewis, who is on 11 from 17 deliveries. The partnership is consists of 21 runs from 36 deliveries. A lead of 145 runs.
Ramal Antwin Lewis, the man from Westmoreland, batting well as well. 27 years of age. Neatly tucked in the onside this time by Abhijay Mansing to complete his 31st run. That completes over number 49 with the Scorpions 156 Kimmy for a loss of 8.
So now we see where Kirk and Abhijay Mansing, they are the top scorers. Mackenzie had faced 83 deliveries for 33 runs. Now Mansing is on 31 from 80 deliveries.
Well, Durham will be continuing. It's Daniel Durham. He'll be bowling to Abhijay Mansing. Just 1 half century so far in this West Indies Regional Championship for 2024. Got in a lot of starts so far, Kimmy. So far, Ramal Lewis looking to spend some time at the wicket for the Scorpions. You realize with Daniel Durham, he's varying his pace a lot here on this wicket, getting the ball to spin slowly, Kimmy.
Saw where Abhijay Mansing, he was put down by Daniel Durham a couple overs ago. He had a chance of a cotton bowl there. And I'm sure that Abhijay Mansing is going to make use of that chance.
So far so good for Abhijay Mansing. He's still at the wicket.
Yes.
And that's a plus for the Scorpions as well. With a lead of 146. They'll want to make it 246, Kimmy. Pleasant drive this time down to me down a quick single. And well executed as well. Another run to Abhijay Mansing, who's up to 32.
And And as the phrase in Jamaica says, that one cocoa full basket. And if they can get those ones and twos without losing another wicket, they can get to that 230 mark, as
And
you
of
said, that
course,
Blackwood is looking for.
and that basket of theirs, Kimmy, will be overflowed as well with deliveries like that from Daniel Durham. The off spinners of the Scorpions will be licking their lips at the completion of the 50th over at 157 for the loss of 8. So 11:33 here in Kingston, Jamaica, approaching the first session of the morning on day 3 of this West Indies Regional Championship. As you can see, some security guards enjoying the game of cricket here at Spina Park, and why not? It's a pleasant Friday morning, Kimmy. Spina Park, the home of cricket.
Yeah, 50 overs gone. They have a lead of 147 runs, 8 wickets down.
Well, Archibald will be continuing. And so far, Abhijit Mansingh putting on tremendous fight here at Spina Park on day 3 for the Scorpions.
And looking, they're still maintaining a 3-point something run rate here. It hasn't dropped since the start of the day. Thus, wicket is a factor for them.
Yes, so far, you mentioned dropped. 4 wickets dropped for the Scorpions. Excellent work by the wicketkeeper Jamar Hamilton to save a single. This time, Colin Archibald was just guilty and strained on the line of the leg stump, but lucky enough. Excellent work by the wicketkeeper. So far this morning, the Hurricanes doing an outstanding job with the ball. Picked up 4 wickets this morning. Scorpion looking to on day 3. These 2 batters in the middle of the Scorpions. Looks very good thus far. In particular, Abhijit Mansingh faced 87 deliveries so far, unbothered, and he's looking for his second half century for this season. Not having one of the best seasons is Abhijit Mansingh. Will want to make amends here in this the day 3 action from Spina Park. Low shot this time by Abhijit Mansingh outside the off stump. Lucky enough, didn't get any head through to the wicketkeeper Hamilton. Kimberly Forbes in our commentary box, enjoying himself a lot here, enjoying the moment. He was saying to me this morning that he missed Andrew Chang. Andrew Chang not here today, but one of the greatest in the business is here. Christopher Taylor. Excellent start this morning by the Hurricanes. So far in this spell, Archibald on the money so far. Picked up from where his captain left off this morning.
Yeah.
And that's O'Shane Thomas brother is included in the Jamaican Scorpions training squad as well. So it's good to see the Thomas being included in the regional cricket as well.
Yes.
Unfortunately, O'Shane Thomas is now playing for the Hurricanes, and his brother is in the Scorpions training squad at the completion of the 51st, 157 for the loss of 8.
Abhijayman Singh, he's on 32 from 90 deliveries. Ramal Lewis is on 11 from 19. They have a lead of 147 runs.
Well, the Hurricanes desperate to get these last remaining wickets for the Scorpions. So far, Ramal Lewis faced the 20 deliveries for his 11 runs. Abhijay Mansingh 32, 90 deliveries. Doing an outstanding job for the Scorpions at the moment.
What I'm noticing here, though, Pinnock, is the different approach in this innings from Ramal Lewis. He's very watchful. He's going to make use of the bad deliveries, which is good.
Yeah, what he does is Ramal Lewis play within his strength. He's very powerful when he plays that sweep shot. So he's waiting on his deliveries, and that is good of Ramal Lewis as well. Playing the situation as well.
If you can remember in the first innings, I think he had faced about 4 or 5 deliveries, but he was dismissed for 6 runs after getting that 6 off the bowling of Cornwall, and was going for that sweep shot. He was bowled, and now he has faced 24 deliveries. He's on 11. And nothing is wrong with the deliveries. They just don't want to throw your wicket away.
Occupation, as you mentioned, Kimmy, is definitely what the Scorpion batters needed. It's just trying to turn that ball in the onside on a leaning edge, just dropping short of the diving Mikhail Louis there. Short cover at the completion of the 52nd. It's a maiden at 157 for the loss of 8.
You can see the body language of Hamilton. He's upset. He said, I told you to come up a little bit more.
Hamilton very enthused about the game of cricket, loves his cricket. Remember back in 2006 at the West Indies under 15 Clico competition, he was also awarded the best wicketkeeper in that tournament as well. Played a few test games for the West Indies as well, and he's been dominant in regional cricket as well, all format. He was also the captain at one point for the Hurricanes. Asari Chovis as well, and now the big Rakim Cornwall is now the captain. So it's good to see the Hurricanes rotating their leadership as well.
Yeah, just had a glimpse of Dean Smith, who is walking across the field.
That's a big Jamaica and West Indies all-rounder, Dean Smith. Fitness trainer Anthony Keppel doing some work with Smith, getting him back in shape as well, and that is good to see. Brad Barnes is also in as well. Good delivery. It's good to see Brad Barnes still around the Scorpion setup as well, Kimmy.
Yes.
Working on his fitness. Some gentlemen there on the top of Kingston Cricket Club stand, having a chat. Maybe they're discussing the Scorpions and the Hurricanes. Bad line delivery, well take by Hamilton. Striving for too much pace. This time around was Colin Archibald. None for two so far into his third over, Kimmy.
Yep. And I think that the Hurricanes, they'd want to go a little deeper to see if they can get a wicket before lunch. But the Jamaica Scorpions, they would want to go to lunch without losing another wicket.
I guess they'll want to get these last two remaining wickets, Kimmy, before lunch. And with 16 minutes before lunch, you definitely want to wrap up the Scorpion innings as well.
It's the first time I'm seeing the current run rate being dropped to 2.
Scorpions looking to rebuild a partnership, Kimmy. Occupying the crease is what these two right-handers is doing at the moment. Last 3 deliveries in this overs from Archibald down the leg side.
We're seeing a pretty decent number of supporters here. Some are mainly on this side where we are, the grandstand, and some are on the other side at the George Etley stands. We've seen the under the 15 squad.
Good slow delivery to complete over number 53 at 157 for the loss of 8. Another maiden coming in from Colin Archibald. Lovely breeze blowing across Sabina Park here, Kimmy.
Yes.
Talking about the sunshine, it's a glorious sunshine here at Sabina Park as well. As I mentioned, not a lot of spectators here at Sabina Park. Few numbers,
Yep.
but giving the Scorpions support though. Can hear some of the spectators getting wild at the Scorpion batters as well. They are in the game as well, Kimmy. And why not? With the Scorpions playing at home advantage. Still have spectators in tune in this cricket. Well, Rama Lewis goes straight, and it goes over long on for 6. Big shot coming in from Rama Lewis, top class shot, showing that he's waiting on his strokes, Kimmy.
Yeah, that's a colossal 6. And it was asked to be hit. He had the room, he had everything. Well, the lead of 153 runs now.
Rama Lewis opening the shuttles. Telling you, Kim, he's just waiting on his strength.
Yeah.
30-run partnership comes up from 64 deliveries. Very important partnership for the Scorpions as well. And out of that 50 partnership, Rama Lewis scoring 18. 30 partnership, Rama Lewis scoring 18 out of that. This time, is it straight? Will the catch be taken? Is it gone all the way for 6? Yes, it is. RBJ Mansing breaking loose here at Sabina Park. Tremendous timing there, Kimi.
Yes, indeed. Gets it quite well, and that's 13 runs from the over. And you can hear every applaud coming from downstairs to show their appreciation for those runs. It is needed. It's 160 now. That's the lead the Scorpions have. Abjai Man Singh is on 38.
High
And
enough
that's a
is
dot to end the 54th over. 170 runs, 8 wickets down.
just 40 runs away from a 200 lead here. Good little partnership building between these two batters at the middle. 36 partnerships so far. Good to see Abhijay Mansingh breaking shuttles at Spina Park, and also Ramal Lewis playing his first game for the season. Did very well with the ball, and now doing a fantastic job with the bat for the Scorpions. He's not out 18 from 28 deliveries.
Well, the current run rate goes back up to 3.15 after that 13 runs coming from the over. Take some edge just to for a slip there.
Very economical bowling performance so far by Colin Archibald. Into his fourth over, 2 maidens in it so far. None for 2. 2 batters in the middle, Kimmy, putting their hands up for the Scorpions.
Yep.
Already 36 partnerships so far. And 36 valuable runs to the Scorpions as well. Rama Lewis, just the hands going. Now transfer of the body close to that delivery. Missing out there. It was short and wide as well, Kimmy. Can smell some food behind our commentary box as well, Kimmy. Showing signs that lunch is very close here at Sabina Park on day 3.
Yeah, just 10 minutes away.
Good delivery this time by Archibald, coming back into the right-handed Ramal Lewis. No harm done though. Good cricket being played here this morning. Can see the big fast bowler in O'Shane Thomas getting loose here. So he was going to bowl a 1 over before a lunch break on day 3. So far, the Hurricanes, Kimmy, picked up 4 wickets this morning, and 4 very important wickets. Well said, Kurt McKenzie was dismissed this morning. Was legged before by Captain Raheem Cornwall. He made 33. And of course, Pete Summon was bowled by Jeremiah Louis.
And then they had that run out. And what I notice here though, Pinnock, with Ramal Lewis and Abjai Mansingh, they understand the assignment, that they know that 8 wickets are already down. And for them to get a good total on the board, at least 230 or more, they will have to settle and bat well too, not to bat carelessly and throw away their wickets like we saw earlier from some of the batters.
And of course, Kimmy, this day 3 and day 4 wicket batting last. Not going to be easy here at Sabina Park, as a pleasant drive comes up from Ramal Lewis, what can't beat that fielder at cover to complete the 55th. at 170 for loss of 8. So Abhijit Mansingh is 12 runs away from his second half century of this season. Has gotten starts though, Kimmy. Gotten a few starts, but just not capitalizing as we mentioned earlier. But so far, Ramal Lewis playing an all-round performance for the Scorpions this game.
Yes. At a time when it's really needed.
And necessary as well.
Yes.
Good partnership building as well. So earlier we were saying O'Shane Thomas was getting loose. Well, he's back in the attack, but this time around he's coming from his favorite end where he started yesterday, Michael Olin, and he will be bowling to Abhijit Mansingh. This one is forced out to deep backward point. The crosser one, and all day will get excellent work coming in from Jeremiah Louis. As the 171st run comes up for the Scorpions. If you look at the field now for Ramal Antwin Lewis, there's a deep backward square leg going back on the boundary, and also a man at the deep backward point boundary. Peaton looking to force the issue this time around. It's Ramal Lewis. Ramal Lewis played West Indies youth cricket as well. He was also the captain for that West Indies under 19 team. And since then was under the radar. Played for Guyana RP Eagles as well. Good to see him getting a look in the Scorpion setup as well, getting his first game and really showing why he wants to be in this organization. So far for his 36 deliveries for his 18 runs. Buying time at the wicket for the Scorpions. 37 run partnership so far. At his approach 4 minutes to 12 o'clock here in Kingston, Jamaica. Minding our viewers, this is the West Indies Regional Championship 2024 action, round 5 from Sabina Park. It's the Scorpions against the Hurricanes. Hurricanes sit at second this year's competition. And of course the Scorpions started this round in 6th place, Kimmy. Barbados Pride coming back in this competition. Good single, good cricket. Excellent cricket here by the Scorpions. Ramal Lewis saw the opportunity and just played with soft hands to the offside and called through Abhijit Mansingh for an easy single. This is good cricket of the Scorpions.
Yeah, and that single takes the partnership to 38 from 78 deliveries. A lead of 162 runs. And I can tell you what just the conversation was just about is to encourage each other to bat on. It's almost lunch. The over comes to an end, a dot to end the over. 56 overs gone. The score is 172 for 8.
Indeed, Kimmy. Scorpions fighting back here on day 3. Courtesy of Abby J. Mansing, 39 from 101 deliveries. So Abby J. Mansing, Kimmy, facing over 100 deliveries once more. That's a plus for the Scorpions. Rama Lewis, 38 deliveries. Just 2 minutes away from the lunch break interval. And this should be the final over of this morning session on day 3. Colin Archibald is the man that will bowl the final over before lunch. You realize, Kimmy, since this partnership started to build, the Hurricanes goes very flat as how the wicket is here in Sabina Park.
Yeah, they were so energized about for the first 25 minutes or so of the game. And I can tell you that these two, they are well set now.
Well, don't take anything away from Rama Lewis and Abhijay Mansing. They really stood tall and bad for the Scorpion after they lost 4 wickets this morning.
Yes. With a lead of 162, with just let's say about 2 minutes to go before lunch. And after lunch, they want to come back and start the innings over and continue on the path that they are on now. And if they can get over the 230, 250 mark, then we'll have a match here. If the bowlers can come and apply themselves like what they did in the first innings, we saw where Pete picked up 5 wickets for 50 runs and Ramal Lewis picked up 4 for 80 runs. And just that wicket from Derval Green.
Rama Lewis so far looks very easy in the eye, Kimmy. Looks into this bottle like he want to deliver. As I mentioned earlier, Kimmy, he's 2 in the middle, doing an outstanding job so far. And you say 230, 250, Kimmy, that means these 2 batters will get off centuries to Scorpions or to match that total as well. This one is squeezed down to the backward point region by Lewis. Just another single.
Yeah, and to get those half centuries, it's not impossible. They'll just have to continue on the path that they're on and getting their 1s and 2s, and if the boundary is there, they go for it. They have a day and a half to go.
Archibald looking wicked, but haven't been able to break this partnership into his 5th over, none for 2, including 3 meters on the third as well.
Yeah, he's bowling well. And just to show you that these 2, they are batting sensible at the crease. They don't mind not getting a run from Archibald. They're scoring from different bowlers. the ball bowling some decent line and length. And that's the end of the over. That's it. For now, it's lunchtime, says the umpire. The Jamaica Scorpions are at 173 for 8 with a lead of 163 runs. Pinnock, your final word?
A session where 114 runs were scored by the Scorpions, but of course the Hurricanes, they picked up 4 wickets as well. So all in all, it's a good battle here at Sabina Park on day 3. So we'll take a break and we're back in 40 minutes after the lunch break.
Yep, we're ready to go here at Sabina Park yet again, post-lunch session in the West Indies 4-day championships. And Jamaica resume on 173 for 8 with a lead of 163, 2 wickets still in hand, and a good little partnership resonating between Abhijay Mansingh on 39 and Ramal Lewis, who is not out on 20. Marlon Pinnock here with me in the commentary box as well, and Marlon, Jamaica will be hoping that they can pick up where they left off at the end of the session, building that partnership. They'll want to settle down again and see if they can get that total, that lead, as close to 200 as possible.
Definitely. I know Shane Thomas is the man starting procedures for the Hurricane as well. Coming from his end, where he started yesterday.
Not at his fastest, Shane Thomas, throughout the duration, but coming down at still a pretty good chip. Generally on and around an off-stump line, just short of a length.
Getting some.
Hasn't looked like he's worried the Jamaican batsmen a lot, though.
Not at all.
Not much lateral movement off the wicket either. First ball of the post-lunch session, and it will be a single for Ramal Lewis. So just like that, the Scorpions underway yet again against a tough Leeward Islands Hurricane team who've really been doing well. Have been going from strength to strength over the last couple of years, and when you look at the seasons of the Leeward Islands Hurricanes, they themselves would probably admit that at times they have started off the championships in a strong manner and then fallen away towards the back end and not necessarily finished where they would have wanted. But this season, a lot of seasoned cricketers in their team now, and they seem to be putting forward consecutive performances of note. I think for their franchise, that's good to see. Shane Thomas, obviously an outside player, a Jamaican who has joined this squad, but just generally, as I said, there's a good understanding amongst this team now. They've been together for some time, and even a young player like, say, a Casey Carty would be younger than a lot of the others. He's been in this setup for quite some time now, experience at the West Indies level, and so their team really coming together nicely. They're second in the table at the moment.
And Justin Greaves, who also got an half century in the first innings for the Hurricanes as well.
Yeah, Justin
in the
Greaves.
West Indies squad as an all-rounder.
Yeah, talented cricketer Justin Greaves from Barbados, and was injured a couple of years ago. Bad injury had put him out for a couple of seasons. It's good to see that he's come back with a bang. Not necessarily initially chosen by the Bajans, but good to see him go into the franchise setup and gobbled up, as they would say, by the Leeward Islands team and getting on amongst the runs as well.
Well, he did pretty well last year in the Super 50, hence why he was selected in the West Indies team as well.
Part of the West Indies unit, and that would have done him a lot of good. Not necessarily all the scores you would have wanted, but the experience of playing at that level against the best team in the world right now.
So far so good by these two players in the middle for the Scorpions.
And Abhijay Mansingh has shown yet again, puts a big price on his wicket, willing to bat a lot of balls, spend time at the crease, do the hard yards. Over 100 balls he's batted so far. Yes, he only has 40, but it has given the Scorpions a chance to build yet another partnership once another player can stay with him. Did get a chance when he was on 12, was it?
The important thing,
yeah, return catch.
He's spending time at the wicket, and that is very crucial for the Scorpions.
As you would have heard famously from your days, even at schoolboy level, you can't make runs in the pavilion.
Indeed.
So, and a lot of these Scorpion batsmen guilty of giving away their wicket a little bit too easily throughout the course of both innings. This partnership already yielding 42 runs?
42 runs from 90 deliveries. Application so far by these two batters from the Scorpions.
Thomas again, short of a length, standing up tall is Mansingh.
He completes the first over after the lunch break at 176 for the loss of 8, the Scorpions. And this is round 5 action in the West Indies Regional Championship, coming to you live from Sabina Park. beautiful afternoon here at Sabina Park as well.
Yeah, nice blue skies, not much cloud cover. The wind has picked up a little. I think the players will appreciate that, but it's still pretty hot. The humidity not as high as probably this morning, but it is still quite hot. But I can tell you, generally with the open environment of Sabina Park, when that breeze does come across, it takes a load off of you.
Indeed. Daniel Durham will be.
He switched ends.
Yes, indeed. Taking up bottle from our commentary box in. That's the Courtney Wall, Jenny.
Daniel Durham. No wickets from his 13 overs. He's conceded some 41 runs so far. Not much joy, and both batsmen were handling him pretty well from the Michael Holding end. So I think skipper Rakeem Cornwall has decided, well, look, let's change it around. Probably with this cross breeze as well, it will push the ball into the right-handers.
And of course, this is where he bowled from in the first innings as well. If you're familiar with Sabina Park, he's bowling from the opposite side of the George Edliston end. He's bowling more so from the north end.
That's too short, but it's not well timed.
Excellent feeling though.
Yeah. It's actually Lewis on strike, but pulling away from that instead of
Going
moving
across.
towards it. Yeah. So coming off the toe end of the bat. Does slow up at times this end. When it bounces, does grip and then slow up just a bit.
But this one is a pleasant drive down to long on this time. Growing in confident is Romalu so far.
As I said, this is the 5th round of the West Indies Championships. Windward Islands starting this round on top. The Leewards in 2nd, Jamaica in 3rd. And Guyana dominating the Windward Islands up to this point. They have set them 420 runs to win. Guyana declaring on 24 for 4. Tajnarayan Chandapal bringing up his 8th first class 100.
And his first for the season.
First for the season. And Tevin Imlat bringing up his 2nd first class 100 of his career. Chandapal ending not out. That will be a boundary, the first boundary of the post-lunch session. And Abhijay Mansingh, the recipient, will
Yes,
take him up to
indeed.
46.
It was short, it was wide. Easy pickings for Abhijay Mansingh, who's quick to capitalize for another boundary to him. He's up to 46.
4 deliveries in this over, and 3 of them too short for Durham's liking and giving space. This time, the first time that they're really capitalizing properly. And Mansingh always good with that late cut dab.
Good
Likes
through
it short outside the off stump. Favors that shot. Whatever he chooses to do, whether late or in front of point.
Helps to drive the ball as well.
Yeah.
But in
Does have an
fact,
extra cover drive about him.
remember Abhijay Mansingh playing for Campion as well. And Brandon King.
Yeah, both coming up in similar eras. King a little older. And both playing from, I would say, a young age of 10 from their first form. They were very much involved. At the time, Brandon King was pretty small in stature. He's grown a lot since then. He comes from a tall family, Brandon King. So 6-footers generally in his family. So it's no surprise that he had that late growth spurt. But when he first came in, he was a bit of a shrimp.
Well, this time Abhijay Mansingh dabs this one down to third man once more. Will it have the wings to get to the boundary? No, it won't. Just pull back inside, and they are back for the third. Excellent running by the Scorpions.
Yeah, Ramal Lewis known for his running between the wickets as well. Very quick, brilliant fielder is Ramal Lewis. And so once it was him coming back to the danger end, you always thought that three was on the cards.
As the 50th partnership comes up between Ramal Lewis and Abhijay Mansingh, well played by these two youngsters in the middle for the Scorpions.
Yeah, will be a bit of a concern for the Hurricanes as well. This is what they wanted to prevent. They would have wanted to wrap up this innings by the lunchtime period. Wasn't to be. And Jamaica have picked up where they left off just before the break. Good run scoring, rotation of the strike, and getting a hold of these Leeward Islands Hurricane bowlers.
And of course the lead stretches up to 174. Very important runs for the Scorpion as well.
Yeah, don't think that Mansingh total is actually correct, because he went to the break at 39 and he scored a boundary. So he would be at least 43, and he did dab 3 runs other than that as well. So he should be up to, I think, at least 46, Abhijay Mansingh, but that score will be corrected soon.
Oshane Thomas is the man continuing as well.
The other match going on is between the combined campuses and the West Indies Academy. The West Indies Academy, 175 for 4. They actually have a lead of 244 now. So building a good total to set for the college, for the CCC team. And yeah, work to be done. Work to be done for CCC. They'll have to bat well in that second innings if they're going to avoid defeat. And still 5 wickets in hand. Actually, the 5th wicket has gone down for the CCC. Teddy Bishop is still there, not out on 67. Talented youngster from the Windward Islands.
Very talented.
Teddy Bishop hasn't really found his best form in the championship so far.
Not at
But
all.
good to see him getting a half century and maybe more.
So Abhijay Mansingh eyeing up his second half century for this West Indies Regional Championship season for 2024.
High score was what? 52? 52 earlier this season for Mansingh.
So far so good for Scorpions though. 2 batters came together, doing just for the Scorpions, putting on a real show here at Sabina Park.
Not a tear-away pitch by any means, this strip here at Sabina Park. What you do put in is what you'll get out, but not a tear-away pitch. Good consistent bounce, I would say moderate pace. And even though Oshane Thomas usually comes down at a good clip, there's not much lateral movement for him. There is a bit of swing, especially with the new ball. And when the wind does pick up, right now the wind will be coming from leg to off for Abhijay Mansingh from that end. So a bit of a way swing if Oshane Thomas can exploit it, but we haven't seen much so far.
Well, this time he's straying on the leg stump. Abhijay Mansingh tucked that ball into the onside for a single.
Wanted 2, but that was never on the cards for Mansingh.
Excellent recoming from that fielder coming from Midon to prevent a second run to Mansingh.
He now inching up to 174. Do you remember the senior players in the team and Jeremy Blackwood as well saying that they would love the at least 180 or more. Majority of the contribution from Mansingh so far, 27 of the 50 runs, 99 deliveries. A bit slow but expected with Mansingh at the crease. Not the quickest scorer, but again always willing to turn over the stride. There he goes again. There's a bit of a hesitation again from, well, this time it was from Ramal Lewis.
And deliberately played into the offside. And this is good cricket being played here by the Scorpions as well.
Yeah, there you see the score rectified now. So Mansingh actually up to 48. Ramal Lewis is on 24. Ramal Lewis's first game of the season.
He's making full use of it.
He
Here's a
just
shot of the George Edliston here at Spina Park. Beautiful skies behind it as well. Clear skies.
protects the ground from the wind coming off the Kingston Harbour, you would say.
Yes, indeed.
Yeah, it backs on, the back of it is towards the Kingston Harbour, George Headley stand. So when you're actually in the George Headley stand, it can be quite hot at times because you're not getting the same airflow because it's back, well, versus the north stand, which we're a part of, where it welcomes the breeze. The breeze is coming. In fact, sometimes it can feel like air conditioning depending on where you're sitting.
Hence why
in the
most
north stand.
spectators like to sit
in the
here
north
in the north stand as well.
Didn't exist as a youngster when I was coming to watch cricket. There was always a George Headley, and I knew that you'd have to wipe your brows quite a bit.
Always have your rug in your pocket.
Yeah, always well packed too. Back in the 80s, where first class cricket was so well supported. In fact, you had to get your tickets well ahead of time or it would have been sold out.
Buster cricket
It
as
was a
well.
real occasion. You come with your lunch and snacks, and
I remember
even
watching.
if you came as strangers, you leave as friends, generally in the stands.
I remember watching cricket when Greaves was playing for Jamaica, bowling his half spin as well.
Yeah,
I was pretty young at that time.
that's not so long ago. Durham again, that's a better length from Durham. Previous over just way too short, but I think that's asking better questions. And then with the added flight, allows that nice breeze to bring the ball into the right-handers, and then his natural spin will take it away. So he'll be hoping to exploit that.
And that's what he do best. Varied his deliveries a lot. Remember in that Super 50 last year against the Scorpions, he picked up 7 wickets. The order of the day for him in that game was just his variation. So he's very good at that.
I think what the skipper Rakeem Cornwall will want as well, especially in this period, is just for them to start to build pressure yet again. He did that very well with Durham in the middle part of the first session, and just starting a little bit loose, I would say, post lunch, giving a lot of scoring opportunities, and he'll want to build pressure again, force the Jamaicans into a loose trot. Mansingh doesn't make many of them, so he'll be hoping maybe Ramal Lewis tries to get over aggressive and gives an opportunity.
If you look so far, this 9th wicket partnership worth over 50 runs. It goes to show the fight of the Scorpions low order batting so far.
Yeah, which is evident right throughout. You think of even the last game, they looked like they were down and out at one stage. They were 80 odd for 5, 90 for 5. Jamaica eventually got up to the 238, where they said 228, 38.
So the lower order
Coming
over
to
the
party.
years for the Scorpions,
Well,
always fire.
Yeah, that is true.
Okay, look at Derval Green over the years for the Scorpions. Very vital.
And if you even want to go further back, when Jamaica had their 5 titles in a row, a lot of lower order batting took place at those times as well. I mean, obviously the spin bowling pair of Nikita Miller and Nadine Brown were a big deal. Many matches they won, the two of them. But apart from that, the lower order a lot of times came to the party to score valuable runs. David Bernard Jr. would hold the middle order at times, or Dean Brown,
Even
with
Nikita
many
Miller.
and Nikita Miller as well, with important half centuries. Both of them have quite a few half centuries under their belt between the two, and a lot of times they would be batting between 8 and 11. So same coach Andrew Richardson was a part of that unit as well. In fact, both himself and Nikita Miller would have played together for years. Andrew Richardson would have been the main fast bowler at the time.
And he played for long periods as well.
Yeah. And still, even himself, not necessarily the same amount of runs as, let's say, a Nikita Miller or Brown, but would still come in and be a hard player to dislodge at times, getting useful runs. So in any team, it's essential. Gone are the days where fast bowlers are just picked to bowl and you say, well, you don't really expect them to make any runs. No, right throughout the international game, all bowlers, everyone looking to improve their batting and be useful and build partnerships, even at the back end.
Talking about Jamaican cricket, remember our spinner used to play for Jamaica, Bevan Brown.
Was in
Couldn't
that
spin
era
without
as
Dean
well.
Brown.
Yeah, Bevan would have played with Adine under Tamara Lambert and all of them in that same St. Catherine Cricket Club team. In fact, one of those games you spoke about earlier at Chedwin Park, Bevan Brown was there, came on a couple of days to support. Good to see him pass through the cricket and take an eye at the new look team. In fact, Jamaica wasn't even playing at Chedwin Park, and yet he was there just to support the cricket, be a part of the club, give back to the game. Good to see many players around the region. We've seen that in different capacities,
Tamar
giving back to
Lambert,
the game, supporting, coaching, in administration.
most successful captain for the Jamaica as well. It's Tamar Lambert.
Even look at same Cricket West Indies now that are running this championship. Good boundary that for Abhijay Mansingh off the back foot, just punching that. That was a pleasant stroke for Shane Thomas, and that brings up the second half century of the season for Abhijay Mansingh, moves him up to 52, and that was probably the best of the shots he's played so far. Just got up on his toes onto the back foot from Shane Thomas, too short outside the off stump, and Mansingh pleasantly played it through the offside.
And a fantastic innings as well.
Yeah, all timing there from Mansingh.
Came to the crease when the Scorpions were in a spot of bother this morning. He batted like a master, a man possessed, and hence why he picks up his second half-century, Chris, as I mentioned, of the season so far for the Scorpions.
Yeah, good batting from Mansingh.
He scored! So after his half-century, the very next delivery, a loose shot outside the half-stump, and Shane Thomas picks up his second, and Abhijay Mansingh goes caught by the wicketkeeper Hamilton for a well-played 53.
Yeah, well, Mansingh giving it away. Short outside the off-stump. The shot was on, but didn't make the best connection. Looking to go over the slip region, looking to uppercut that over gully. Abhijay Mansingh played a little bit late, maybe slightly beaten for pace. And yeah, a simple catch in the end taken by Jamar Hamilton, and that will be disappointing from Mansingh's perspective. Yes, he brought up the half century, but to get out the very next delivery from a real bad delivery that should have been put away, that would be disappointing for the Scorpions. Their lead, well, just 182. They have gotten over that 180 just. Not saying it will be the easiest total for the Leeward Island Hurricanes, but I think the Scorpions will want a bit more than that. And Jay Shields comes in.
And a timely wicket as well for Shane Thomas, his second of the game so far. And a very important wicket for him as well. The well set Abhijay Mansingh.
Shane Thomas will be hoping that he has one delivery left in this over if he can dislodge Thomas, not known for his batting shields. And can he make this delivery count? And how much runs can Ramal Lewis come up with Ajay Shields at the other end that at times does have a rush of blood? So, yeah, the big fast bowler.
So far, Ramal Lewis playing within his strength. But now that the Scorpions just have one wicket in hand, what will be the next option for Ramal Lewis?
So Abhijay Mansingh caught Jamar Hamilton, bowler Shane Thomas for 52 from 121 deliveries. He hit 7 fours and 1 6. But unfortunately, couldn't continue. The very next ball after bringing up his half century, caught behind, looking to uppercut that delivery. And the second wicket for Shane Thomas. One delivery to go. Ooh. I tell you, that just missed the off stump by a whisker. Shields was late. In fact, Shields checks to make sure the bail is fully in place. I don't think Thomas can believe that missed the stump.
But him himself, Ajay Shields, is a fast bowler as well, very quick. In fact, if he's not the quickest in this tournament, he is among the quickest.
Certainly among the quickest. Unfortunately, we don't have any of the speed guns in this championship to really clock it, but both himself and Thomas would be up there.
So that's the father of Abhijay Mansingh as well.
Right of screen, Akshay Mansingh, Dr. Akshay Mansingh.
Giving support to the Scorpions as well as his son.
Has been part of the medical staff at the Cricket West Indies level as well for quite some time. In fact, headed it
And
as well, sitting in the Kingston cricket stand.
cricket club stand as
Yeah.
well. They are known for 50 so far to his 16th over.
Yeah, I think Lewis is going to go after it now. You won't take more than 2. I don't think. He's probably going to make it all the way to the boundary.
Yes, it does.
The closest fielder is actually at square leg, an orthodox deep square leg, and that went down to fine leg. There was no way he was going to get to it, so 4 runs.
Well, the only way he could have got to that is left the ball stops.
Yeah, the ball would have needed Needed a pair of disc brakes, disc pads on that to bring it to one halt. But 4 big runs for Ramal Lewis takes him up to 30. That one off the inside edge. I think at this stage he's probably going to go for it a bit. Yeah, still at this end you see where the ball slows up in the pitch.
You realize the Hurricanes, a wide open space on the field, everybody deep for Roman Lewis. He goes
Gone
high
right
in the air.
This
Will-
should be out. This should be out.
He's
It is
gone.
out. Yeah. That's the end of the Scorpions. Ramal Lewis looking to slog sweep the ball over mid-wicket. Hits it high in the sky. And an easy catch taken in the end. To
By
make out who was
Mikhail Lewis.
Louis, the man taking the catch. And Durham picks up his first wicket of the innings. The Scorpions all out for 196, an overall lead of 186 runs. And I think the Leeward Island Hurricanes will be pretty happy with that. It won't be an easy chase, but keeping the Jamaicans under 200, a big deal I'm sure for the Hurricanes. Their second innings coming up, 196 for 9. Ramal Lewis caught after bowling off Durham for 30. O.J. Shields not troubling the scorers, he's not out on naught. And a 10-minute break, and the Leeward Islands to chase 186 for victory. Welcome back to Sabina Park. So the Leeward Island Hurricanes chasing 187 for victory. 51 overs remaining in day 3. And the Jamaica Scorpions being bundled out for 196. Ramal Lewis, last batsman out for 30 after bowling of Durham. And Jeremiah Lou picking up 3 wickets. Rakeem Cornwall picking up 3, taking his first class tally up to 417 wickets in 87 matches. Amazing record.
Indeed.
For the big Leeward Islands captain, Marlon Pinnock, is still with me. And Marlon, based on what you see from the wicket and the confidence of this Leeward Islands team, who comes into this 4th innings as favourite?
So far, no Devils is in this wicket here at Sabina Park. So once you apply yourself as batters, Chris, it's definitely runs in the wicket for you as well. You see in the first innings, Mackay Louis get a beautiful delivery from Derval Green. Kieran Powell was caught at short leg of the bowling of Ramal Lewis. Ramal Lewis picked up 4 wickets in that innings as well. So starting proceedings here at Sabina Park for the Scorpions, it's going to be Derval Green from the Michael Olin end. And of course, that's the end where he picked up the wicket of Mackay Louis. In the first innings, he was bowled without scoring. And of course, Captain Brandon King starting with 2 slip on a gully, Chris.
Yeah, Derval Green does tend to get a lot of away swing, especially with the new ball. And the wind is going in that direction as well. So he'll be looking to bring the outside edge of Louis into play.
And it tends
Powell is partner, just 2 matches so far this season for Karen Powell.
And he tends to swing the ball away from the right-handers.
Yeah, that's his trademark delivery, for sure. So the Hurricanes need 187 to win. That will be the lowest total we've seen so far in this match. It's been a pretty low-scoring game generally.
Ooh, immediately beating the outside edge of Louis' bat. Good start here by Derval Green, Chris.
Yeah, the Scorpions first innings making 221, then the Leewards replied with 231, and then the Scorpions second innings 196. So 187 won't be an easy feat, but it's well within them. The Leeward Islands, of course, 4th innings, you never know how that may go. The pitch still looks good, good consistent bounce, something in it for with the new ball that's partially stopped by the captain. So Louis will be happy to get off the mark.
And why not? After getting a brute of a delivery in the first innings, now this time around he's quick to go to the non-striker's end as well, getting his first run of the game, and of course the first run for the Hurricanes in the second innings. Brings Kieran Powell in strike.
Yeah, Powell has been around at this level for such a long time. He's played 144 first-class matches. That's a lot of experience. 7,930 runs. His highest score is 139. 10 centuries and 43 half centuries, averaging just about 31 and a half.
But of course he started in the first innings very aggressive. He's known to be aggressive as well.
Yeah, always known to be aggressive. Brought up a century, his 10th century in the last match. Made 114 in the first innings.
Of course,
over the course of his career, though, doesn't do as well in second innings, and that's something that he will be looking at, and the Jamaican Scorpions team will be banking on. Both his scores so far this season coming in the first innings of the games. He made 114 last time out, and in the match before that, 65 in the first innings, and then failed in the second, made only 2.
And in this first innings, made 41.
Yeah. Leewards would want a big performance from him, so experienced. A man who's played 44 test matches as well. 3 centuries at the test level, 7 half centuries, averaging a shade under 26.
Remember one time he was around the West Indies setup, he and John Campbell, in and out.
Dangerous there off the inside edge, and Powell playing away from his body, uncertain. Derval Green asking questions early.
Derval Green always asking questions, Chris. Derval Green have over 100 first-class wickets for the Scorpions as well.
Always want to be asking questions with that new ball.
Just a 1 wicket so far for him in this game as well. Excellent feeling by Captain Brandon King, leading from the front. That's what you want from your captain, setting example for the rest of the team to follow. But pretty decent start so far here by the Scorpions, and more so Derval Green continues to hit good areas. So that completes the first over of the Hurricanes innings at 1 without loss.
Yeah, Powell just watching that go. Himself and Louis. Louis, born in St. Kitts and Nevis. Karen Powell himself is from Nevis.
Both Nevis batter at the wicket at the moment.
Yeah, just 23 years of age, Louis. And a really good start to his career, just in his 5th match, but already has scored 2 centuries from his 8 innings. A highest score of 130, averaging just about 45, 2 centuries and a half century.
And of course that
Very confident player. And
those 2 centuries came in 1 game though.
yeah, but one for the
Centuries in
future.
both innings.
Yeah, century in both innings, immortal as they would say.
And joined some great players who have done that in regional cricket. Devon Shotgun Simmet, who dominated regional cricket for a number of years. Craig Brathwaite, and also Christopher Henry Gale as well.
Some big West Indian names there. Pete Salmon, they have decided to go spin from the Courtney Walsh end as Brandon King and company. Pete Salmon, who picked up 5 wickets in the first innings, on the mark right away.
And Pete Salmon should be very confident. Picked up 5 wickets. Pleasant looking shot down to long on this time by Mikhail Louis. His 2nd run. And the 2nd run for the Hurricanes. Hurricanes require 185 more runs for victory here in the 3rd day of this West Indies Regional Championship here at Spina Park, the home of cricket. Kingston, Jamaica. Beautiful afternoon here at Spina Park as well. Feel the breeze blowing across.
Yeah, the breeze has picked up, hasn't it? That will help to carry the ball away from the left-handed Powell.
And of course, the way how Rakeem Cornwall bowled this morning for the Hurricanes, getting the ball to spin. So of course, Pete Salmon should be thinking, I can get the ball to spin as well. And there's a slip in place as well.
Salmon has already picked up 23 wickets in the championships. He's in the top 10, ranked at 6th right now, leading wicket taker for the Jamaica Scorpions.
And you look at Pete Salmon over the years, always playing domestic cricket, always performing as well.
Yeah, he's picked up his wickets at an average of 22.52, and that's out. Just like that, and it continues for Powell. As we have said, he has struggled generally in 2nd innings of matches, and this time gives his wicket to Pete Salmon, and Leroy Lugg on the boundary takes a simple catch at long on. Disappointment for the former West Indies opening batsman, And the Leeward Islands are now 2 for 1. Pete Salmon strikes yet again.
Poor shot there coming in from Kieran Powell. It's as if he was just being outdone by this delivery from Pete. Someone just choked the ball easily down to that man at the long on area. And the 24th wicket of this West Indies Regional Championship goes to Pete Salmon.
Continues to inch his way up the wicket table. Pete Salmon, 24 in a season, coming back into first class cricket for the Jamaica Scorpions, and he's contributed not only with the ball but with the bat as well. Now a useful part of this team. As I said, leading wicket taker right now, and that was a really poor choice of shot though from Powell, who is not yet he hasn't scored in the second innings yet, and you'd have thought that he would have played himself in, look to get the ball around 182, not a big total. You still have what, half of today to play as well as tomorrow.
Talking about the leading wicket taker, Warrican is now the leading wicket taker with 30 wickets.
Yes, he has taken over from Jeremiah Louis, who has now 29. So Warrican picking up 6 for 61 against the Red Force in completing the victory for the Barbados Pride. But yeah, Powell, such an experienced cricketer now, 34 years of age. He will certainly look back at that and say that I should have done better. What brings Casey Carty to the wicket? Talented batsman, now 27 years of age, was part of that winning under 19 team in 2016 for the West Indies. Has played some 45 matches. He's in his 46th first class match. 2 centuries, 15 half centuries at an average of 26.17. Highest score of 114. Casey Carty.
And a successful over by Pete Salmon, a wicket in it, and a very important wicket as well of Kieran Powell. Casey Carty, you mentioned, Chris scored an half century in the first innings as well.
Played
So
well.
Scorpions will be aware of that as to how to approach Casey Carty. In the first innings, Turval Green had Casey Carty in a lot of bother just outside the fourth stump area. So it's going to be a good contested third day here at Sabina Park.
Casey Carty with 3 half centuries in 7 innings so far this season. And Louis this time facing up, driving outside the off stump. As I said, apart from those 2 centuries for Louis in the same match, back-to-back centuries, he did manage a half century as well. That's always a dangerous shot to play against Turval Green with the new ball, because generally Green gets the ball to move away nicely from the right-hander, and you're always bringing those slips into play. There's a is that a gully, or would you say a forced slip in Kirk McKenzie? Green, well, there's a loud appeal there, and that might have just been shaping down the leg side.
Let's look at the replay here.
Yeah, Green coming in close, and yeah, that was going down the leg side. Let's change
Excellent
it up.
decision.
Smart bowling there from Turval Green. The previous deliveries would have been going away, just getting this one to angle back. And Louis wasn't banking on that, but luckily for him, it was drifting a little bit too much.
Turval Green continues to ask question here at Sabina Park.
Umpire Patrick Gustad wasn't interested on that occasion. Standing in his 51st first class match. In fact, the last one he did with you, Marlon Pinnock, he should have raised his, well, he wouldn't have raised his bat, he would have raised his finger
Half century.
for his half century. Patrick Gustad hails in Clarendon, Sedge Pond to be specific. Senior teacher at the Kempshill High School, has been around a long time. Patrick Gustad now on the international panel of umpires.
Turval Green over the years for the Scorpion with ball has been a top achiever. Always fighting in and out of the team with injuries as well.
Yes, has had a bad knee injury from ever since I've known him. Derval Green obviously was also studying at the GC Foster College at some points where you played. You would have played against him when you were at Mico as well, Pinny.
Played against him at schoolboy cricket as well. He was actually a batter at that time.
Well, his days at GC Foster, he didn't bowl much actually. He always had, well, there's a chance for a run out here, and Louis gets back in the end. But yeah, he always bowled a useful, well, just what you're seeing here, the usual medium pace, but didn't bowl a lot because of that knee injury. Was at times a devastating batsman, though, would really take the game away from his opponents and always had that leadership quality. Has captained Jamaica at the youth level, coming right up Derval Green, so has always had that about him. But yeah, does a lot more. I think well, this is obviously the most he's ever bowled in his career.
But going to St. Elizabeth Technical, he was very good batting at 3, scoring centuries after centuries at the schoolboy level.
Yeah, hasn't had the same level of production as a senior, and even though, as you said, he's shown a lot of innings where he has shown that he has the ability, he doesn't carry on enough, hence he has not even recorded a century. And he's certainly, when you look at his talent and ability, capable of centuries even at this level.
But his batting average is just on the low 30s as well.
Well, in the 20s at
20s.
the first class level, yeah, just about 23 thereabouts. And as I said, he's better than that. Just we were looking at Abhijay Mansing's average as well at 20. He's another player who's better than that. So, but again, it's putting together innings consistently. And as I said, if you think about it, even if you have a good half century in one innings, but then you make if you make single digits in the second, it's divided by 2. So you end up in the 20s. If you make 55 and then you make naught, your average is only going to be 27. And we see so much of that throughout the Caribbean as well, where, as I said, maybe a lot more effort from the players to make scores in both innings, to keep that level of concentration and work through. Not an easy task, but one that is necessary, especially if you want to have really good career averages.
So far, the Scorpions keeping things very tight here. Wrapped in the pad, but just outside the off stump there, Chris.
Quite a bit of turn there for Salmon, though, and that will be encouraging.
Soon and very soon, you'll see a leg slip in place by Brandon King as well.
Was shaping up for the shot just outside. Actually hit him slightly on the move there, Louis.
Tall fella as well, so have long reach.
Dayton Butler, who in his time was a fast bowler for the Windward Islands and the West Indies, the umpire. Played that in 2 formats for the West Indies. Dayton Butler played 5 ODIs and 1 T20. Very useful low order batsman as well. And that's a dangerous shot there from Louis. It just goes on the bounce to Brandon King, who had positioned himself short at mid-on. But yeah, Dayton Butler in his time for the Windward Islands played over 60 first class matches. Very good left arm seamer, but also a useful low order batsman. Had a few half centuries in his time, as standing in his 32nd first class match. So 2 experienced umpires at this level, and why not a big match like this one, as you said, 2nd versus 3rd.
Casey Carthy taking strike this time around from Derval Green. Green just a wicket in this contest so far.
Carty not yet off the mark. Sits just in about the top 20 of run scores this season. 231 runs, as you said, 3 half centuries from 7 innings, a highest score of 61, averaging 33. A little bit better than his career average at first class level, and I think that is another thing that, as we just spoke about it as well, would be a concern. Averaging just over 26 in his career. But he's a better player than that, Carty, now in the West Indies team, although he hasn't played a test match just yet, but has played 22 ODIs. And he certainly favours that format. When you look at his List A career, averages just about 30. He scored 2 centuries, 7.5 centuries, and over just under 1,500 runs. And for the West Indies, he's been a consistent performer with in the white ball format, averaging just about 34 with 3.5 centuries in 20 innings.
Needs to improve his average in this regional cricket.
Yeah.
Bit on the low side.
Comes
You
from
want to
St.
see.
Martin, Carty. In fact, just celebrated his 27th birthday 3 days ago. Carty celebrated it here in Jamaica.
Misfield there
on
in the cover
19th of
region
March.
by Ramal Lewis. And Carty gets off the mark with that misfield from Lewis. Picks up his first run. And the Hurricanes are 4 for 1.
Just the kind of start that the Scorpions would have been hoping for. They have gotten a wicket, but not only that, they're keeping it tight. 4.3 overs, just 4 runs. So they want runs to be hard to come by
Yes, so
for the Leeward Islands. So keep that level of pressure, force them into a fall stroke. And as I said, the new ball critical as well in terms of picking up a few wickets, putting the Leewards on the back foot, because, as I said, no devils in this pitch. And if you apply yourself, certainly as the ball gets older, runs can be scored.
Yes, so far a steady start by the Leeward Highland Hurricanes. Not trying anything rash so far. Just playing each ball on its merit. Ooh, beautiful delivery. Peach of a delivery there by Green. Beating Louis outside the awesome. And that is the area Terval Green know how to bowl here, Chris.
Yeah, just on that 4-stump line, pitching on that line and slightly moving away. Don't think that was a delivery that Louis had to play at, because if you look at where he ended up outside his off stump, so maybe a little bit unaware of where he was.
And of
And
course
once
it
that
was
ball
climbing
pitched
as well.
outside the off stump, he could have let that go. So ran the risk on that occasion of getting an edge, and there are 2 slips waiting on him,
And of course a gully as well.
a gully, yeah, almost a 4th slip. It's a very fine gully.
To complete the 5th at 4 for 1.
First session, 2.5 hours. This session will be back to just the regular 120 minutes, 2 hours.
Just approach 20 minutes to 2 o'clock here in Kingston, Jamaica as well.
Yeah. So the umpires will revert to just 1 drinks break.
Can feel the
Breeze.
breeze coming through the
Yeah.
windows here at our commentary box, Chris.
Yeah, the breeze is nice here now at Sabina. The sun is still out in all its glory. Not many clouds still in the sky, so no threat of rain, which is good to see for the cricket.
It's good to see the part of the spectators as well. Not a lot though, Chris.
Not a lot. Maybe a lot of them are up at the National Stadium enjoying the boys and girls track and field championships.
Tomorrow will be
Tomorrow's the day, isn't it?
indeed.
Up to the start of today, the favourites were leading, Kingston College and Edwin Allen, boys and girls respectively.
I remember one time Homewood Technical was dominant when it comes on to the girls' jumps.
Gone are the days. It's a real Edwin Allen scene at the moment. It's been a little bit more competitive on the boys' side. I think over recent years, Jamaica College for a while it was Calabar, and then Jamaica College won a couple. KC now back in the mix. So this year, it seems like it might just be between Kingston College and Jamaica College. I'm not sure if Calabar has the depth to really challenge for the title this year. But I guess you'll find out tomorrow.
Tomorrow
at
is
the
the
National
day.
Stadium. Jamaica won't mind if they carry this into tomorrow as well. It will mean that they're making it very difficult for the Leeward Island Hurricanes.
Edge.
And there's an edge, and well, it's dropped. Dropped at first slip by Jermaine Blackwood. Usually a safe pair of hands, and a chance for Katie Carty driving outside the off stump. I'm not sure if that was the drifter from Pete Salmon, but big disappointment for the Scorpions. That should have been wicket number 2. Just look at this here.
Flighted delivery, enticing.
That was the drifter.
Carty in the shot.
Continuing
Blackwood
the arm.
made a meal of it.
Yeah, just flighting that a little bit more, teasing Carty. And as you can see, it just slightly drifted away from the right-hander. That was a pretty comfortable height for Blackwood. He should have taken that for sure. Just about chest, not even chest level, I would say a waist level, waist height. And yeah, it just sums up the kind of season Jermaine Blackwood is having so far. Struggling in terms of runs, and now it's showing in the fielding as well.
Of course, job 2 catch earlier. I think it was the last game as well at slip against the West Indies Academy. Then he came here, drop a sitter here. Pete Salmon is not a happy man there, Chris.
Yeah, well, it's a part of the game. Drop catches, but that reminds you of the old slogan. It's probably at the chest level actually. Went for the reverse cup, Jermaine Blackwood, but always the kind of player that stays positive. I'm sure he'll be looking to bounce back. Another beauty by Derval Green outside the off stump. Blackwood, you can see him talking to Lug and Morris there, saying to them, boy, he's not sure what went wrong. He got 2 hands to it fully, was trying to bring it close to his chest, and it just burst through his hands in the end.
I think Derval Green needs to come a bit closer to the right-handed Mikhail Louis. Just a bit wide. You want to bowl the 4th stump area, forcing the drive as well with 2 slip and a gully waiting.
I think what he's also trying to do is to pull Louis across and then bowl that ball that goes back into him for the leg before. If you notice his plan, there is a ball going back in. That was a little bit too straight maybe. But yeah, so he's giving him the outswingers just to pull him across, and so far Louis, you can see him getting across to even to that 4th stump. And then he looks to dart one into him, hopefully to trap him leg before. It hasn't worked so far though.
And if you look at the tournament so far this season, Ryan John is very skillful. He loves to set up the batters. 2 away, and then the 3rd one came back, and hence why in his first 2 runs here in Jamaica, he was very good for the Volcanoes.
Yeah, Ryan John has had a good last, I would say, year and a half, 18 months. Spoke to him actually when I was umpiring the fixture at Chedwin Park, and said to him, you know, he looked like he had been doing some work physically, and he said, you know, he found himself a bit heavy, dropped some pounds, did some extra work in the gym and on the training field, and he said, Chris, it's made a world of difference to my play, not only in terms of my bowling but my batting as well. And there's no surprise there. Once you're fitter, your powers of concentration will be better. You'll be able to do things that you didn't think you could do before.
And you look at that.
Just in terms of his flexibility and agility, in terms of the bowling strength, the ability to bowl longer periods, and as you say with the batting, to concentrate for longer times. So good to see a chance for a run out again. It has hit the wicket. There's a loud appeal, but Dayton Butler says not out.
Excellent work there by O.J. Shields.
Not knowing for his field in general is O.J. Shields, but that was an accurate throw.
Indeed. You look at a Shamar Springer as well. Getting runs, getting wickets for the Hurricanes as well. For the Volcanoes. So it's good to see the all-rounders as well coming in this regional championship and doing a fantastic job as well.
Yeah, lots of players popping out all around the region. As we said earlier, 2 centuries scored today in the Guyana Windwards game. Tajnaran Chandapal, 101 not out, and Tevin Imlak making 107, 8th and 2nd centuries respectively in first class cricket for those 2. When you look generally, I would say the 5-wicket hauls are pretty common. The bowlers, as you see, have dominated cricket for quite some time. Now we're seeing more of the more 5-wicket hauls from the fast bowlers. But there was a period where the spinners were totally dominating first-class cricket. We spoke about Nikita Miller before. There was Suleiman Ben. There's been Versamy Puramal, Jamel Warrican, and the list goes on. Imran Khan, and so on. So, yeah, Devendra Bishu slightly before. But now, a lot more of the fast bowlers getting into that as well. Balanced attacks we've seen where the spinners are still doing well, but the fast bowlers coming to the fore, improving their skill set, and I think the pitches that have been prepared around the region also facilitating both arts more.
And Cyrus off the Volcanoes as well, picking up 5 wickets at Shedwin Park. And young
Not a
Vishan
big turn of the ball.
Not at
Cyrus,
all, not
but
at all.
Bowls more top spinners. Yeah, a lot more bounce from him. But yeah, a recent entrant into the Windward Islands squad, but doing well so far.
Vishan Matara as well, picking up a 5-wicket haul. I think it was here against the Scorpions.
Against the Scorpions, just 17 years of age, Matara.
7 for 108.
He does turn the ball quite a bit though, Matara.
And bunks as well.
Yeah, tall,
Good
very
control.
lanky.
And he's one
Bayesian.
and he's one for the future for West Indies cricket as well.
Salmon is one for the present. And trying to add to those 6 wickets he's taken so far in the match. So far 3.1 overs, 1 for 5, a maiden as well. And as well, Salmon doesn't bowl many bad deliveries like Cornwall, always attacking the stumps. Every now and then he does drag down the odd delivery and get punished, but generally he's of a fuller length and asking questions in and around that off stump. There you see again,
Tends to bowl a bit quicker than Cornwall as well.
slight variations as well.
And in fact, he's bowling the new ball, so it's going to slide in more than norm.
What's amazing is he tends to still get quite a bit of turn even with the new ball. Look
He's
at that, for
bowled.
example. Well, there's a turn we have spoken about, and Pete Salmon, well, he must have been listening on. That one goes through the gate of Casey Carty, and he's bowled all ends up for 4. The Leeward Island Hurricanes have lost their 2nd wicket in pursuit of 187 for victory. They are 10 for 2. Powell and Carty back in the pavilion, both to the bowling of Pete Salmon. Wow.
Pete Salmon now picks up 7 wickets in the game so far. Brilliant spell of bowling here. Pitch outside the off stump and spun into the right-handed Carty. Excellent bowling performance here by Pete Salmon.
Yeah, a bit slower through the air. You could see there, you could even see how his arm went up, just looping it a little bit more. Carty drawn into it. Look at this there. Yeah, there's a better loop there. Never really at the pitch, and found the gap between bat and pad. Did Salmon quite a bit of turn, the same turn we were talking about just seconds before with this new ball. And that's a big wicket for the Jamaicans. As I said, Carty scoring a half century in the first innings. And
well, he's been replaced by a next player who scored a half century in the first innings as well.
yeah, Justin Greaves, who has come through with the, I was just saying football, the transfer market.
Yeah, he's from Barbados as well.
Yeah. Full use of the franchise setup, put into the pool of players. Barbados and the Leeward Islands brought him in. Very useful cricketer, very intelligent cricketer, Justin Greaves, and good to see him coming back from injury so well. Very useful medium fast bowler and a talented player, a classical kind of batsman. Elbows high,
Very nice.
plays nicely through the offside, mainly an offside player. Justin Greaves.
Batted very well yesterday. Was the last wicket to Ramal Lewis for his foot yesterday. But of course, he was running after a partner. But this young man in Justin Greaves dominate last year in that Super 50 hence why he was selected in the West Indies squad as an all-rounder as well.
Faces his first delivery and drives down the ground for a single. Nice looking shot, that's playing with a turn.
As I mentioned, high elbows immediately showing that off, Chris. Touch play, as you would say.
30 years of age now, you almost can't believe that Greaves has got to 30 already.
Times really fly.
Just celebrated his 30th birthday on the 26th of February. But nice young man, Justin Greaves. 40 matches under his belt, averages just a shade under 27 at this level. Just the 1 century, 114 it was, and 8 half centuries to go is that as well. Another player that you look at his ability and you say he's better than an average of 27, but maybe coming into the ripe part of his career.
And it goes to show if you're not consistent, hence pleasant looking drive this time by Mikhail Louis up to a wide-ish mid-off for an easy single.
Don't think Salmon will mind that, because Louis, as you could see, opening up on that occasion and playing against the spin. So Salmon will be hoping that him playing those kind of shots, if he can just get one to turn a little bit, he can open up the gate yet again, just like he did with Carty.
So the jab catch from Blackwood didn't pay costly.
Just cost him a run.
A
single.
run.
Luckily for him. Should be giving Pete Salmon a high five for sure. Well, drop the catch off Salmon himself. So Salmon, I guess, decided, well, I have to take matters into my own hands.
And he
And
did
did
just
so.
that.
Still Derval Green operating from the Michael holding in. 4 overs, none for 5. Nice delivery on and off the off stump from Derval Green. Lewis solidly behind it. Has beaten the bat of Louis on quite a few occasions in these 4 overs. Derval Green just pulling him across the off stump and getting that ball to seam away.
Well, 6 minutes to 2 o'clock here in Kingston, Jamaica.
The time may be changing, but the weather isn't.
Not at
Marlon
all.
Pinnock. Still sunny skies and nice breeze across the ground.
And
Cricket,
even
lovely
though-
cricket.
Even though it's very hot out there, the breeze is blowing very cool. So the players should be comfortable.
Yeah, today is a Friday, so it's a working day, hence not as many spectators as maybe we would have liked to have seen.
It's a pleasant Friday afternoon as well.
You probably find that the crowd will get a little bit heavier as the afternoon grows on. Persons leaving work a little bit early on a Friday to prepare for the fun and games on the weekend.
After tea, I think the crowd would be much heavier than norm.
And those who are following the cricket will probably realize as well that it could very well, we could see the end of the match today, depending on how the runs go or the wickets. Derval Green always running in hard, attacking the crease. Three other matches going on, as we've said earlier. Barbados Pride have already defeated the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. I think 8 wickets in the end. Guyana Harpy Eagles are in the driver's seat against the Windward Islands Volcanoes. Volcanoes are chasing 420 for victory, are 35 for 4 after 13 overs.
On the back
Melius,
foot.
Solozano, Hodge and Athanase, the captain, back in the pavilion. Sunil Ambris not out on 6. Tevin Walcott not out on 1. Niall Smith has taken 3 for 15, and Versami Pormal 1 for 3.
So Lozano looks good for Volcanoes in the first 3 rounds as well.
Looking to force that Louis, probably trying to hit that a little bit too hard, loses his shape, and just hammers it into the turf. Yeah, Melius made 3, Solazana not from 17 deliveries, Hodge 21 from 31, and Athanase went without scoring as well. So, barring rain, the Guyana Happy Eagles look like they'll be ramping to another victory. And making the table even more interesting, because what that will mean is that the Windward Island Volcanoes, unless something strange happens, they probably might not be at the top of the table at the end of this round.
Sticky scenes here in this West Indies Regional Championship for 2024.
And you want to see it competitive right throughout. Well, from a neutral's perspective, of course. I mean, the teams on top will be saying, no, we don't want it interesting, we want to remain ahead. But as it stands now, the Windward Islands team 67 points, Leeward 64, Jamaica in third at 50, so there's a bit of a gap there. Barbados 48.2, but do remember that the Barbados team have now won outright against the Trinidad team, so we'd have to allocate those points, and depending on how many bowling points they would have got as well, or batting points. Guyana currently sitting in 6th position. They look like they're going to execute a win. They have 46 points, so that would be a 3rd win in 5 matches for Guyana.
Guyana
the only team yet to execute a win is the CCC team. No wins and 4 losses from their 4 games, and they have an uphill task as well against the West Indies Academy, who sit 1 position ahead of them.
Asking a lot of questions here. He speeds someone. 7 wickets so far in this game as well. Picked up 5 in the first innings and now 2 for 7 in the second. After this over, there will be a change in the commentary box. I'll take my leave, and the one and only female here is Kimberly Forbes, will be joining Chris Taylor.
Ooh. Must have got a bit of bat on that. There's no appeal at all. Justin Greaves playing deep in the crease. And had he not got some bat there, I think that would have been pretty plumb.
Just got the bat down in time, Chris.
Yeah. The bounce has been quite consistent though. We haven't really seen any stay low so far. Talking about the West Indies Academy, they are 260 for 5 in their second innings, an overall lead of 329 with 5 wickets remaining, so certainly in the driver's seat. And yet another century in this round. Teddy Bishop bringing up his century. He's 105 not out.
Oh, and
from
we know
161 deliveries. Well played, Teddy Bishop.
Teddy Bishop is a talented cricketer. Came here against the Scorpions and didn't get a start.
JJ, or Joshua James,
Joshua James
has
is a
brought
big
up
fast bowler.
Yeah, has brought up a half century. Useful lower order batsman. 58 he is from 71, so a big partnership there.
Tends to hit the ball a long way here, Chris. Very
Yeah.
powerful, tall chaplain.
Well, he's already hit 3 sixes, so, and 6 fours
Wow.
from his out of his 58. So big strides being made by the West Indies Academy, the team of the future. For
Building West Indies cricket as well.
Yeah.
Building the West Indies cricket as well.
Yeah. And what this has shown, their first innings total 300 and they're 260 for 5 now, so it could be a situation with 2 innings where they have amassed over 300 runs. That's very positive from the youngsters. End of the over from Salmon, and Louis solidly behind it. 13 for 2 after 10 overs in pursuit of 187 for victory. just as promised from Marlon Pinnock, Kim Forbes is making the change as well.
Good afternoon, Chris.
I'm wondering if you had some form of consultation with the captain on the field as well, why both changes have happened at the same time.
Well, maybe it's a good change the way that Derval has been bowling from one end and Pete been bowling from the other. 187 may sound a little bit, Chris, but it's a lot of runs and it's already on the board, and Scorpions are not going down without a fight.
Yeah, scoreboard pressure they call it. But the Leeward Island Hurricanes have been very consistent this season. Very deep batting lineup, very talented one as well. So even a couple wickets lost, I'm sure it won't shake them much, won't deter them. There's a wide from Ajay Shields, was too short that delivery. High over the head of Justin Greaves.
Well, Shields is well known for his pace. Justin Greaves, who is on 2, he made an half century in the first innings. Louis is still at the crease. Didn't get to make any runs in the first innings. He was dismissed by Derval Green for a duck. But luckily he's on 7. And he had 173 runs to win.
Greaves looking to whip that through the leg side. Wrong line from Ajay Shields, and Romain Morris does well behind the stumps.
Yeah, good work from him. Because definitely with that speed, it will be marching towards the boundary. Good work there from Morris. And I'm sure that Captain Brandon King will be happy with the starts that he gets already in 11th over. 2 wickets down with just 14 runs on the board. And I think the aim is for Captain King and the bowlers is not to allow the batters to get settled.
Yeah, Justin Greaves. Just in his second match of the season, 152 runs in quick time from 3 innings. Highest score of 62. 2 half centuries in 3 innings, so good return for him. Averaging 50.66, Justin Greaves.
Yeah.
Albeit, as we said, it's just been a few innings. Under pressure right away.
Yeah, and before we went off for lunch, Chris, I had mentioned to you that if they got the 230, which they didn't get, but they managed to get 186, and as I said, that if the bowlers could come and apply themselves, then it's going to be a matchup. It's going to be a contest here at Savannah Park.
Yeah, I thought 230 based on how they started might have been wishful thinking, and it turned out to be that way. They would have needed to continue with that partnership, especially with Green and with Lewis and Mansing, or even Green and Mansing before that. Green and Mansing before that, just was not to be. And unfortunate for Jamaica that after Abhijay Mansing brought up his half century, he then got out the very next ball.
And followed by
but they did say, Jermaine Blackwood and company, that and Brandon King, that anything over 180 they thought would have been something to work with and challenging for the Leewards team. They did get that. So yeah, 230 would have been brilliant, but maybe unlikely based on the scores we had seen in the first innings.
Yeah.
And already, as you said, the Leeward Islands under pressure. 10. This is the 11th over. They only have 14 runs on the table, and they have lost 2 wickets.
And this partnership is just 4 runs, and what would make it more interesting if OJ Shields can get a wicket now, then I'm sure that the energy will be up in the field and the momentum will get so high of the Scorpions here. Pete is bowling well, exceptionally well from in the first innings and now. And if he can get another 2, they will be happy with that.
Hurricanes might have a different story to tell.
Well,
And it's never generally been a good hunting ground for the Leeward Islands here at Sabina Park, especially in recent years. Very close encounters. They did win last season here, but before that, close encounters, but the Scorpions have fought their way and found victories generally. So no surprise that this match will be a close one and will go down to the wire. They've had some very exciting finishes over the years.
yes. Says Pete is continuing, picked up the 2 wickets already of Karen Powell and Casey Carty. And the thing is that Pete is being consistent with his line and length, hitting the right areas, and whenever he do that, then he get wickets. We saw how he bowled Carty and Powell.
Throw back to Salmon there from Greaves. Just a single to Louis so far. Louis, the second highest run scorer in the championship thus far, as we said, 360 runs. Only Kevin Sinclair has scored more runs than him. 2 centuries and a half century for Louis. Nothing in the first innings, so he will say that he's due in this innings. Has faced all of 35 deliveries already for just 8 runs. Salmon again right on the mark, and Brandon King is, apart from the bat pad, has 2 players pretty short. Jermaine Blackwood at I guess you'd say an orthodox mid-wicket or straight mid-wicket, and King at a short mid-on, just for that lofted drive.
Pete is 6 over, 9 runs, 2 wickets. That speaks a lot. And just a run there. And that's the end of over number 12. Just the extra from the bowlers so far. 16 runs on the board, 2 wickets down already. So they lost it. And just 2 runs from that over from Pete. They need another 171 runs to win. So this game can go either way now, Chris.
Yeah, for sure. Nicely poised. So is that plane coming into the Norman Manley International Airport? It will land shortly. Hopefully. Yeah, just a kind of period in the game where a wicket here would certainly tip the balance towards the Scorpions, but a good partnership here could really put things in a good position for the Hurricanes. Solid partnership here will just take away the belief of the Jamaica Scorpions.
Yeah, and just to backtrack a little bit, yesterday Karen Powell he got out for 41. Before he got out, he was blazing, he was picking up boundaries, but coming back in this second innings and looking at the bowlers, Pete and Derval Green, they really cramp him for runs in this innings.
Yeah, the pressure has been on. It's been tight, the bowling. As I said, 17 runs from just 12 deliveries. So, or 18 runs now from as I said, 18 runs from 12 overs. So, that's how difficult the Scorpions need to make it, and it needs to continue in that vein for the duration of this game. That will build pressure, and hopefully for the Scorpions, bring an error.
Yes.
Patience will be the name of the game for the Hurricanes, and if they can battle through this hard period, then with the no ball, with the new ball, then all more beneficial for them. Well, that's a ranking short ball outside the off stump and put away by Justin Greaves. His first boundary, that was a poor delivery from O.J. Shields, short and wide, and Greaves cutting over the gully area, couple bounces into the boundary for 4.
Yeah, he was in total control of that shot too.
And Shields releasing the pressure there, and that's not what you would want from a Scorpion perspective.
6 runs from the over so far.
Nicely played by Greaves again. There will be at least 2 here, maybe 3. Salmon is after it. And yeah, Lumba's after it, does Pete Salmon. And easy 3 in the end. Nicely played by Justin Greaves. Good time of the ball. And he now moves into double figures.
Yep.
So again, the pressure release, 9 runs from this over already, and that's the kind of situation that the Hurricanes will be hoping for. Capitalizing on bad deliveries and being solid on the good ones.
Yes, totally agree. And Chris, earlier in the days, it was so hot, it was humid, not a lot of wind, but if you can look at the fender burner at the Michael holding end, it is really blowing left to right. You can feel some cool breeze coming into the commentary box.
Yeah, the breeze has picked up for some time now. A cross breeze coming, I would say, from the Alpha School across towards Kingston Cricket Club, the Cricket Club Pavilion. So on screen from right to left. Based on what, well, left, yeah, right to left in what you're seeing. So away from the right-hander at this end.
So the over comes to an end. 13 overs gone. It is 25 for 2. Another 162 runs required by the Leeward Hurricanes. Greaves and Louis at the crease. 9 runs from that over from O.J. Shields.
Trying to pick up who has left the field, Kim, because I do see Javor Royal on. Derval Green has gone off for some treatment, so Royal, an opportunity for him to stretch his legs. Fielding on the deep mid-wicket boundary. And the wind picking up even more now. You can actually hear it through the microphones as well.
It's rather cool now in the commentary box.
Yeah, as I said, even on the field, the players will enjoy that as well. Even though the sun is out in all this glory, it does make things a lot cooler. Gentle turn there on that occasion for Pete Salmon. Still, they haven't employed the leg slip. Marlon Pinnock did suggest that they would probably put in the leg slip. They have just kept the regular short leg.
say that they're really bowling well here. The current run rate remain at 1. They haven't passed 1.5 or 1.9. It dropped now to a 1.88.
The current run rate.
Yes, the current run rate.
Drifting is that delivery and well, misfield by Jermaine Blackwood will result in a single. So the kind of moments where they'd probably just have wanted to keep Greaves on strike, get everything behind that, prevent the single, but no, back-to-back singles, those things just help to release the pressure a bit, ease the mind of the batters at the crease.
Indeed. And they're not in any rush. The main thing for them now, Chris, and they're doing it, is to keep the scoreboard ticking.
And once that is happening and they're not losing wickets, as you say, it will be comfortable. There's no rush there. Today, just the third day, still another day to come. Looking at the scoreboard, still 38 overs to come. And again, the runs. This will only be a single though.
And King won't mind just giving away the singles. His partnership is 18 runs.
I would challenge you on that. I don't think King necessarily wants to give away any runs. 182 is not a big total, and this is not a limited overs game, so there's no rush in terms of getting those runs. I think the singles work for the Leewards because the scoreboard ticking over, change of striker, releasing the pressure. I think actually Brandon King wants to dot balls to build the pressure, force them to play an aggressive shot.
But at the other hand too, Chris, just for argument's sake, is to say that even if they get 1, it is better than getting a 4.
Well, yeah, obviously the boundaries are out of the question. I
Yes.
don't think you would want the boundaries at all. But I still think that, as I said, it's not a limited overs game. So building the pressure, the dot balls, there's no need to go searching in terms of the bowling. So
Right.
be patient with your deliveries, ask questions, and force the batsman to do something if extra to score.
Right.
But once they're getting singles, the batsmen are not going to feel as if they're under any pressure. Again, just too easy. Good work though by the Leeward Island Hurricanes.
Well, we see the current run rate moves into 2 now, moves up to 2.
Not a good delivery by O.J. Shields. Lucky to get away with that. Louis went for the cut. Doesn't look like a natural cut of the ball there. No, Louis didn't get his body in the right position. But again, that probably should have been put away by Louis. And yet I think the previous delivery on the line of leg stump. So not staying on one side of the field. Difficult to set a field from a Brandon King perspective with Shields at the moment because he's bowling a little bit all over the place. Different lengths, different lines.
Yeah. And for Louis to play that shot, he should have shuffled over a little bit to the half stump. And he would have been in total control of that.
Shields again. That's a full delivery. And again, this time it's on the leg stump and it's put through the onside. So again, 2 sides of the wicket. It's a 6-3 field. Went for a Yorker there, Shields. Ended up being a full toss.
Yeah, and seeing that Ramal picks up the ball there, Chris, I'm wondering when will Brandon King introduce him in the attack, knowing that Lewis and Pete, they did a wonderful job in the first innings, and seeing that there is something in the pitch for the spinners.
Probably just wanted to get all he can out of the new ball to start with. OJ Shields is his fastest bowler, so if you're not going to bowl him with a new ball, I guess you don't plan to bowl him at all. So I can understand using one of the spinners, and Pete Salmon has been the most potent, but also utilizing the pace. Again, this is down the leg side. Shields just hasn't settled down yet at all. OJ Shields, this one wide down the leg side. Morris actually does well to get across.
Yeah, but the aim should be getting wickets now. As you said, that Shields is all over the place. The aim is for them to get at least 2 more wickets before tea.
Tea coming up at 2:40 in just about 16 minutes or so. This one again on the line of the leg stump, played down towards mid-on, no run. Interesting to see how long Brandon Kill will proceed with OJ Shields, especially if he's not getting the required line and length. This one is short on the off stump this time. That's better from Shields.
Yeah, and a dot to end the over. 3 runs coming from it. 31 for 2 at the end of 15.
Powell without scoring, and Carty for 4. The batsman dismissed, both to Pete Salmon. Runs required for victory.
The women T20 blaze is going pretty well for the Jamaicans. Jamaica team, they have won 3 out of 3, Chris, with performance from Chanel Henry. Picked up 4 wickets and 9 runs yesterday. Really having a good series. She had a good tournament in the Super 50.
Of course, the Jamaicans lifting the title in the Super 50. It's been a little bit more even in the T20 format. Matches have been a bit closer.
Yes.
Not necessarily having things all their way. Jamaican team.
It'll be good for them to lift both title there, Chris. Super 50.
Good for who?
Jamaica.
Oh, good for Jamaica. Yeah. Not necessarily good for the rest of the Caribbean, but yeah, will be good returns for Jamaica.
Yes.
Big chance for the Leeward Island Hurricanes to go top of the championship if they can execute a win against the Jamaica Scorpions here at Sabina Park, because the Windward Island Volcanoes, unless a miracle happens, they will be falling short against the Guyana Harpy Eagles, chasing 420 for victory, and they've already lost 4 wickets for 35 runs last time news came in. partnership building slowly but surely. Could be back for 2, no. Quickly around is Kirk McKenzie and limits the batsman to just 1. But yet this partnership slowly building. Both batsmen on 15.
It's a partnership of 25 runs. And that's the end of the over. 16 overs gone, 36 for 2. A current run rate of 2.27. Picked up 2 wickets for 18 runs. This game can go either way. We haven't seen any of the team got a batting point, but both teams, they have received a bowling point.
Well, the Windward Island Volcanoes are now 45 for 6.
Wow.
In pursuit of 420, so it's not looking good for the league leaders. Currently at the crease, Shamar Springer, who is not out on 8, and Ryan John just coming to the wicket, not yet off the mark.
I'm sure the Volcanoes won't have a chance to erupt.
Niall Smith has now picked up 4 for 24 for the Harpy Eagles, and Versamy Puramal 2 for 3. Ambrice and Walcott, the latest 2 batsmen to be dismissed. Ambrice for 6, Walcott for 2. Pretty dominant performance. This, of course, going on at the Coolidge Cricket Ground in Antigua.
Well, now that we've seen Rama Lewis walks up to the crease, been introducing the attack here.
And we spoke about Ajay Shields, the fact that he just wasn't getting it right in his, 3 to 4 overs he had bowled all over the place. And I don't think Brandon King has the luxury of runs. So patience running thin, and at this point he has to turn to Ramal Lewis, who picked up 4 wickets in the first innings, to try and bring the pressure back on the Hurricanes.
So Ramal picked up 4 in the first innings for 80 runs in 17.3 overs. And I'm sure that King is hunting a wicket before tea with just less than 7 minutes to go.
Less than 7 minutes. I think your watch is a bit fast. I have it at 9 minutes. So I wonder if your watch is drinking Red Bull.
Maybe it has some wings, yes.
The Leeward Islands, in their last match against the CCC, actually chased 316 for victory, making 319 for 7. So it's not a team that is unused to chasing totals, the Leeward Islands, and successfully too.
And that's why I think that Brandon King is hunting for at least 2 more, because if they allow the batters to get settled, they know what will happen. And as you mentioned earlier, that the Scorpions, they don't have a lot of runs to play with.
Yeah.
That's the end of the over. 17 gone, 36 for 2.
Against the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force as well, they were set 162 for victory. They won by 4 wickets, 165 for 6 on that occasion. Trinidad did make it difficult for them, but they got there in the end. So yeah, the Leewards team have chased on a couple of occasions and have got there one way or another.
Yeah. Just another 151 runs required now for the Hurricanes. See the wind disturb the hat of Brandon King. It's very windy now here at Sabina Park.
And by the way, in that 319 for 7, guess who top scored for them?
Louis.
Justin Greaves with 61.
Oh. We saw him get a half century in the first innings.
So here again, setting up that kind of scenario in his brain. Of course, playing in the one-day format as well, you'll be used to targets and setting things for yourself. So Greaves, maybe relishing off that kind of scenario.
Yeah, so he will know how to apply himself here. In his 9th over, 2 wickets, 19 runs.
Lots of turn, and again, well, on this occasion it beats Romain Morris. He can't get across in time. That will be 4 byes. Useful runs for the Hurricanes and frustration for the Jamaica Scorpions. That one starting a little bit too straight from Salmon though. And with his turn, once he pitches midland leg, that's how it's going to go way down the leg side, unless it goes on with the arm.
And this partnership now moves up to 31.
We spoke about the stage just about 15 minutes or so ago that yes, if the Jamaica Scorpions got another wicket, they would be in the driver's seat, but a partnership essential for the Hurricanes just to try and take the game slightly away from the Jamaicans. That's what's happening now at 41 for 2. Still there in the balance that, of course, if a wicket was to fall, no, but frustrating the Jamaicans and maybe the hair on their backs not up in the same way as it would have been in the first few overs.
Right. And when you can see the run rate, it's kind of creeping up now. It's going up. It moves from 1.9
yeah,
or 1.8.
yeah, you're right.
Yeah.
1.9 and now 2.32, so which is another reason why I said to you that the singles will still be a problem
Yes.
for the Scorpions. And right now it's very easy pickings for the Hurricanes. Can't really say that any of the bowlers are really causing a lot of problems for them.
Well, for these two, yeah. But earlier, in about half an hour ago, Pete causes some problem.
Well, yeah, he got rid of those problems, but now he has a problem of his own.
Yeah.
And these two looking solid, 16 and 17 respectively. Good partnership, 32. Last wicket fell at when the score was 10. Still 145 for victory.
And 145 is a lot of runs to get.
It's 3.5 minutes to go. I'm not sure if this might be the last over before tea.
Ramal Lewis to Justin Greaves.
asking questions early, Ramal Lewis, and then you look at the field, it's biased towards the leg side, obviously a natural turn of the ball, but tends to bowl a bit straighter. Lewis doesn't get as much bounce as well because he's shorter. So pad in play, there's the short mid on, there's a man at straight mid wicket as well, so it's clear that he's going to be attacking the stumps. Pretty quick through the air, not really tossing up the ball a lot yet. Very intelligent cricketer though, Ramal Lewis, from his days as a junior playing with the Jamaica under 19, where he captained both that and the West Indies under 19. There's an opportunity, a loud appeal. Patrick Gustard says not out, but yeah, right away Lewis causing problems. Look at this here, just on and around that 4 stump line, a bit of turn, maybe closing the bat face a little bit too early there. Greaves should have been looking to go down the ground, but turning it almost as if he wanted to play it through square leg or mid wicket.
That's another maiden bowl there by Lewis, Ramal Lewis.
And it's quick enough that you actually are going to get in your over, Kim. Still about a minute to go. 42 for 2, still in the balance, but a good partnership brewing for the Leeward Island Hurricanes.
19 gone, 42 on the board, 2 wickets down. The current run rate is 2.21.
Salmon again back on his regular off stump line. With the kind of turn that Salmon gets, you just think 4th, 5th stump is ideal for him, especially if he's turning the ball. Maybe about the 4 stumps, so that if he does on that big turn, he then brings middle or leg stump into play if he can go through the gap, just like what he did to Carty. And then will still keep the batsman interested enough that he would prod forward just in case he gets that drift, and then can bring in that slip, where we see Abhijay Mansingh right now, where the catch was dropped earlier off Carty. So that's where he needs to be. Once he goes straighter than that, it's problematic, I think, for someone, because he's going to turn that ball down leg side. As you could see, they gave away the byes there. That to me is just a little bit too straight.
Right.
So the only way that would be easy pickings for the batsman, unless somehow it's a much quicker delivery and he misses it. But any top order quality player with an off spinner bowling that straight, you're just going to work them away to mid wicket and pick up easy singles or more. So I do think that someone needs to concentrate on that 4 stump line.
Yeah, we saw that same description that you're talking about from Ramal is coming from the Michael Holding end.
I mean, maybe even at times he could go maybe, as you say, 5th stump if he's getting a bit more flight, because if he does tend to loop up to want to tease a player, because even with that turn, he can still bring both edges into play. If the batsman decides to play an attacking shot, then slip is in play. If he gets the turn, then he brings the inside edge into play. So now he's decided to go round the wicket. Well, that's a big shot. That's gone for 6. Yeah, into the stands. That's a big hit. And that's the danger of coming around the wicket as the off spinner as well. If you get too straight, then you open up that side. There's no one deep on the leg side for the Scorpions. Not sure if that was a right decision from Captain Brandon King, but a big shot from Louis. And he moves on to 23 now, 50 for 2. And this partnership continues to build.
Yeah, 50 comes up for the Hurricanes, and it's a 40 runs partnership. That was a huge 6. 8 runs from the over.
Yeah, but that line, dangerous from Salmon, and immediately he goes back over the wicket. I just don't think that was the right idea. And I do think there is enough from over the wicket that Salmon can actually exploit a lot of things, as we were speaking about, that line, where I don't think Louis is very certain, well, he's back round the wicket now. He can't make up his mind, Pete Salmon. Yeah, that's just asking for trouble. Louis actually missed out there, because had he made contact, that would certainly have gone over Mackenzie's head down to the long leg boundary.
Yeah.
Or deep backward square. So that's not a good option for the Scorpions. There's no player deep to even take the catch, and as I said, unless a poor shot is played, then he's always going to be in business. That is tea here on day 3 at Sabina Park. The Leeward Islands Hurricanes chasing 187 for victory, are 50 for 2. Justin Greaves is not out on 18 from 44 deliveries, and Mikhail Louis not out on 23 from 56. So far, Pete Salmon has taken the 2 wickets for the Jamaican Scorpions. We'll be back in about 20 minutes or so for the final session of day 3. Sabina Park is ready for the third session of day 3. The Leeward Island Hurricanes and the Jamaica Scorpions. The Hurricanes chasing 187 for victory. Will resume now on 50 for 2. Justin Greaves and Mikhail Louis at the crease. And Ramal Lewis will start off proceedings from the Michael Holding end. Good partnership building here for the Hurricanes, Kim Forbes. And yeah, the Scorpions will need a wicket early in the final session here on day 3.
Definitely. It's a 40 runs partnership, 50 runs on the board. With about 32 overs to go in the day, or 30.
Oh, opportunity yet again. There's a diving attempt from Abhijay Mansingh. It's going down to the boundary. I think it's going to get there. Yes, it's going to be 4 runs. So off the bat. Wow. Of Justin Greaves. Not sure if it was actually a catch. In the end, Mansingh was diving away pretty close there. Ramal Lewis asking questions yet again. Brandon King looks like he's having a comical moment with Patrick Gustard. I don't think the Jamaica players were sure whether it came off the bat or not.
Yeah, but since Ramal been introducing the attack, he really have caused some problem for the batters. And if that was a chance, it should have been taken.
This one is a little bit too straight and whipped away down towards. It's a good start to the over in terms of runs for the Hurricanes. Fortuitous boundary and then 2 down towards fine leg, a little bit too straight from Ramal Lewis. Nice pace on his deliveries though. Graves up to 24. Liking the scenario of chasing is Justin Graves, and Louis is the second highest run scorer in the competition so far this season. 2 centuries and a 50 behind his name, and he's 23 or 56.
7 runs from the over so far.
There's Leroy Love. Derval Green has come back onto the field. He was absent for the latter part of the pre-tea session. Javor Royal was enjoying some time in the sun. Big stride forward from Louis, but score remains at 57 for 2 after 21 overs.
Louis on 23 from 57, and Justin Graves, he's on 25 from 49. 7 runs from that over. Another 130 runs required here for the Hurricanes. Nice a Friday evening here.
There's still about 2 hours to go in this one on the day's play, but there will be the final hour in Trinidad as well as in Antigua. And at the US St. Augustine ground in Trinidad, the West Indies Academy have moved on to 316 for 7 in their second innings. Now an overall lead of 386. And in fact, they have declared now the West Indies Academy. So they have set 386 for the combined campuses and colleges as a target. Naeem Young finishing not out on 17. Joshua Bishop not out on 29 on the back of a Teddy Bishop 114 from 170 deliveries.
It's a good knock.
That makes it, what, the 3rd century we've seen in this round.
Yes,
Romario Greaves finished with 3 for 76. There's Nikita Miller, took quite a few wickets in his time, and Otley took 2 for 48, as well as Blades. Nikita Miller just parading around the boundary, giving words of advice and maybe instructions every now and then in his assistant coach slash manager role. Especially with the spinners on.
Just tickle
Not
that
sure
one.
how, yeah.
For just a run.
Not sure it will be much of a debate if they say in the modern era that Nikita Miller was the most successful spinner in regional cricket here in the Caribbean. 538 wickets from 100 matches at an average of 16.31, 35 5-wicket hauls and 12 10-wicket hauls. That is amazing. Left arm orthodox of Nikita Killer Miller. Salmon and Ramal Lewis combined, they don't even have 100 of them.
Not at all.
So lots of work for them to do, lots of work for the Scorpions to do.
And there will be no reason to debate that after that stats.
Yeah, won many matches for Jamaica, especially in that era where they won 5 tournaments in a row, the Scorpions. And he and Dean Brown had a really good partnership. They call him Skinny, or Dean Brown. And Brown, of course, a right arm leg spinner. Nikita Miller, the left arm orthodox.
And that's the end of the over. 3 runs coming from it, 60 for 2. And it's a 50 runs partnership here between Louis and Greaves.
Of course, Rakeem Cornwall for the Leeward Islands has had a massive career for them. 86 matches he's played in now, and he's already on amassed 417 wickets, an average of 22 point out. Amazing statistics. But yeah, he would probably be hoping that he's not called upon in terms of the need with the bat. I think they'll be a little bit more relaxed in the dressing room now with this partnership now worth 50 runs, and at 60 for 2, chipping away and still a lot of wickets in hand. The run rate as well going up 2.73, so they're turning over the strike a lot better now, the Hurricanes.
Well, they sure didn't. Yesterday, they really didn't have Cornwall settled at all. Spent about 25 minutes at the crease before he got dismissed.
Runs continue to flow from the outside of the bat of Justin Greaves. About on the line of the off-stop on that occasion. Greaves is behind it. In the other match at the Coolidge Cricket Ground in Antigua, Windward Islands Volcanoes chasing 420 for victory are 78 for 6 now. There's a little partnership brewing between Shamar Springer and Ryan John. John 28 from 32 deliveries and Springer 12 from 44. But that's 78 for 6. Even for the Windward Islands Volcanoes, I think 420 is out of their reach.
420 is a lot.
Even with all 10 wickets available, and they have lost 6 of them. But records are made to be broken. Not sure if this round we'll see that though. That would be a big win for the Harpy Eagles. Would take them to 3 wins from 5 matches. Leeward Islands here, they already have 3 wins from 4. They want to make it 4 from 5. And the Scorpions, they are looking for their 3rd win themselves. 2nd versus 3rd in the championship. The Leewards in 2nd position currently. Malu is taking out the bat pad, and that coming off the inside edge of the bat from Louis and went into that short leg region. They still have to be attacking the Jamaica Scorpions because they only have 182 on the board, so they need wickets. They're not going to contain this Leeward Islands team, and there's still a lot of time to play, so they have to keep searching for wickets and attacking. They've put in a leg slip as well to Greaves. And that's the end of yet another over. 23 overs complete, 64 for 2. The Leeward Island Hurricanes chasing 187 for victory. Batsman out, Karen Powell for 0 and Casey Carty for 4. Both picked up by Pete Salmon, who was 2 for 31 from 11 overs.
Things rather slow here now at Savannah Park. Not getting boundaries often, just picking up their 1s and 2s. Bowlers really sticking closely to the batters. Pete in his 12th over now, 31 for 2. Another 123 runs required for the Hurricanes.
And I'm sure in their team talk at tea, the Hurricanes would have said, look, let's not try anything rash. Let us just be sensible. Pick up the same 1s and 2s that you've mentioned. They need to do nothing more than that. And they will overhaul the total if that's the approach, if they play safe. It will force the Scorpions to do something out of the ordinary, to do something special.
Right, especially with a day to go.
So that certainly is the right approach. Right now you can see that low risk shots being taken. Nothing extravagant by either of these two batsmen. And that was something in the 2nd innings of the Scorpions time at the crease that they were guilty of. Too many loose shots, gave away too many of their wickets, and because of that, not really building a solid 2nd innings total, just 196, and this is going to run away to the boundary for 4 off the outside edge of Louis' bat on this occasion, and Mansingh giving up the chase pretty early. 4 runs again to Louis, who moves on now to 29, and it's now 68 for 2, and they won't mind the runs any way they come. Striving at that was a wide delivery, but all along the ground.
And back to what you said earlier, allow the bowlers to make the mistake. Just the Hurricanes, they will just have to continue and apply patience at the crease. Try and get the bowlers frustrated. Maybe they'll give you some bad deliveries where you can put away to the boundary. And a dot to end the over. Just 4 runs coming from it. It is 68 for 2 after 24 overs. And a good comeback for them after losing their second wicket for just 10 runs. 5 extras given away from the bowlers. And I know that Brandon King, he would want the bowlers to pull off something special. Some miracle is needed now to get a wicket because these two, they are set. They have lots of batting to come, the Hurricanes. Ramal Lewis, who is continuing. If you're just joining us, good afternoon to you. It is 68 for 2, another 119 runs required here for the Hurricanes. Is that Andrew Coley? Andre Coley, I should say. Ramal picked up 4 for 18 his first innings. Justin Greaves are really watchful. He's on 30. So Ramal bowled some quicker deliveries in the first innings. Just work that one off. A direct hit. Direct hit would have put him in a spot of bother there, Chris. Not a good return from Pete.
Yeah, nicely tucked away. I thought the pace on the shot was a little bit too much, and it was straight to Salmon. He needed a better throw, though, Salmon. That was a disappointing release from the Jamaican spinner. But had it been a direct hit, for sure, Louis would have been in a spot of bother. There was a bit of hesitation. Yes, no, yes, no. But yeah, it had to be a direct hit there from Salmon. And those are the kind of opportunities that the Scorpions have to grab. Because, yeah, this partnership causing problems now, really building, going from strength to strength. And both batsmen look pretty comfortable. At 69 for 2. Moments ago, seen Andre Coley, the head coach of the West Indies Test team, taking in the talent on show.
And I think you'd be impressed with what you've seen so far.
Yeah, not well from a batting perspective. Not many innings to look at from either team, but maybe from a bowling perspective, something that you would like to see. Of course, there are a couple players who are in the test team involved as well.
The over comes to an end. Just 1 run from it. 69 for 2 at the end of 25 overs. Partnership is growing here, Chris.
Yeah, both Louis and Greaves doing well, as you said. Keeping tight, not taking a lot of risks, looking for the singles, just to keep the strike rotating. And as they're doing that as well, the ball is getting older. The spinners, their fingers will be getting a bit more tired. Both finger spinners. Salmon has been bowling for quite some time. Lewis has only completed 5 overs, so he'll be fine. But Salmon now, this is what, his 13th over. It's actually Greaves on strike now. Yeah, 13th over for Salmon. shot, but clearly outside the off stump. Easy decision for Dayton Butler. As you can see, he's at least at maybe a 4.5 stump.
Just trying to see if they could get something.
Well, there's nothing to get. I think they're just exercising their
The vocals.
vocals, yeah. Of course, a bat pad, for example, was appealing on the mid-wicket. They wouldn't know. But the wicket keeper and bowler, for sure, will be pretty aware. Salmon, if you notice Salmon's appeals, though, even on that occasion, no real appeal from him. I think he knows right away what is close and what isn't, so he doesn't waste time.
Agree.
But Morris and company and Mansingh certainly getting involved. I noticed there's been a change in the slip position as well. Mansingh has gone in there. Jeremy Blackwood has come out. Dropped a couple of catches in the last match. Dropped a catch earlier today off Carty. So as you said, the confidence not really the highest for the former Jamaica captain and West Indies vice captain. So he's taken himself out to mid-wicket. And Mansingh, who I guess is one of the other top slip catchers in the team, maybe the second best. I guess Blackwood was their number one slip catcher, well, up to the previous match. So Mansingh deciding to take over there. And again, that's good cricketing awareness, you'd have to say, from Brandon King and company. You have to realize, of course, when players are down on confidence, and sometimes things are related. Not a lot of runs, your confidence is low, then you tend to drop a few catches. It's not a given, but it's a possibility.
Well, just a run from that over, pretty tidy over there from Pete. Last week, Friday, it was such an excited game here between the Academy and Jamaica. Really tense game, nail-biting game. But right now, it's a different game. They want wickets. The Hurricanes, they required another 117 runs.
Well, it's not quite nail-biting yet. It could get that way. You think from a Jamaican perspective, a couple of wickets here, and then all of a sudden it comes back into their favour with 100 runs and say 6 wickets, then that now can go either way.
Right.
But as it is now, with this partnership building and them chipping away at the total, it favours the Hurricanes. There was a period, you mentioned a match last week where Jamaica looked down and out for sure. It looked as if the West Indies Academy were going to complete a victory. And they had Jamaica about 90 for 5, chasing 230, 238. Certainly they would have been in the driver's seat, but again, a big partnership changed that.
Yes.
And
that was a good partnership between King and Mansingh.
well, the Hurricanes looking to do the same now with Greaves and Louis. Build that partnership which will take the game away from the Scorpions.
And we know that cricket is a game of glorious uncertainties. We saw where the Scorpions, they started off well, but things has changed here now, and it can change later on and change back again. So
who is that kind of player for you that you think can pull the rabbit out of the hat or change the game? Who on this Jamaican team do you see that you think could, has that kind of character about them or can do something special?
Well, we know, watch the first game against the Windward and the CCC. Know that Mansingh, he has the ability to break partnership. So maybe they can take a chance and bring Mansingh in to see if they can get something.
Loud appeal there, but nothing doing. Patrick Gustard not interested. Yeah, Abhijay Mansingh, we haven't really seen him warm up just yet, but I would think it's not too long before he gets an opportunity with the ball, and yes, he has taken input. And sometimes it's just that one wicket you want. You could bring on Mansingh, maybe he breaks the partnership, and then the other bowlers come back into play. It's just how the game works. All of a sudden, everything seems certain, and one wicket changes it, and everything is uncertain all of a sudden from a batting perspective. So,
Right.
and it raises the level of the rest of your teammates as well. A lot of times captains even throw the ball to a bowler who would never been expected to bowl, and
They get that breakthrough.
and the batsmen relax and they get an important breakthrough, and then the rest is history. He's off after that and the game changes. So many strategies involved in cricket, so many tactics,
Yes.
and that's why the leadership is important. And you look at those two sides, you can think of Jamaica won 5 titles in a row, Guyana won 5 titles in a row. It was on the back of 2 solid captains, Tamar Lambert, I think without a doubt the strongest captain in the region at that time, especially in that format, because obviously horses for courses, as you go down to a T20 level, it's a different kind of strategy and approach as a captain. But then, and Leon Johnson as well,
Yes.
who was outstanding, never really got an opportunity. Well, neither got an opportunity to captain at the higher level, but both at the regional level, you could see very proactive in how they went about the game and how they developed their strategies. Didn't wait for things to happen to then do something or try something. And hence a lot of success under both of them. Again, the singles continue to come easily. 3 in a row in this over from Salmon. 74 now for 2. That line there is just where Salmon needs to be. I think that's where he needs to plug away on that 4-stump line, on that kind of length, and just hope that he gets that extra bounce. Have to show patience in this time as well from a bowling perspective. It's not just the batsmen who have to show patience, but the bowlers as well.
Yeah.
This is where you plug away. There's no limit to time. Get the ball on that with your revs and your bounce and hope that you bring the bat pad into play. Again. And from a bowling perspective, never easy. You think about it. I mean, well, Marlon Pinnock not on here now, but as a batsman himself, you think to yourself, you constantly having to lunge forward on that front foot. It takes a toll on the hamstrings as well. Constantly having to stretch. You get tired. You might get lazy with a shot. Your bat might come down late, or it might create a gap. So there is benefit in doing things consistently good and building pressure, even though it will seem as if nothing is happening because it's coming off the middle of the bat and the batsman is coming forward. But plugging away on those important line and lengths, ball after ball, can take a toll, especially at this level.
Yeah, the over has come to an end. 28 gone, 74 for 2. Just looking, the physio is out on the field, just looking at the foot of Greaves. So the Jamaica Scorpions, they're having a little conversation. I'm wondering what the conversation is all about. They're looking to get a breakthrough. They have really, the Leeward Islands, they have really developed a good partnership after losing their second wicket for 10 runs. So that conversation is to try and allow the batsman to create an opportunity, but they need a breakthrough here. I hope you'll be okay there, Chris.
Your guess is as good as mine, but yeah, you will hope that certainly he'll be okay to continue. As to whether he will be, I'm sure that's why the physio has her special role. Not sure what exactly causing the problems though. The boot and sock is off.
Yeah, you remember you mentioned something about coming on the front foot too often and that arm string can get a little bit of damage. Maybe that's what's happening to him out
The
there.
hamstring, but no, but it seems as if you're getting, I mean, we can't see from this angle, but it almost seemed like he was getting treatment to the foot or the ankle, so I don't think that would have been from that scenario. Not sure if he twisted the ankle at some point, or I can't remember a Yorker length delivery
Yeah, she's
hitting him on
rubbing
the
from
foot.
the knee coming down though.
Yeah,
So
unless, and even if there was some problems with the calf, he wouldn't have removed the boot, so I
Maybe
think it's
some
something to do with
cramps.
the ankle.
or maybe some cramps happening there.
But why would he remove the boot?
To
Or the
give him a
socks?
nice massage to
I hear you. Yeah. Well, one thing is for sure, it's the left leg he's having issues with.
yeah.
Both umpires overseeing. Of course, there's a time limit in terms of treating injuries, up to 4 minutes. Greaves not out on 35 from 72. Louis 30 from 76. Leeward Island Hurricanes would love to bring that into double digits. It's currently 113 left for victory. You can see there's definitely lower part of the leg. Still think it might have something to do with the ankle. Play winding down in the other two matches at the Coolidge Cricket Ground in Antigua. Windward Islands Volcanoes chasing 420 for victory have moved along now to 97 for 6. Both batsmen still at the crease. A bit of a partnership going on now. Springer on 22, Ryan John on 35. Still a long way to go for the Volcanoes. And the CCC team chasing 386 for victory, are 29 without loss after 5 overs.
$74 for 2. And since the reply of the Hurricanes, we have seen Pete bowling from the get-go, and I'm thinking that maybe Brandon King can rest Pete for a little bit and try something with Mansing.
Well, that's a bit lazy from Abhijay Mansing on that occasion, and allows a single. That ball was pretty close to him, should have stopped that in time, and they turn over the strike yet again. Yeah, it might be the time for Mansing now. They seem to be pretty comfortable against the likes of Salmon, and even though Lewis was asking a lot of questions early, he's been asking less and less as the overs have gone by. Of course, the ball is getting older as well, not zipping through in the same way. Softer seam.
Yes.
What is it now? 29 overs old as that goes past slip again, and it will be 2 runs.
Earlier you mentioned, Chris, that sometimes a bowler will introduce a sometimes the captain will introduce a bowler in the attack that doesn't even bowl often, or you haven't seen him on the scene. Maybe he could even try some, even though Blackwood is not having a good series, maybe he could try something with Blackwood and Mansingh and see if they can switch up the bowlers a little bit and see, not for the batters to get used to them, but see if he can get something out of those two, Mansingh and Blackwood, for a little bit.
Yeah, I think he would go Mansingh first as a front line bowler because, as you said, Mansingh, I think that was a good point, a solid point, that Mansingh has broken partnerships in important periods for Jamaica. And with the kind of season he's having, as you said, amongst the wickets, scoring runs, he actually batted pretty well, half century. Sometimes that's how confidence goes. You're batting well, you come out with the ball, you tend to produce as well, you take out outstanding catches. So I agree, I would go Mansingh first. I hear you with Blackwood. Not sure if the gentle medium pace is necessarily ideal for this wicket right now in terms of what is happening.
Yeah,
It doesn't seem as if Blackwood relies a lot on swing, and it doesn't seem like there's a lot going on. Another bowler that could be experimented with is also Mackenzie, who does bowl useful off spin. But again, it's off spin, and you have two frontline off spinners as well. So. But I do think he would go. I think the next change will see Mansingh coming into the attack.
Poor feeling. Through the legs, is that Lug?
No, it's actually Brandon King, the captain. Should have stopped that.
Yeah.
And again, at this point, Jamaica Scorpions just going through the motions. You can see them on the field. They're not making a big. That went through the legs of King. There's no real dismay on the face of any of the players. It's almost like, okay, let's get on with it again. So again, desperate for a wicket here and going through the motion. At this point, as I said, Jamaica have to create something. Yes, you have to be patient, but you also have to try and create something as well. Still need to show that level of expression. Sometimes it's just about all of a sudden a play on the field, vibesing up the camp, as they would like to say, get some energy injected, maybe even trouble the batsman a bit. These are the lovely nuances of cricket that make it such an exciting game, that these are the kind of things that can change a balance. But when everybody on the field is flat,
it's going
it
to
doesn't
be flat.
aid that, right? So
that is what's going to be in the energy web.
Well, you see, there's that line again that we spoke about with Salmon, and as you can see, Salmon, because of his height, will get the occasional bounce, and again, that was induced, that came off the inside edge, just past short leg. That's the kind of situation you want.
And back to that point, you saw where Hamilton, he was very dramatic around the wicket.
That's a loose drive outside the off stump from Lewis. And again, because the pressure has been brought on, and there you see Lewis now it's the right leg. So we spoke about that. We spoke about Louis and that constant need to come onto the front foot to play these deliveries. Now taking its toll, as you can see him holding on to that leg. Obviously struggling with cramp now, or just feeling the soreness. And yeah, I think Salmon now has picked up that line. Before he was a little bit too straight. Now exploiting just outside that off stump and creating the issues. Getting between bat and pad on a couple of occasions, inducing a false stroke.
Yeah, so the over comes to an end of 30 overs gone. 78 for 2. Pete picked up 2 wickets in his 15th over for 40 runs.
Well, it actually came long before the 15th over, but he's bowled 15 overs for sure. Salmon, he would have loved it to have been in the 15th over that he picked up a couple more. Yeah, but it was 10 for 2. It's now moved on to 78 for 2. The partnership 68 as Lewis now continues. Good turn there for Lewis, but again, that's just too straight. Easy for Justin Greaves.
exercising their vocals there again, Chris.
Yeah, not sure why there was a big appeal there. So far outside the off stump was Greaves. And playing a shot, it just shows the desperation of the Scorpions. Again, you can see on that picture both of Greaves' feet outside the both legs, both pads outside the off stump on that occasion. So it shows how far across he's coming.
So it's going to be hard for him to get that leg before.
I just think at some point is Lewis going to just slow it up a bit just to try and drag his head across. Let his head be pulled with the slower trajectory, and then maybe he can induce a fall shot. Maybe you'd have to then be falling away, play across his body, and then bring the back pad into play, or that short mid-wicket. So you never know if that's the intention.
Another maiden being bowled by Ramal Lewis. 31 overs gone, 78 for 2. And Marlon Pinnock is getting ready to come in the driver's seat here at Sabina Park. So Chris, you'll be having the company of Marlon Pinnock.
Yeah. No stranger in terms of that partnership. Great partnership is what the Leeward Island Hurricanes are having right now with Michael Louis and Justin Greaves. Just what the doctor ordered for the Hurricanes. A partnership now worth 69 runs. And Pinnock, it must be, Marlon, it must be worrying signs for the coaching staff of the Scorpions right now.
Definitely, as you can see, Nikita Miller walking around the boundary as well. Warning signs in the Scorpion dressing room as well.
There are many times in Nikita Miller's career, even right here at Sabina Park, where the scenario looked even worse than this, and they are still able to conjure up a victory, both himself and Dean Brown, especially with the ball.
But he's not with the ball anymore. He's been supervising, being the coach of this team.
Yeah.
Well, the assistant coach.
Yeah, you
Andrew
can see him on the
Richardson's the
boundary
coach.
clapping along and trying
Cheering
to
on
motivate.
as well,
Yeah.
encouraging the bowlers, and this is good signs as well for Nikita Miller. So for wonderful partnership building between these two batters of the Hurricanes. They came up together when the Hurricanes were 10 for 2. So far, doing a fabulous job for the Hurricanes.
And this was the kind of partnership that we spoke about just after they lost the second wicket, that they needed the Hurricanes, and they have taken their time and gone about it slowly but surely. By no means quick scoring. 33 of 85 deliveries for Louis, 37 from 84 for Greaves. It's a slow, steady going for both these two, but they are chipping away at the total.
Yeah, just 107 more runs remaining. And we have seen Pete Salmon and Ramal Lewis bowling long spells so far. I think Captain Brandon King should try to shuffle some bowlers. Haven't seen Abhijay Mansingh so far in this contest.
Well, both Salmon and Lewis accounted for 9 of the 10 wickets in the first innings. That's nicely timed, and it's going to go for 4. Should have done better there, Derval Green. And those are the kind of stops that the Scorpions need at this point. They need a lift, and that was just not it. Well timed though by Louis, out to the mid-wicket boundary, and Derval Green went down to his left-hand side, half stopped it, and it trickled into the boundary for 4.
A rear broad delivery coming in from Pete Salmon. It was short, it was begging to be hit. And quick use of the feet from Louis picks up a boundary to his name, and very important runs to the Hurricanes.
Again, it's pretty straight from Salmon, and it's whipped to straight mid-wicket. Fielded well on this occasion by Brandon King.
At 84 for the loss of 2, the Hurricanes.
Just wonder how long will he be willing to wait before he makes a change.
Well, Rama Lewis will be continuing. So far, 8 overs on the chart for Rama Lewis, none for 16. Beat someone doubling that, 16 overs. So together, we have about 32 overs between both.
Yeah. 19 overs left in the day. This day 3.
And I realize Rama Lewis and Pete Salmon both getting the ball to spin a lot out there. Hence why there's a man at a 45. The Scorpions desperate for a wicket here.
Derval Green, after that misfield, makes his way off the field, and Javor Royal comes on.
Javor Royal played a game against the West Indies Academy, his first game of the season. And this game, of course, he was dropped. And the man with the ball in hand replaced him as Rama Lewis. And so far, doing a good job for the Scorpions. But these two Hurricane batters at the wicket, Justin Greaves and Mikhail Louis, both doing a tremendous job for the Hurricanes so far. Batting time, spending crucial time at the wicket so far, playing each ball on its merit, and hence why they are there in an unbroken third wicket partnership so far. Good delivery. This one was slow through the air by Rama Lewis. Justin Greaves enticed into the drive. The ball in a portion of the bat just trickles out to a straightish mid wicket. So that is what you want to see from Rama Lewis. The variation, very key on this wicket. That's what I'm talking about, Chris. A lot of spin. These two spinners of the Scorpions are getting on this track.
Yeah, more pace on that delivery on that occasion from Ramal Lewis. Close to the body of Greaves, just hoping to maybe sneak the glove as it was making its way through to Morris, not to be.
And look at how Ramal Lewis is getting the ball to spin. I definitely think Captain Brandon King should be looking to think about a leg slip in place as well.
I think even more than the turn though, Penny, he's also changing where he operates from on the crease. As you notice, some of them coming very close to the umpire Gustad. This one kind of halfway through. It's the same line but delivered from different points. So it seems as if, as you said, it seems as if to the eye that it's a lot of turn, but I don't think he's turning the ball that much in. He hasn't turned it that much in that over. What I think he's done is change the angle at which the ball is being delivered. And yeah, just slight variances which sometimes can make the difference for the batsman.
At 84 for loss of 2 here at Spina Park. Beautiful day, Chris. Wonderful afternoon as well for cricket here at Spina Park. The Scorpions got in 2 early wickets and then haven't gotten another since those 2 wickets early from Pete Salmon. Wonderful recover from these two in the middle for the Hurricanes. Over 70 run partnership so far.
Yeah, and the shadows beginning to make their way across the ground. Just about 8 minutes away, I would think, from the final drinks break of the day. 18 overs to go.
Wickets Pete Salmon got this morning was very early, and since then it's all Hurricane show. Ball spun away from the right-handed Mikhail Louis. So far in the competition, scoring 2 centuries as well as an half century. I think he's second in runs in this year's regional competition as well.
That's the right idea from Sam on the previous delivery, 2 straight.
And hence why it's been away from the right-hander.
Yeah, and just allowed it to go down the leg side, and it have already given away 4 byes on one occasion from a delivery like that. And that is what I think Salmon can do. What he can do is slightly change where he's delivering the ball from on the crease, but still keep that 4th stump line. And maybe he can bring out a false leave, maybe, from the likes of Louis. That comes off the outside. Yeah, it doesn't pick up cleanly at all.
That's Ramal Lewis as well. And this is good cricket being played here by the Hurricanes. They're not getting the boundary, hence they're still looking the singles.
Yeah, I don't think physically Louis is 100%, but he'll battle on.
And for
Greaves up to now looks really comfortable.
And for a Hurricane's perspective, that is very good of Louis. Batting for his team at 85 for loss of 2. So far so good for the Hurricanes, Chris. Haven't been forcing the issue and still managed to score at a reasonably good rate as well. Just over 2.5 runs per over.
They won't be concerned, I think, with the scoring rate. I think at this point, unless the forecast for tomorrow says torrential rain, I think they'll just be concerned in chipping away little by little and keeping wickets in hand. And based on how they're scoring at this point, I think, well, certainly runs-wise, I think we can probably count out a finish today, because with 17 overs left and needing over 100 runs, I don't see them scoring at 6 runs and over to get this complete. So there might very well be a day 4. I think definitely Leewards will be happy with that.
And so far, the Leewards Hurricanes batting easy against these 2 off spinners of the Jamaican Scorpions, who desperate for a breakthrough here at Savannah Park.
Into his 10th over now, Lewis has found a good line and is plugging away. I just wonder if, even though Mansing can tend to be attacking and can break that partnership, if King is a little bit weary that when he starts off Mansing, he could be a bit expensive. That's the nature of a leg spinner. At times takes a while to settle down, and I'm wondering if what he's trying here is just to build that pressure and then see if he can somehow get the breakthrough through the pressure, rather than maybe bringing out Mansing initially and then the scoring rate gets away a bit and he can't reel it back in. But just as we said, that's a poor delivery from Lewis. Drags it down and it's hiked away just in front of square. Shields trying to get around from deep mid-wicket, can't do so, and it goes into the boundary for 4. Not the cleanest strike from Greaves. It was in the air for a while.
Yes, as I mentioned, a jack down delivery this time by
actually Louis.
By Ramal Lewis. Louis capitalized very quickly, pounced upon it, and hence 98 more runs requires from the Hurricanes into double figures now.
Yeah, into that double figure, those double figures.
And if you realize,
psychologically, again, that's a big difference. Now that they've seen it move from the 100 mark down to 98.
and if you realize so far, they just waited on the bad deliveries, and once it presents itself, they're quick to capitalize, and that is what the Scorpion batters need to do as well. Spend time at the wicket, wait on the bad deliveries to dispatch. At 89 for a loss of 2 here at Spina Park. A dominant batting performance here by Justin Greaves and Mikhail Louis. Really putting up a fight here in the 5th round fixtures at Spina Park. The Hurricanes sit on 2nd in this West Indies Regional 4-day championship. And of course, the rate how they are going here, Chris, as you see a change of bowling Abijay Mansing is now introduced into the attack. Could this be a game-changing moment for the Scorpions?
Well, they would hope so. No surprise with the change. We did say whether he was holding back Mansing because, as you said, the initial thought of him being expensive, but generally has been known to start on the mark. Mansing, not really one that takes a lot long to warm up. Not a massive turn off the ball. Pose a lot of top spinners as well and sliders, Mansing.
Well, you haven't have one of the best tournaments with the ball so far, but last year did pretty well and was included in the West Indies A team as well.
That's not the delivery he was looking for, but he has the protection at the deep backward square boundary.
Just a single. That single goes to Justin Greaves, who is up to 39, spending time at the wicket. Both batters so far faced over 90 deliveries. Very, very important for the Hurricanes as well. And you can see the fight and the determination of the players of the Hurricanes team. They really came here at Sabina Park in Kingston, Jamaica with a plan, Chris. And so far so good for them. Good start, good delivery from Abijay Mansing. Bit slow in flight as well. The Scorpions will really want Abijay Mansing to put them in a position this afternoon. You see Pete Someone earlier picked up 2 wickets very early in the reply of the Hurricanes, and then from there it's all the Hurricane show. Kyle Louis and Justin Greaves so far doing a fantastic job for the Leeward Island Hurricanes.
Yeah, that one's staying just a little low. First signs of that royal, well, lumber into that one. And can't stop 2 runs.
And this is good experience cricket being played here by the Hurricanes. That ball was short. Acres of space is on the onside. He just came back and just tugged that ball through the onside and picked up 2 easy runs. And this is what you want at this level of cricket in the Caribbean.
Ball did stay a bit low, so groans from Mansing, but kept his eye on it right throughout, did Louis. Has to be careful sometimes how square on he gets. He tends to switch his feet around, and if that ball does stay a bit low, and so he could be in some problems. Or if it does slide through a bit quicker, he could have been hitting his foot because the ball was pretty straight. But on that occasion, as you said, played it well. This one is not a good delivery, and that will be 4 runs through the offside. Too short from Mansing, and punching it hard into the ground. Beats the fielder at extra cover, who is Ramal Lewis, and it makes its way all the way to the boundary. 4 to Louis, takes him up to 48. Nice shot. And making further inroads now are the Leeward Island Hurricanes.
Yeah, pleasant looking shot there. Halfward width there by Abijay Mansing. And well played in the end by Mikhail Louis. He's in tremendous form this season for the Hurricanes at the completion of the 36.
The manual scoreboard has Louis at 50 and Greaves at 35, but yeah, the live scorecard has Louis at 48.
So it's drinks break here at Sabina Park. So we'll be back shortly for the next half. Alright, welcome back to the West Indies Regional Championship Round 5 action. Last session here at Sabina Park. It's the Scorpions up against the Hurricanes. So far so good for the Hurricanes. They are fighting back in this the third day of this West Indies Regional Championship here at Sabina Park. A wonderful partnership, third wicket partnership so far. There's a quick single, there's a chance for a run out. Pete Salmon was a bit slow to react, hence why there's another single to the Hurricanes total, which is up to 97. 97 for the loss of 2. The Hurricanes required a further 90 for victory here at Sabina Park. Justin Greaves and Jeremiah Lewis so far doing what the Hurricanes is required of them. As you can see some shadows lengthening across the ground here at Sabina Park. Asking questions is Ramon Lewis. No success so far in the second innings for him. Picked up 4 wickets in the first innings, but so far haven't gotten a wicket here in the second innings. As you say, special will come back to Christopher Taylor.
Yeah, thanks, Binny. Still the partnership continues for the Leeward Islands. Not many questions being asked by the Scorpion bowlers. 87-run partnership and growing. 90 required. Louis 2 short of yet another half century. It would be his second of the season. And Greaves on 40. Again, not a good delivery there, and that's going towards the boundary. Not sure if it will be pulled in. Yes, it will, just inside. Pete Salmon does so, and the batsman actually back for 3. It would be 3 byes though, and that's not good bowling. That was a very poor delivery from Ramal Lewis.
And the 100 comes up as well for the Hurricanes.
Yeah, and he was lucky that it wasn't put away.
Of course, there's a tiring looking Pete Salmon as he retrieved that ball earlier, Chris. Signs of tiredness been shown here by Pete Salmon. Bowled a lot of over in the game so far.
Yeah, it's been a long spell from the Scorpions, number 11.
Abhijay Mansingh will be continuing. Just the 1 over so far in this innings. 9 for 7. Haven't been on his best so far is Abhijay Mansingh, but the Scorpions would hope Mansingh can break this partnership. This partnership, we're 90 runs so far. 90 to be exact, Chris.
Not many for the Scorpions to work with. Good partnership, and it will continue to grow. Full toss on the line of the leg stump, and was punched down to long on as Mansingh in just his second over.
The Scorpions very flat out there on the field, as if they are just waiting for something to happen, Chris.
Yeah, there's a stoppage in play. Mansingh, I guess, struggling in terms of the foothold. Umpire Dayton Butler saying he wants it to be pounded. Yeah, it looks as if they won't be able to. There's going to be a slight stoppage here to get it done. Mansingh, obviously the landing causing an issue for him. Well, anything to slow the momentum, I guess, of the Hurricanes for the Scorpions at this point. 101 for 2, 40 to Greaves, 49 now to Louis. And this partnership now worth 91 runs. And unless the Scorpions pick up a wicket quickly, it's going to be a comfortable win yet again for the Hurricanes, who will look to win 4 out of 5 matches so far this season and take over leadership of the 4-day West Indies Championship.
And these two batters in the middle so far haven't done anything rash. They're just playing each ball on its merit. And the partnership shows it all. Excellent partnership so far between these two. The Jamaican Scorpions on the back foot here on this 3rd day of the West Indies Regional Championship, round 5 from Sabina Park.
Yeah, the Windward Islands Volcanoes, an update from around the region, chasing 420 for victory against the Guyana Harpy Eagles at Coolidge Cricket Ground in Antigua, are 120 for 7. Ryan John has just been dismissed for 41. Shamar Springer not out on 35, and Larry Edward to the wicket now. He's not out on 2. In the other game, which is going on at St. Augustine, the UWI ground in Trinidad, the combined colleges and campuses chasing 386 for victory are 72 without loss. Evelyn not out on 17 and Pooran not out on 49.
Seeing Pooran playing his 2nd game of the season as well. Good to see him getting in the combined college and campus team. I think Evelyn scored an half-century against the Scorpions as well. The Barbados Pride, sorry, at Sheridan Park in that 2nd round fixtures.
Mansing attacking the stumps yet again, just down in time. On it is Justin Greaves.
So the Scorpions desperate and need a breakthrough here. The Hurricanes inching closer for their 4th victory from their 5th game, as I mentioned. But unless a significant change here, they are comfortable in the driving seat so far, Chris. Scorpions just hoping for something to happen. They're very flat out there. As flat as the wicket, Chris.
Not sure the wicket would be happy about your comment. I don't think it's flat at all, actually. I think it has offered something for everyone. Apply yourself, can score runs. There is a bit of turn, probably a little bit more turn than we're used to seeing on this Sabina strip. The bounce has been more or less consistent. There is enough pace in it for the fast bowlers, but it's not tear away.
At 103 for 2, both batters so far face over 100 deliveries, spending time at the wicket, and they are both doing that for the Hurricanes. Hence why they are in the driving seat. Not the passenger seat, but the driving seat at the moment.
Yeah, and even 1 wicket now at 103, it still would favour the Leeward Islands because of this partnership. I mean, yeah, a double blow could really put pressure on them, but again, does that go slightly through the gate there? Playing away from his body there, Louis, and Ramal Lewis nearly sneaking one in between.
It's quicker through the air this time by Ramal Lewis.
Almost disturbing the timber.
Huge amount of space is on the offside as well. So once you see how the field is set, Chris, it's definitely getting the ball to spin into the right-handers. There's a man just to the right of the non-striker as well. It's Evergy Mansing. Pleasant looking shot through the covers. Will it have the wings to get to the boundary, Chris?
It will, for sure. Well
It
timed
does.
by Louis. Was eyeing that area, the delivery before. This time opens the wrist well and plays it to the left of, was that Leroy Lugg, fielding at mid-off. And well played against the turn from Louis. That was a pleasant looking shot. And now he finally brings up the half century.
And his second of his season so far.
53 now for Louis. And a good looking shot that was, for sure.
It
growing
was.
in confidence.
Great dexterity there being shown on that shot. Quiet face so far for the Scorpions. Just hoping for something to happen now. Good delivery. Beaten outside the off stump was Mikhail Louis. Good area from Ramal Lewis so far in the second innings. Haven't registered a wicket to his name so far. So partnership goes to 98 at the completion of another over with the Hurricanes. 108 for the loss of 2. Beautiful sunny day though. Haven't seen any clouds in the sky all day long. So far, so good for the Hurricanes. They are showing their dominance in this year's regional championship so far. Just require a further 79 runs for victory. However, the Scorpions need 8 wickets for victory here at Sabina Park. Oh, pleasant. Pleasant looking shot down to long off this time. Easy single. Hurricanes commanding proceedings here at Sabina Park. Two batters in the middle. Very tall batters as well. Have a long reach. Conquering the spin of Abhijit Mansing so far.
Yeah, lots of cricket going on. As I said, there's all of 4 matches going on around the region. 1 has been completed. The Pride defeating the Red Force by 8 wickets.
As the 100 partnership comes up between Mikhail Louis and of course Justin Greaves. Well played with those 2 players.
Excellent partnership between them. Greaves closing in on yet another half century. Louis already has his second of the season. He has 2 centuries to go with it.
Well, of course, Justin Greaves scored an half century in the first innings. So, of course, if he gets an half century, it would be a double in the game as well.
Chance here. Ooh.
Excellent cricket being played here by the Hurricanes.
Carlos Brown with a clean pickup and throw. Couldn't hit the stump.
Had he hit maybe, or maybe not, it would be a close call there, Chris.
Yeah, Greaves pretty quick across the turf, across the ground. Justin Greaves. Again, not the most pleasant of strokes, but we'll get a single nevertheless. Louis.
He
Sure, that's
realized
where he intended it to go.
he was looking to hit that ball through the offside. Eventually, the ball came down the wicket. Still runs for the Hurricanes as well.
Yeah.
Inch them closer to victory here at Sabina Park.
The Indian Premier League kicked off today as well. First match, Chennai Super Kings beating the Royal Challengers at Bengaluru. Royal Challengers batting first, made 173 for 6. And in reply, Chennai Super Kings 176 for 4 to execute the victory of 18.4 overs. Anuj Rawat top scored for the Royal Challengers with 48. Dinesh Karthik made 38, and Fav du Plessis, the captain, 35. He opened with Virat Kohli, who made 21. And Raman taking 4 for 29 from his 4 overs.
End of the
Mustafizur.
113 for 2. The
So, yeah,
Hurricanes.
so much cricket going on all around. The Super Kings replying with a 176 for 4. A real team effort in the end. Shivam Dubey not out 34 and Ravindra Jadeja not out 25, carrying them to victory. Rashin Ravindra, the New Zealand star, top scoring with 37 for the Super Kings.
And of course, here at Sabina Park in this West Indies Regional Championship, the Hurricanes required 74 runs for victory. This is the third day of the 5th run action. Mikhail Louis not out on 56, his second half century in this region. And of course, Justin Greaves eyeing up. Justin Greaves eyeing up, which would be his second of the game so far if he gets that half century.
Yeah, not out on 45. Justin Greaves. 45 from 104 deliveries. But yet, run rate, not really an issue, 2.83. And they won't mind that they're a bit slow because the target constantly coming down, just 74 now. At 423, and they're still what? Well, still 11 overs. Or 10 overs after this. That's a big hit, it's in the air. Has he given away his wicket? No, I think it's dropped just in front. What a chance for the Jamaica Scorpions. And Jay Shields has made a meal of it on the mid-wicket boundary. Big chance for them. He misjudged the flight of that. Stood his ground instead of coming in and put it down. And just like that.
Look at the replay here.
Yeah, loose from Louis. No need for that. Nearly gifting his wicket, and Shields couldn't make it count. What a big let-off for the Scorpions.
Disappointed Rama Lewis. Disappointment for O.J. Shields as well.
Yeah, should have caught that. That was in the air for so long, Shields. No real excuse.
And of course the Scorpions desperate for a wicket as well.
Forcing the issue was Louis.
Stifled appeal this time. Just pitching outside the leg stump. Good decision by umpire Gustard.
The slug sweep was on for Louis. But you wonder, well, he's given by umpire Gustard. So this time, a straighter delivery from Ramal Lewis. Lazy shot from Mikhail Louis. We did say he didn't look 100% physically. Suffering from a bit of cramp and soreness in the legs as well. Brought forward yet again, but didn't use the bat. Look at this, wide on the crease, certainly pitched in line. Didn't get the bat straightened. And that probably would have hit middle and off stump. 3/4 way up. Good decision, umpire Gustard. Ramal Lewis picks up a big wicket. And it's 115 for 3. The Leeward Islands, still 72 needed for victory.
A big wicket, an important wicket as well. And And boy, oh boy, did the Scorpions need that wicket. You'd see the celebration on the face of Rama Lewis. Picks up his 5th wicket of this game so far. As Jamar Hamilton makes his way to the wicket. Jamar Hamilton been around for some time now.
Yeah, was a previous captain of this Leeward Islands team before Rakeem Connell. 33 years of age now, Jamar Hamilton.
Played youth cricket at under 15 level back in 2006, where he was awarded the best wicket keeper, and now excels into the Leeward Island Hurricane team as well.
Lots of experience, has played over 100 first-class matches. In fact, this is his 104th first-class match. 4,874 runs, averaging just about 27.38. Highest score of 130 not out, 6 centuries and 30 half centuries.
We'd want to step up on that average a bit.
Yeah, well, he won't even, I don't think he'll need his 31st half century if they're going to execute the win here. Just 70 odd runs, and Greaves already well set on 46. But another partnership, if the Scorpions can get another wicket in quick succession, the tide could change yet again. As we've seen so often between these two teams, this fixture in recent years has been a real ping-pong battle and quite close. So Lewis finally in the wicket column, he will say.
In the second innings.
In the second innings, yeah. Now
Jamar
1 for
Hamilton,
28.
normally an aggressive player. So let's see how he copes with Rama Lewis. Wrapped in the pad, a load appeal.
Paya Gustard says, not out on this occasion, big appeal. Let's see what the replays show. Wide of the crease yet again.
Asking questions, is Rama Lewis, that must have been close.
Asking a question, I think the answer from umpire Gustard is that he got a bit of glove as well. I think I saw him tickle his fingers as well, umpire Gustard. So yeah, a bit of bat pad, but pretty straight again from Lewis. So would have been coming, and when he goes round the wicket and going wide of the crease as well, just coming out of the blind area for the right-hander.
A well-constructed innings of Mackay Louis comes to an end. Played very well. Unfortunately, Rama Lewis got the better of him. And it was a big partnership, over 100 runs. So the Hurricanes will appreciate that partnership as well. Just require a further 72 runs for victory. Scorpions just need 7 wickets. This one is tugged nicely towards the onside, and big vacant space there. They are back for 2 easy runs there. This is good batting so far by the Hurricanes. Abhijay Mansingh into his 4th over, none for 17 so far. Want to register a wicket for the Scorpions.
Bit of drift, but brings on the shot. And Lewis coming around, it's comfortably in. Hamilton is extremely quick between the wickets. Jamar Hamilton sits 10th in run scoring so far this season. Just Jamar Hamilton, he's played in 5 matches, 9 innings, 271 runs. He's scored 2 half centuries, highest score of 77, averaging just about 30.1. Operating at a strike rate of just about 58, which is moderate.
Indeed.
Maybe a bit slow this time. Fluent looking shot, but can't beat cover.
A lot of flight on that delivery by Abhijay Mansingh forcing the drive, enticing the drive. Pleasant shot down to long off this time to get his first run in the second innings at the score is 119 for the loss of 3. 69 more runs required if the Hurricanes are to register a win here at Sabina Park. But of course, the Scorpions need 7 wickets.
Opportunity there for Justin Greaves. He's one short of a half century. Short outside the off stump. Not a good delivery from Mansingh, and Greaves just the man at point to beat and couldn't do it.
No connection either.
Deep in the crease, and this will be the 50 for Justin Greaves. Brings up the half century off of 109 deliveries. Justin Greaves, 2 fours in that, and a solid innings from the number 4, the Leeward Islands number 4. Back-to-back half centuries in the game.
Consecutive half centuries for the man. Really fighting hard for his team. Came to the wicket when the Hurricanes was in a spot of bother at 10 for 2. Shared in a 103 partnership with Mikhail Louis, who made an half century as well. He's second.
He's lived up to his average. Justin Greaves came into this innings averaging 50.66 on the season, 2 half centuries from 3 innings. That certainly pitched outside the leg stump, and he's pretty easy decision for umpire Gustad.
And if you look at Greaves so far, last year did pretty well, came back this year, looks very good at the wicket as well. Goes to show his...
Oh, big appeal yet again. Striking Greaves on the pad.
Question is asked here by Ramon Lewis.
Gustad replying.
No, Mr. Lewis.
Probably told him a bit more. I think he asked Lewis if it was high or missing the off stump. And you could see Patrick Gustad saying, yes, sir. Manual scoreboard just has Justin Greaves at 50, but he actually picked that up 1 run ago. He's just celebrating now, but yeah, he's moved up to 51. 121 for 3. Just 66 required now.
9 overs remaining in day 3 of this West Indies Regional Championship. Round 5 action from Sabina Park.
Not a good delivery, full toss. Not sure if it will have the legs though. Shields is after it. He should pull it back. He does. And they'll be back for 3. 3 easy runs here to Hamilton. Just 2 full from Lewis.
Yeah, freebie there by Ramal Lewis. Full pitch delivery outside the off stump. I think Hamilton missed out on a boundary as well.
I don't think he'll mind 3 runs nonetheless. Would have been annoyed if he had hit that straight to the fielder.
Quite so. And now he's at the non-striker's end, just relaxing as well. And something that the Scorpions need to take out of the Hurricanes' book. They are very good at rotating the strikes as well.
Yeah, it was good between Louis and Greaves. As you said, Greaves 52 runs and just 2 boundaries in it. So lots of rotation, lots of runs in the field.
1-2-5 for 3 here at Sabina Park as the shutters lengthen across this wonderful venue, the home of cricket, Sabina Park.
The game is certainly going to stretch past 5 o'clock though, with 8 overs remaining. Just might take it to maybe about 10 past 5, thereabouts.
A long innings from Christopher Taylor so far in the commentary box as well. Doing a fantastic job batting through the inning so far of the commentary team.
I thank you. You yourself as well. It's been a solid partnership.
You doing majority of the scoring though, just accumulating the strike.
I thought I was more the night watchman. Pete Salmon is back into the attack though, taking over from Abhijay Mansingh. Before this 17 overs, 2 for 47, Pete Salmon picked up the first 2 wickets, those of Powell and Carty.
And I think this is a wonderful move here by Captain Brandon King, carrying back his most attacking bowler and the bowler with most wickets for him so far in the tournament and also in this game.
7 wickets for Salmon in the game, 5 in the first innings, 2 so far here. A little bit too straight. Batsman heading back for 2, could be problematic. Shields' throw is weak. And Greaves gets back just in time. A better throw from O.J. Shields. And it would have been problematic for the Leeward Islands team.
And this is good of the Hurricanes. They saw the opportunity that the onside had a lot of space, and hence why he played that ball with soft hands and able to come back for 2 easy runs in the end. This is top class cricket being played here by the Hurricanes.
Good stop by Brandon King on that occasion. King just comes across his stumps well, Justin Greaves, and works that onto the onside. Not sure if I agree with his tactic for Greaves coming round the wicket. Still like when Salmon operates, that he looks for that 4th to 5th stump line with the turn and the bounce. I think he should let Greaves operate from there. But based on how Greaves is comfortable playing through that leg side so far this afternoon, I think round the wicket is just making it too easy for Greaves. Plus someone started too straight as well.
And hence why Pete someone had a leg slip in place now, is he's spinning, getting spin out of the wicket and actually getting bounce as well. So that man at leg slip is very vital for the Scorpions.
Still too straight for me though, Penny. Again, at this point they just can't be giving away so many singles, especially to the new batsman in Hamilton.
Yeah, and so far
I think Hamilton will be comfortable with that. Yes, the leg slip does come into play, but even when he started so straight at that length, it would have to be really an awkward shot for leg slip to come in, maybe a paddle sweep or something like
yeah,
that.
should be carrying the batters on the front foot.
But you could still bring leg slip in even with starting outside that on that 4th stump line, because it all depends on the amount of turn and how far the batsman comes across. But that there is way too straight on the line of middle and leg stump, and it's just going to be worked every time. At this point, the Scorpions certainly have to attack, because they're not going to contain, as you said, the Hurricanes.
At 130 for 3. There's 7 overs remaining in this day 3 action from Sabina Park. The Hurricanes totally in command so far. This requires a further 57 runs for victory. Won 3 games so far in this West Indies Regional Championship. And of course, the way how things look here at Sabina Park, they are heading for their 4th.
Just wonder at some point, depending on how the runs come down, if either team might ask to play the additional half an hour, because there is an extra half an hour that can be played to gain a result. So if it does come down to maybe around, I would say 30 runs or so, both teams may say, look, can we play the other half an hour, 20 to 30 runs, and then that will be a decision for the on-field umpires.
Well, so far,
but as it stands now, you would have to be scoring at about 7 runs and over. Just might not happen. Now with the way in which Lewis bowls, when he comes round the wicket, which is actually where I'm used to seeing Ramal Lewis, he generally bowls a lot of round the wicket deliveries. There's a loud appeal. Greaves struck on the pad again. You can see where he starts his deliveries from now. He actually gets it on and around that off stump line or so, and then straightens from there. He doesn't start as straight, and his trajectory very different to Salmon. He looks to exploit different things. So it works for him, but I just think the way in which Salmon bowls, it doesn't work in his favor.
And Ramal Lewis asking questions here.
Skiddier bowler doesn't get as much bounce, Lewis, so it stays low right. So especially when he's pitching in line, you have to have your wits about you, or it's very easy.
And Ramal Lewis is very short as well.
Yeah, so I say stays lower trajectory, shoots through, and almost darts it into the stump. Slower from Lewis on that occasion, a little bit more flight. Good bowling. Good batting as well by Greaves. 56 not out. Not the delivery. Looking to bowl the quicker one, sliding it across him, but Greaves was waiting on that. And that's meat and drink for Justin Greaves. That's opening the face, an easy dab towards third man, and picks up 2.
At 132 for the loss of 3 here at Sabina Park. 6 overs remaining in the day's play. And so far the Hurricanes dominating procedures here at Sabina Park. Just require for further 55 runs for victory. Brandon King having a discussion with Pete Salmon. They definitely need wickets, and need wickets clustered here at Sabina Park.
Back over the wicket, Pete Salmon. Although he has been pretty well, I guess he has been bowling over the wicket to Hamilton. They've done away with the leg slip.
6 fielders on the onside and 3 on the off.
Yeah, I like that. That's the line I like from Salmon. I think he should just work from there.
I think he needs to slow the pace down as well.
If he's bowling that line, I'm not sure if he needs that bias in terms of the field. He could bring another player, but you see then that the tendency to bowl that delivery. I would think if he continues to bowl at that 4-stump line, maybe he could even take out the man at long leg and bring him more onto the offside. In fact, so force Hamilton to play through the offside. Maybe I even like if he is bowling that line just outside there with that turn. He's He's gone round the wicket now to Greaves and down the leg side now. Two of them plugging away are the Leeward Island Hurricanes. 135 for 3 now.
And just
52
another
required.
52 runs for victory. But of course, just the 6 overs remaining in the day's play. Lazy on this occasion by Justin Greaves. Just flirting outside the off stump with danger. Of course, the Scorpion desperate for a wicket with this partnership growing as well. 20 from 31 deliveries.
Update from the Coolish cricket going in Antigua. The Guyana Happy Eagles are now on the verge of victory. The Windward Island Volcanoes 159 for 9, chasing 420 for victory. Shamar Springer is still at the wicket, not out on 65 from 126 deliveries, and with him Martin, who is not yet off the mark. So yeah, Permal has so far taken 4 for 47, and Niall Smith picking up a 5-wicket haul, 5 for 24
Well done
for the
to
fast bowler.
Niall Smith. Good comeback as well. Good to see him among the wickets for the Guyanese.
Close of play at the St. Augustine ground in the at the university in Trinidad, and the combined campuses and colleges chasing 386 for victory, are 72 without loss at the close. Evelyn not out on 17 and Puran not out on 49. So that match has been completed. Obviously the Guyana Windward Islands match pushing along because the chance for a result. So they are playing extra time there.
Excellent batting performance so far by Justin Greaves so far. Looks very good from his entry to the wicket, and the runs so far are shown.
Third half century of the season for Greaves. Looking for the sweep.
Agriculture looking shot there coming in from Jamar Hamilton.
Loves the sweep though, Hamilton. Plays all kind of varieties of it. This one he doesn't make good contact. I think that's why Brandon King has put himself at leg slip. There's also a man at long leg, just in case. Hamilton gets off strike. Again, just don't want at this stage from a Leeward Islands perspective to play any rash shots and bring the Scorpions back into the game. They should want it to stay boring and just milk the total along. Just 49 required.
Yep.
A wicket or two here now, and the Jamaican energy will rise yet again, and their expectation at home will be greater.
Yeah, Lewis into his 16th over, 1 for 38 in the second innings. So far, the Hurricanes have dominated this session. Justin Greaves goes to 60 at the completion of another over, 139 for 3 here at Spina Park. So as the 3 winds down closer,
221 for the Scorpions first innings. Top score 80 by
Carlos Brown.
Carlos Brown. And then the Leeward Islands Hurricanes replying with 231. Top scorer Justin Greaves with 62. Casey Carty getting 53. Then the Jamaicans, second innings, bowled out for 196. Top scorer on that occasion, Abhijay Mansingh with 52.
And now here in the second innings for the Hurricanes, Justin Greaves not out 60 so far.
Yeah, pair of half centuries for Greaves, and he's not finished yet.
Mikhail Lewin as well, scoring a half century as well, got 52. And that partnership between Mikhail Lewin and Justin Greaves was over 100 runs as well. Greaves is guilty and playing back to those short deliveries. And once any of these deliveries kept low and asking questions, this time is someone, umpire Butler on this occasion, not interested.
Did look as if it hit him in line, but turning ball as well, probably heading down the leg side. Butler not really interested. There's some turn again for Salmon, but plays it well. Greaves was playing it late, allowing it to turn, and then working it down to that long leg position, a single. Hamilton an 8 now comes into strike.
The Hurricanes continues to show they're dominant in this year's West Indies Regional Championship. Spina Park completion of another over 140 for a loss of 3. Scorpions just walking gingerly here at Spina Park, just hoping for something to happen for them. On the other hand, the Hurricanes out front just require a further 47 runs for victory. And of course, Chris, we might go into day 4, or we should, with just 2 overs remaining in today's play. We definitely will go into day 4. The Scorpions would want to get some inroads here before the close of play on day 3 from Spina Park. Ramal Lewis will continue. Figures of 1 for 39 so far, into his 17th. Spinners for the Scorpions bowling majority of the overs due to the fact that the Scorpions just have 2 fast bowlers in their lineup as well.
Not sure if they'll be returning to any of them at this point.
Abhijay Mansingh haven't bowled a lot in this innings either. So it is twin spinners, Ramal Lewis and of course Pete Summon. "12 wickets between the 2 of them so far in this game as well.
Loud appeal yet again by Augusta, not interested. Ramal Lewis asking questions from round the wicket.
Definitely pitching outside the leg, some excellent call. But Lewis continues to ask questions.
Wide of the crease.
Still more
Might have
questions being
just
asked.
pitched outside that one. Did straighten a bit, and even if it just pitched in line, it probably was still heading down. You could see his foot slightly outside leg stump. This one full, and Hamilton able to drive down to mid-off, so he will retain the strike. 142 now for 3 after 49 overs. 2 overs remaining in the day, and we're at 4:57. Well, we did predict 5:10, but I dare say it's based on these spinners, it's probably not going to make it much past 5 o'clock. Maybe 5:03, 5:02. Yeah, you might be right. Unless, and as I said, how many runs still to go? Another 45. Yeah, I think that's going to be outside of the
With OJ
the
Shields,
kind of area where you can ask the question. 45 is probably too much based on what we've seen, so it's going to head into, unless something remarkable happens in these 2 overs, it's going into day 4.
well, you were saying earlier you don't think we're going to see any more pace bowlers.
But then again,
OJ Shields is back.
changing ends. OJ Shields didn't have a good spell from the Michael holding end, was all over the place, couldn't really keep a consistent line.
Well, now he's back from the Courtney Walsh end.
Courtney Walsh, and he'll be trying his luck from here. Fastest of the Jamaican bowlers, easily one of the fastest in the competition.
If not the
If not the fastest. Does tend to rush you. The first delivery has Jamar Hamilton looking at the neck of his bat.
Tends to
Hit
struggle
it hard.
with injuries as well. So once he's fit, he really can crank it up at any given time. Is OJ Shields.
Did throughout some of the season have some issues with no balls as well. OJ Shields sometimes struggles to keep the front foot behind that line. Ooh. Hamilton was late on that. There's a pace of Shields, and even with an older ball, which is now what, 50 overs old, he certainly gets it to zip through those OJ Shields.
That ball came back sharply off the seam as well, tucking Jamar Hamilton. Had no room to play that ball as well. Slight adjustment we made in the field as Carlos Brown. So Ramalu is going to square leg. So far in this game, just a wicket for the fast bowlers of the Scorpions, and that wicket goes to Terval Green in the first innings. But the spinners so far for the Scorpions, Chris, 12 wickets between Pete Salmon and Ramal Lewis.
Yeah. Ooh, wild shot. Not the shot required for Jamar Hamilton. Likes to play square of the wicket, but that ball maybe a little bit too close to him.
Came back very sharply as well,
Yeah.
and with pace.
Always dangerous, just as asking to edge that through to the keeper, the lone slip of Jermaine Blackwood. The Guyana Harper Eagles have completed their win over the Windward Island Volcanoes by 254 runs. The Windward Island Volcanoes dismissed for 165. Shamar Springer ending not out on 69. Smith taking 5 for 29, and Versami Pomal bringing another 5-wicket haul, 5 for 47.
I think
And
He's the leading
Harpy.
wicket taker now in regional cricket.
Harpy Eagles now with their 3rd win in 5 matches.
Okay, she's just causing a bit of problem here for Jamar Hamilton. She's in this inning so far, 3.5 overs, none for 13. No. I think that was a no ball signal by the umpire. As you mentioned earlier, OJ, she tends to struggle with the no ball, and it continues here, Chris.
Yeah, it's been an issue for him, OJ Shields, and something that he'll have to work on. Do remember in round 2 he bowled quite a few at both ends. And there's another no ball signal by Dayton Butler. Frustration here for Shields. And even when he gets warm, Shields, it's still an issue. Something that he has to look at. Luckily for him, so far this season, I haven't seen him actually pick up a wicket from a no ball, but it's bound to happen at some point with him bowling so many. And you mentioned for Sammy Pomeroy, he's up to 625 wickets in his first-class career. He has played 141 matches, 625 wickets at an average of 20.96, 31 5-wicket hauls and 7 10-wicket hauls.
Remarkable first-class career.
Yeah, great career for Versamy Pomeroy, and has been doing pretty well with the bat of recent.
Last round he was not out.
Yeah, got a half
Century. He
couple
was
half
not out
centuries
on,
as well.
I think it was 93. Run out of partners.
Yeah, 90 actually. He has 6 half centuries in his career. Permaldos averages about 15. But a useful lower order batsman, has played 9 test matches as well for the West Indies, take 31 wickets. Not as much success there. 1 5-wicket haul, 5 for 35. And averaging 38.16, not the same level that we have seen. A strike rate of 68 compared to first class level, where he has a strike rate of 51.7. But needless to say, he's been a really good servant for the Harpy Eagles. Has captained on and off at times, and 625 wickets in any level of cricket is a lot of wickets, a lot of scalps.
Here at Sabina Park, 145 for 3. Final over coming up in the day 3 from Sabina Park. Pete Salmon is the man with the golden arm so far in this game for the Scorpions. 7 wickets for him, and he will be bowling the last over of the day's play. It was a long day here at Sabina Park.
Played an extra half an hour at the start. Started at 9:30. 98 overs on the day. That should have been a single, but Hamilton says it's okay. He will see it out, protecting Greaves, who is not out on 62.
Yourself batted over 2 hours in the commentary box as well.
Yeah. Good to play a part yet again. That one is short. Is there a chance? Well. Not out, says Patrick Gustard. It was a pull shot from Jamar Hamilton. Let's see it here, down into the ground. You could see the disturbance on the surface. Excellent umpiring. Into the ground, onto the body of Carlos Brown. It was pretty obvious, and yet the Jamaica Scorpions still appealed.
They're desperate for a wicket.
Yeah.
They are behind the 8 ball, as you can see, just 42 required.
2 deliveries left in the day's play. What a batting display after those 2 initial wickets by the Hurricanes. The partnership with Louis and Greaves. Louis dismissed, but Greaves still there. Louis picking up his second half century of the season to go with his 2 centuries. Greaves his third half century in 4 innings, averaging over 51 this season.
And maintain it as well.
Yeah, now on 62 and setting the platform for a big win for the Hurricanes. And that's the last delivery of the over. Is it going to be the last delivery of the day? Yes, it is. So that is it here at Sabina Park on day 3 in the 5th round of the West Indies 4-day championship. The Leeward Islands Hurricanes close on 145 for 3, chasing 187 for victory. Justin Greaves is not out on 62, and Jamar Hamilton not out on 9. Batsmen dismissed Powell without scoring, and Casey Carty for 4. Michael Louis made 53. And an important partnership for them. Lots of work to do. Still 7 wickets in hand. And just about 42 runs needed for victory, as the Jamaica Scorpions have a task ahead of them in day 4. So that's the close. And just about 5:07. Marlon Pinnock, Kim Forbes, and myself, Chris Taylor, wish you well from Sabina Park, and we look forward to seeing you bright and early tomorrow morning. Hopefully the weather will be as good as it is today. Full blue skies, no rain, and a lovely breeze as well, as the Leeward Island Hurricanes look to complete a famous victory here at Sabina Park. They need 42 runs. They have 7 wickets in hand. They do battle again tomorrow. Take care for now.